4 in a row so
いいショ
far.
ットが
Like that, Clash retakes the lead.
Woohoo, buddy! Hit it! Yes! I love it! Give me more! Bang! What in the world?
チームを持ってトリプルキャプチャー完全勝利だ
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2021. This is your Eastern Finals. Hello, I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and we are back to give away $1 million more to your favorite Call of Duty Mobile players. I'll be rocking the desk all weekend, and I'm not alone. I brought back some of your favorites all the way from Manila. We got the Beef Mommy back in the building, and at the far end there, Roberto Juegos is back here to break it all down for us. Bobby, we crowned our tribe champions. They walked away with the $300,000 for the West. Now we take our eyes to the East, though, and I have to start the day by asking, who's the tribe of the East? Who's the strongest region? What are you expecting here?
Right now, the two main teams I'm going to be looking at are Q9 and Almighty. So obviously Q9 absolutely dominant, and they had some pretty strong words to say, especially in their interview heading into this. They definitely feel that they've got a really good chance at winning, but Almighty looks really dominant in Garena. I'm excited to see those two battle it out.
I love the Chinese teams talking smack, right? Especially Q9 coming out saying, FPX, you are nothing. Somebody please challenge us. Who are you looking forward to seeing, though, here? Because there's so many new players out here on the scene making names for themselves in 2021. Some old legends back in this tournament. Who do you want to see today, Beef Mommy?
Honestly, there's too many to count. We have 3 different regions, smacking it down here at the Eastern region. You know, you have China, you have Global region, you have Garena, so it's really hard to tell. This is kind of like a wild card type of situation where we don't know who's going to take it all, because I want to be shocked at the very end of the day.
We already have our Western champion this week, and we find out who wears the crown in the East. And to find out how we got to Stage 5, we got a quick video to look back.
Get ready. For the first time ever, Call of Duty Mobile will see the best teams from around the world go head-to-head. Watch as the top 24 teams fight for a $2 million prize pool and the chance to lift the World Championship trophy. Each and every one of these players has proven themselves through a grueling 4-stage gauntlet of competitive play. But now, there is no next round. It's all or nothing. Win or go home. 12 teams will compete in the Eastern Finals, and 12 will compete in the Western Finals. Day 1 action features round-robin style play to determine the top 4 teams, with those teams moving into a double elimination bracket on Day 2. Only the fiercest competitors will achieve Call of Duty Mobile glory. 24 battle-tested teams, 144 ultra-skilled players, one shot at the trophy. Who will come out on top? Find out right here, right now, as the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Finals begins.
And there you can
Get
see
ready.
it, the map breakdown of our Eastern Finals. We have teams representing India, China, Japan, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Singapore, all battling it out for the title of your Eastern Finals champs. Who's going to walk away with the trophy and all of the money that goes with it? That's our big question. You got to get through group stages, though, if you want to play in our bracket tomorrow. And in our groups, you're going to see 30 matches. We broke it down, Group A, Group B. Let's start here with Group A at the top. Bobby, we got some big names here, especially that first matchup, the top dogs from Japan going up against FPX.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how those two match up against each other. Obviously, not a whole lot of expectations going into this because we've never really seen the majority of these different regions go up against each other. You got to think, especially with how dominant Scars looked in the Japanese championships, they got a really good shot against FPX.
Beef Mommy in this opening hour, who do you have eyes on?
Oh, I have my eyes on the China region. You got DYG versus Q9, and definitely not going to disappoint because, as we saw with the interview, Q9 wanted to have some sort of competition during their China Masters, and they're going to get a rematch here in our first heat, so that's going to be very interesting to see.
Well, as the Subliners learned last week, and there is no room for error in the group stages. It's starting off hot, and you have to stay perfect all night long if you want a chance to be in our top 4 and playing for this thing, the beautiful Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Trophy for 2021. 2021 could be yours. And it's not just this beautiful piece of hardware. It also comes with some serious prize money. All of our teams that made it here, they're guaranteed $40K. But if you finish in our top 4, you're banking $75,000 on your run to that $300,000 first place prize.
And take a look at that. You know me, I come in from a different region. So when I go and convert that money, you're going to be millionaires at the end of the day. $300,000, that is no joke. But taking a look at that 5th place, you're going to be running with $40,000. So obviously, apart from that, you're going to be having money either way.
Our first World Championship, you'll love to see it. The West is done. East is just kicking off. We want to thank the people who are helping us put all of this together. Our friends over at Sony and Sony's One Mark III, the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. Our players are ready to grind with one of the greatest devices in the game. If you don't know about it, it's time to find out. The Xperia One Mark III.
Game over.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level. Gonna even that score.
Oh, and able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin. Game over.
The one gets the second.
Do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other. Going out with a bang. How you like
Another
me
one!
now?
Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Game over. Ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Game over.
It's time to kick this baby off in your opening hour. The top dogs from Japan and China are facing off, as well as some showdowns there in the Indian region. Let's send it over to our casters. For the first games of the day, we got Blaze and Alleycat on the mic.
Puckett. Guys, it is about to go down. It is the Eastern Finals. I'm Blaze, joined with the magnificent Alleycat, as Puckett already said. And for our first matchup, it's going to be Scars versus FPX, the best team in Japan versus the second best team in China. Now, we talked a little bit about our first heat, Allie, and what's about to go down. But one thing to talk about, we got some rivalry matchups going down in China. That's Q9 versus DYG, as you saw Aliana talk about beforehand. We also got 2 when it comes down to our Indian squads, Vitality, True Rippers, as well as Revenant versus, got Godlike about to pop off as well. So a lot of great matches. What are you looking forward to?
Well, you know, we saw our Heat 1 went to the the Western Finals. It was action-packed, full of exciting matches. We went game 5s almost every single match, so I expect nothing less from the Eastern Finals. Scars versus Fun plus Phoenix. We're going to hop right into game 1. Hardpoint. I am favoring Scars going into this just because of how good they are at getting the spawns early. But again, FPX, they could come out and surprise here.
Yeah, they definitely can. And so some things for us to talk about the storyline of this first matchup. You know, you got Scars, one of our better respawn teams out there that we got competing in our tournament today when it comes to their respawn game modes in their region of Japan. Some of the best of the best, very calculated squad. But on the flip end, FPX, when it comes down to search and destroy in China, we know how much of a staple that game mode is.
Map 1, game 1, this is where you get all your jitters out before the long day ahead is going to be Scars. Well, the first couple seconds of lead, but we are still only on our first hard point here. It looks like it's going to be in control of FPX here for now as well. But GC number 2, that's going to be that's going to be Teen on your mini-map looking to go on a little bit of a flank here. He finds a couple players and puts the hands in the Scars.
Yeah, he does, and so far to kick this one off, this first heal has been a scrappy one, as you guys can see, but Scars is starting to get themselves a foothold at the P1 when it comes down towards the respawns of XPX. You can see at the mini-map, it's going to be coming down there towards the bottom side. Ryu on your map with the Type 25, got multiple players in front of him. He's going to get taken out. Here comes Sha, able to find another. And so far, like we talked about, scrappy P1, but as we head on over to P2, Allie, it will be Scar set up once again in wood.
And you know what? I gotta talk about Fantagen. He was sitting, blocking off that mid cut there for P2 for a hot minute to get those spawns, to get that early control. But FPX really just outplayed them to force their way into the hill. So what should have been a freebie for Scars has now flipped it on its head. This game is still pretty even, 30 to 30, 36 seconds left in this hard point. Scars looking to collapse on this hill, but they are just taking all these 1v1 gunfights. It's gonna be Fantagen by himself. He will find 2 with help from his teammates and get them in control.
Yeah, big plays coming out here from Fanta, able to work with the squad, get in, start collecting on some time. There's about 20 seconds left in P2. On board, Walafius, he'll get taken out. But as you guys can see, FPX, they'll hop through the top. That's one. They can get the double. He'll be taken out. Now you got to start thinking about P3. And as you take a look at your mini-map, FPX, they're going to back away from this P2 and start to get set up, Allie.
Scars a little bit late on rotation, but that's okay because they have 20 seconds of deficit to work with here. Number 2 actually looks like Dean has able to slip by enemy lines. He isn't able to find anyone, but maybe enough of a distraction to force their way in. But FPX is winning all of the gunfights. That's 2 on the side of Yang Ming in the first couple of seconds going their way. Starting to see some specialists getting used here too to try and flip this cap.
The gravity vortex has been pulled out by Yang Ming. Can't connect just yet. He'll have to kind of just digress a little bit after taking that stun grenade, but still in the mix of this fight. But as you guys can look, the spawns came in from the back end for Scars. Players 1, 3, and 4. They'll be there on the flank. 26 seconds left in this hill, still plenty of time, but as we can see, FPX coming off of P2, they did a great job on this first initial fight here at P3.
Seeing a lot of streak investment here from FPX. Not a big fan of that because there's only 20 seconds now, 15 left on this old hill. 65 to 70, a very close game here as FPX breaks in for the final couple of seconds, but they got to worry about rotation now as there's going to be one member of Scars. They're already in the back looking to play spoiler here. As he pulls out the dumper, he won't find anybody and actually doesn't win the rotation. 2 members of FPX are going to make their way in, but it's going to be Fantagen once again, a one-man army. He found 2 last time. He's going to find 2 again with the help of Rio to lock this down.
All right, now we'll officially be moving on over to Wood, which would be P4. It's going to be Fanta who's taken out, but with the Death Machine in Lafius' hand, the flank comes through. He's able to find 2. Ryu gets a 3rd on the mini-map, but the Death Machine taken out, but the spawns got called out here for Scars. They know exactly where to look, checking down his back alley, checking their flank doors, the mid-map. Got FPX right where they want them. As Scars starting to continue to collect on time. What does FPX really need to do to kind of break into this hill? Should they start playing for P5 already?
I mean, there's 20 seconds left, but the important thing about getting this P4 is it resets after this, and that's a lot of mid-map control that they don't want to give up. So they are going to throw a lot of bodies here and get the control for the last 10 seconds. But Scars, they've broken the 100-point mark, 103 to 82, but they should get the first couple of seconds on this P1.
And, you know, when it comes down to this map, especially with majority, with all 4 of the hills being kind of focused towards the central location on the map, and you guys look at the mini-map, just towards the bottom part, if you can get your opponent trapped over there towards that firing range side where you see player 5 spawning at right now, that'd be great for your squad. As you see, Scar is trying to do just that. As FPX spawning towards the bottom portion of the map, looking to fight their way through. Ryu able to find themselves another kill. The Hunter drone able to find 1 as well. But so far, when it comes down towards our second rotation of hills, this has been one that Scars have been doing a good job contesting so far throughout this map.
It's been pretty back and forth. There was a huge play out of Tien actually who pushed up into the spawn of FPX and only got 1 kill, but it distracted them enough to allow Scars to get the control. But on the flip side, FPX, Yang Min actually pushed out into the back trailer into mid and got a couple free kills in the back, which allowed his teammates to get some time on this P1 to even up this game. 107 to 118. They might be waking up a little bit too late here as Scars. Look at the driving.
Oh yeah, they may be waking up a little bit too late. Only 26 more points needed for Scars. We're heading over to P2, where FPX already are going to have the spawns locked in. Scars spawning at the back portion of the map. We're on board with Mike as he is trying to look for his next kill. Going to spot out Yang Mi. Here comes Bear, clawing his way through the hill, able to pick up 2. Lafius is there to have his back as well. Now, 20 more points needed for Scars, and FPX is trying to make a desperate run to get to this hill.
Lafayette's Mav just won the biggest 1v2 of the game to be able to slide in hill there while streaks are getting called and not only find one but stunned, find the second one. This is such a money hunt. It looks like Scars is going to do it here. 147 to 114. The investment was just not enough out of FPX, and that's going to be our map 1 Heat 1 game. Hardpoint in the hands of Scars.
Oh my, Mike went absolutely huge there. I want to say he had about a 2.0 KDA there in that map number 1, but as we're hopping on over towards Vox versus DG, because it's Heat 1, okay? It's red zone style for you guys. We want you to have all the action at your fingertips, in your hands, as you get to watch the best players in the world play some Call of Duty Mobile. Now, take a look at this first map. We are going to see that it is going to be Vox, okay? Your second best team in Japan to come out on top with this map number 1 against DG.
150 to 69, but again, Heat 1 is full of action, so we hump right over to Revenant versus Godlike, looking to be in the first couple of hard points here on this Summit. 26-0, though. Godlike looking to be in the driver's seat currently.
What a time to be alive, okay? We get to watch you know, some of the best squads out here when it comes down to the India region. You know, we know how dominant Godlike is, but we also know the grudge that they have up against Revenant. So far in this matchup, it's going to be Trunks sitting at 4-1 on the KD scale. He's looking good for his squad, but as we're on board here with Zyro towards mid-map heading to P2, he's going to be able to connect one with the Shotty. Trophy system goes down. The right weapon for the job, turning his corner tight, but he'll get taken out. That's going to be a double coming out for Bros.
Huge double out of Bros there to get this control that they had no business having here on this P2. It is lighting up red 33 to 20, a little bit of a closer game, but already just looking at this match heading into it statistically, this is definitely Godlike's pick. Summit is definitely one of their favorite hardpoint maps, so I'm not shocked that they are in the lead currently as Trunks is looking to find a couple of kills, but they're going to give it up for now. They're trying to hold this front line of spawns here, but there's still 30 seconds left in this hill, so I need to see a little bit of an investment as we see a couple of bodies get thrown at it, but the kills are just going in favor of Revenant.
Now, Revenant, they're going to have to get something done quick because they don't want the score to get too out of hand. And so far, it's close enough for them. Just a 10-point deficit, almost 15 for them. As we head towards P3, you'll see Godlike will be set up towards the spawn. You're going to see Learn disengage a bit. Take a look towards his mid-alley. Someone will contest. He gets the quick turnaround, and he will get the burn. That's a double kill for Learn. The triple may be coming soon. He's going to let the Hunter drone fly, get some intel. But, as you will see, the grenade launcher at the front door. This is a great defense that Godlike has on his P3 alley.
I mean, look at Godlike's stack. Neutrino is 11-2, and we're 68-32. The game's almost out of reach here for Revenant. They got to start working for these spawns. That's going to be 3 players going against 1 on the side of Godlike. That's going to be Learn holding the back, and he hasn't fallen just yet. I just need to see a little bit more aggression out of Revenant as they finally seem to gain spawns, but they still don't have any time. It's going to be Trunks left in hill. He will get shut down. 30 seconds. This is doable. This is enough to put them back in the game, but when Zyro finds 2 in the front, it's not looking very good.
Yeah, the Thumper is going to be able to take out that death machine there before things get too crazy. And now you'll start to see Godlike give up this P3 and start heading across map to P4. They says, you know what, you can have that one. Great fight there towards the back end of the hill, but since we have a lead, this is hardpoint. They want to stay ahead of the game. As you're going to start to see, it's Zyro. Shotty in hand, as well as the Thumper looking to go in and make something happen. He's going to switch out the skin, but gets taken out immediately. Godlike has all angles covered. How does Revenant break this hill, Allie?
Well, you know what? I love that Godlike keep giving up the scrap time because they have confidence in holding enough time in the initial for getting spawns at next that they just don't need it. Because even though that scrap time makes the game a little bit closer, they're still in the lead, looking to break the 100 point here. 100 to 65. They are a great wall that just cannot be passed currently. Revenant's trying to force their way in, but they're just being picked off 1v2'd by every player on the side of Godlike.
Oh, he's going to finally have to reposition. Bros will get taken out, but the kill feed was lighting up all Learn and Trunks. As you guys can see, 15-9 for Learn. Trunks is going to be 13-8, but Neutrino, he just died at 19-5. And then you got Burns. He's relaxing as well as Bros. They get a lot of the dirty work done, collecting on that hill time, but so far, Trunks has been having a highlight game. He'll be taken out for now. we need to go swap heals. We're heading back. We're going to flip our rotation and head back to P1 soon. And it's going to be Godlike once again set up towards mid-map. And we kind of joined towards the beginning of P1 when we got into this matchup, but it was Godlike who got the majority of the time. Let's see if Revenant can have a better showing.
I mean, even though the score is 116 to 88, it isn't that bad of a deficit, but it clearly feels like Godlike is 100% in the driver's seat. The amount of times they are rotating, they're giving up that 20-second scrap time and getting that initial, and then flipping spawns out for Revenant, get unfavorable spawns heading into new. It just feels a little bit outplayed in that matchup. And again, multiple matches are going on at once. That's going to be Scars and FPX on your screen heading into their S&D, and we're going to go see what that's all about. 2-1, Scars in favor. They are already up 1-0 in the series, and Mike actually is 4-1 to start this off.
Whoa, Bear, he's gonna drop down on his bomb site, able to pick up a kill. It is Scars who is the defensive squad. It's a 4v4 situation. Now they have a man they don't have the man advantage. They're trying to get that man advantage. Actually, FPX, he goes huge. He picks up a 2. On the back end, he's taken out by Mike. 5-1 currently, as you will start to see with the bomb planted. It is going to be all up to Ryu in his 1v3 situation. He can't get it done. FPX ties the Search and Destroy up 2-2.
Poor Fanta. He hit the sniper on. He was just trying to hit the quick scope, trying to stay alive. I don't know why he didn't pull out his secondary. Maybe he didn't have one. But yeah, that two-piece was
maybe
huge
he had a
to the
katana.
side of FPX. Yeah, maybe. Maybe he was like, you know, we don't even need this round. It's fine. I'll just try to hit a clip with my Sony Xperia 1 Mark III to put on the timeline. Bear, though, getting a lot of information here on top. He actually finds one. He will get traded out. 3v4 numbers in favor of FPX, but that's a lot of information in the hands of Scars.
It truly is. And now what can Scars do with this information as they're starting to get pressed? It's going to be all up to Mike and Fanta. But now just Fanta, as Mike was able to take one to the grave, he puts his teammate in a 1v3 situation with a sniper in hand. We'll see what Fanta can get done. Bomb is planted. He needs to find one. If he can catch one player off guard, this is definitely going to be doable for him. But as we get to see through the X-ray, the discipline from FPX, not really wanting to give up much, but Fanta creeping around a corner, checking every single angle. Surely not. Oh, he gets one. A quick 180. Can't get the quick scope there on Ming. That'll be FPX going up 3-2 in a Search and Destroy. It's halftime.
But unfortunately, the snipes just did not come through. FPX just not having the aggression of Scars there. Once they got all that information, it was kind of all she wrote, as they just kind of had to sit back and wait for Scars to run into the pre-aim. Now bomb is going to be in the hands of Scars. That's going to be TN with it. They're going to do a hard B push here, but one already gets taken down with a nade. That's not the best way to go about first blood. 4v5, another serious back and forth here in top. It will go in the favor of TN as he evens it out, but as soon as he does that, his teammates are getting shot in the back. What wasn't even S&D when we hopped into it is not looking like that anymore. 1v4 for TN here. He will find one, but he gets traded out for the 4v2 lead in the hand of FPX.
FPX, they're showing Scars how to play offensive on some Search and Destroy, okay? Rather, if they're playing some offense, some defense, they are staying aggressive in this matchup. And that's something in which we expected, because we know when it comes down to China's region, they love some Search and Destroy, and they played a little bit differently than everyone else. So no surprise here, but Scars, they started up with a 2-1 lead on defense when we joined the series, but now they find themselves behind on offense, having to make some big plays, and it's going to be Ming who was able to find a double kill, evens this up into a 3v3. Mike has to reposition, but he cuts back for the fight, says, I'm not out of here just yet. A 3v2 in favor for Scars, now a 2v2, all coming down to Bear, Yang versus Ryu and Fanta.
Mike unfortunately had to win that a lot faster than he did. It just gave up complete information and allowed the rotation out of SPX to trade that out fairly quickly. Now Bomb is down and out in P1 here in mid, and that's going to be Yang Ming with the snipe on to Fantagen. Now a 1v2. He can do it if he can isolate the gunfights. He forced the 1v1. He's got plenty of time, a minute on the clock. He does have to try and get to Bomb though, and I don't think Bear knows exactly where it is.
So this is going to be good for Ryu. Oh, Bear may know what it is where it is now. And as we look at the mini-map, we saw him walk past, but here we go. Who's going to find each other first? The spray is there for Ryu. Finds another round for Scars. And FPX will not get to map point just yet. This map number 2 is still underway, but as you guys can see in our quad bar, to give you guys an update, True Rippers is up 1-0 against Team Vitality, but Vitality up 3-0 in the S&D, something to point out. But let's head back on over towards our main matchup. Scars and FPX, as we're on board with Fanta and a snipe in hand. Still 5v5, Allie.
It wasn't a very convincing round of S&D, but they put it on the board nonetheless. 4-3 FPX in the driver's seat thus far, but we're going to be with Lafias. I'm so sorry, guys. You got to bear with me here with some of these name pronunciations. I'm trying not to butcher them, but 2v5, 1v5. As soon as I'm blabbering with my mouth, FPX has dwindled down. Scars, not a body dropped. Looking to tie this game up.
Ooh, Fanta. He'll be able to get the shot off, and Scars officially tied up 4-4. And Allie, don't worry about it, okay? I'm your casting duo. I will butcher everyone's name worse than you, okay? So we'll get through this one together, okay? Chat, bear with us, but we got nothing but Call of Duty action all throughout the night as we get through these group stages, these heats, to figure out who are going to be the best of the best going into the championship bracket tomorrow to play for the lion's share of the prize pool, as we are in our 9th round of this epic search and destroy. Bear is going to get called out by Nate from Ryu, but the kill quickly traded out Ying. I do believe he picked up a snipe across map, and now we're in a 4v4.
Mike is in a good spoiler position here. He is pushed up behind 2 of these enemies right now. They have no clue. If he sits this for a minute and Bomb rotates over to the A side, he could catch some players on FPX heading through mid here, but everybody slowed down. This is 4-4. Nobody wants to give up anything. Yangming does get the information in deep A here, but he doesn't hit the snipe.
So is it? Do you think that Scars should probably rotate this bomb back towards, I was going to say, maybe back towards the A site? Now, the A site is on the cliff. Scars will have to get some mid-map control if they want to be able to make that A plant possible. But on the flip end, the B plant, that's going to be, it's heavily guarded on both sides of the map, but we're starting to see the commitment. Scars, they group up in pairs. The duo system works out. They're able to trade out the kill, but now with a man advantage, Allie, they should just be able to use their numbers to get this bomb down.
Once they got the kill, I would have loved to see a rotation to A side, because clearly all of the FPX members are trying to get to A, and trades are going out. The kills go in favor of Scars. 1v3. So as I open my mouth, this round suddenly goes as quick as it possibly can. Fantagen finds the snipe onto Yangming as well. I was thinking it was going to come down to the snipers against each other, and it did. 5-4. Scars clearly flipping the switch here as FPX is no longer in the driver's seat. Rube able to be 2-8 currently, having a little bit of a slow start in this S&D, where everybody on the side of Scars is starting to heat up.
This is an important map for Scars, okay? If they can go up 2-0 against FPX, that is a big deal, just because the Chinese squads are expected to be in the top going into day 2. You know, if you ask everybody, they'll say, oh yeah, you know, Q9, FPX, you know, Godlike, Almighty, those are some of the squads in which you'll probably see going into the next day. Even though Scars is the best team in Japan, people will say that, you know, the Japan region may not be as strong as the others, but Scars is out to prove everyone wrong. Now, in this situation, they are going to be down a man, but they will even up the odds. Big plays coming out there from Mike in this 4v4 situation. Bomb will be in hand for Scars, and they're kind of prioritizing this B-bomb site for now.
They are, but they got to take care of Yangming. I think if they want any sort of control of getting bombed down at all, and actually he's on the other side of the map at A, so this should be a free plant. 4v4, 56 seconds on the clock. They get a kill on the B site, but so does Yangmin. 3v3 though. Bomb should get laid. Number 2's playing spoiler. That's going to be shot. He's going to be behind enemy lines here. He's trying to find a free kill, but the bomb actually pushed up through spawn, so he's not going to find anybody. A huge win out of Bear though, gets quickly traded out. 2v2, 1v1. Yangming is on the hunt now. He's got the Fennec in hand. He knows where Rio is. Rio just trying to run around. He's trying to slippy slide past this round. 11 we go. I wouldn't have it any other way. But remember, there are multiple matches going on at one time. Godlike Esports versus Revenant also on your screen now. Godlike is going to be up 1-0, but we're going to stay with Scars and FPX.
Here we go, folks. This is our first round 11 of the day. Scars versus FPX. Yang has been making crucial snipes for the squad all day. The trophy system goes down, but this trophy system of Scars will be taken out right away, but they're going to have plenty of more to work with for the rest of the round, hopefully. Now, as the dust starts to settle and this round slows down, Lafias on the flank, but he's going to be able to take out Ming off the heady. He's going to tuck and save his life. And you're going to see TN find kills on the opposite end. FPX finds a double, but it's going to be Scars up a man in this 2v1 situation. All up to Yang Ming with the snipe in hand and go clutch. He misses the snipe, pistol out. He dodges the thumper, but swings the corner, looking for this shot. On the flip in, Scars is going to reposition. Lafius and Fonta say, we will not give you the pleasure of a free kill. We know where Bomb is. He almost connects with the shot. He ducks, repositions, has to watch his flank. A pre-nade, pistol out. He gets the kill. 1v1 situation. Can Yang get it done? Oh, he's on the flank. He didn't see player one. He's right behind him. Will he get the bomb? Fonta being real sneaky back here towards the map alley. Talk about an ending to a round. It's not over yet, but my God, I am on the edge of my seat, folks. As you see, the bomb is down by the B site, but with 30 seconds on the clock, both players are just going to be playing for the kill. I love how Fonta has backed up, playing a defensive position with his back towards the map. He says, you know what, I'll play for the retake, but he may catch him off guard. He went towards the alley. Did Fonta see him? Nade cooked. Coming from downtown, will it hit? It will not, but bomb down. Yang with a snipe in hand. Fonta at the cart, Yang saw him.
Targets in sight.
He did drop the sniper to reposition. Finnick in hand, he doesn't see him. He's snaking, he's being sneaky. 1v1, repositions, hits the side. Oh, Fonta with the snipe, and it's gonna be Scars who take the search and destroy and go up 2-0 against FPX.
It was literally just, it was that 50 cal bullet to the head, you know. Yang Ming, he had the damage on Fanta Jin there, but he just had to hit one shot and he was able to close it out. Oh, that was scary for a minute there, but FPX fall in the S&D, definitely not something we were expecting, but as we hop into Godlike versus Revenant here and their S&D, they are tied up 2-2. A little bit of slow start out of Bros here as nobody has fallen just yet. A minute on the clock. Bomb in hand of Revenant with oil. That's going to make its way over to the B side, but they got to worry about the lookover from Neutrino.
Ooh, we really can't take a breath just yet because I think this guy, like in Revenant match, Ali, may go to round 11 as well. Two of our best squads coming from India, and it's going to be Minho who's able to take down Learn. Neutrino trades out the kill against Bones on the other end of the map, 4v4 situation. Now, Bomb is going to be by the B site. You'll see the Revenant players, Abyss, he's looking for kills, going to play the outskirts of the A bomb site, and with the bomb going down, he'll actually be in a good position to catch some players transitioning out of that A site, but we'll see if he can get them.
Abyss played that incredibly well. He was just there to get their attention. He wasn't there to really take a gunfight, maybe get a pick if he was lucky, but it was really just to keep those three players of Godlike inside of Warehouse so the bomb could get planted for it free. So now they have this defensive line set up. Zyro finds 2-3 with the sniper. Sorry that we happened to miss in that, but he forces that into a 1v4. Doesn't even matter. Bomb has 15 seconds left. Trunks is left on his own. He's behind one player. He will find one if he isolates enough. These gunfights are get lucky, maybe, but he will get shut down. Revenant to go up another round 3-2 in the search and destroy on Hackney Arc.
All right, we're going to switch it up, and Revenant showed that their offense was better than Godlike's defense in the first half of the search and destroy, but we'll flip it and see if Godlike can match their energy the same way we saw Scars do it to FPX in our previous search and destroy. On board with Trunks, and he's been hitting a lot of shots with that shotgun. Bomb goes down at the A site. Godlike is going to back up, hold their angles, and now we get to see how Revenant can retake this site.
Wow. I love the decision making on Godlike. They literally realized Warehouse was empty and instantly planted this bomb and now put 30 seconds on the clock. A couple gunfights going outside of Warehouse right now, but the control is still with Godlike. 3v3, a good answer by Revenant. Rose, you should have won that gunfight. 3 players going to force their way in. Trunks is left by himself. I don't really know what God's doing. He's missing a couple players. He will find 1, 2v1 now as somehow Trunks managed to stay alive and get a couple kills. 2v none. Godlike tie it up. A very back and forth S&D we've hopped into.
Yeah, it really was. And great round there from Godlike too. And they backed up really far because Revenant, their offense came through the mid portion of the map, okay? They didn't want to take the obvious route to try to defuse the bomb at the A site, but regardless, Godlike was ready for him. And as we kick off this round, multiple nades and stuns are going to hit the A site. No kills coming through just yet. But with a nade cook going to the top window, banked off the wall, Zyro's taken out, as well as Abyss. Great team effort there from Godlike off the initial to be able to find those kills that they need.
Big kills. Learn and Oil actually getting a 1v1 there in the back. It is going to be Oil that comes out on top, and Burns go for the answer, but Oil finds the second kill, making this a much more manageable round. 2v2, 30 seconds on the clock. Bros should have won the gun fight on Mino, but he closes him out, so now it's all left on Neutrino in a 1v2. He's got 20 seconds. He didn't have to gel it. Mino finds all three and gets the defuse. What a sloppy round of search and destroy.
It truly was. Mino was able to come in there through the front door. We saw him pick up the first kill on screen, and he got 2 more. How do you defend against that, Allie?
It comes to winning your gunfights, and that's just not what Godlike happened to do. So Revenant now up 4-3.
And you know what? We got to call it out. Bros, 0-6 there, okay, for Godlike. Now, they are keeping this one close. It's a one-round deficit. But if Bros, he's probably just unlucky trying to get this bomb down. But if he can get some kills on the board, that'll help out the squad a lot. As Trunks, he'll be able to push through with the rest of the team. We see the same strategy that Godlike ran in previous round before. On the flip end, Revenant is using the time initially off the round to be able to surround this building and clear out the outskirts. But with those kills coming through, it is going to be Godlike showcasing that, you know what, this defense does work, and it's solid. As Zyro there looking for those kills on the outskirts of the A site. He's not going to be able to find that snipe, but he is spotted and taken out. We're all tied up 4-4.
Godlike loved this warehouse push. They just all 5 hit it inside, lay that bomb as fast as possible, and beyond that, it's really hard to break them apart. We'll act like the round before last didn't happen. That was just a little bit of a hiccup to tie it up now. 4-4. Bomb is actually now in the hands of Burns here. Now we're looking at a B push. It looks like they're trying to bait all of Revenant, and it seemed to have worked. Only one player might get information here. That's going to be Oil, who's pushed out mid here, and he's playing hella aggressive, but Trunks shuts him down fairly quickly, going to force it into a 5v3 now.
And you saw Abyss on the top of the building. He tried to get in there quickly to stop the plant, maybe catch a player off guard, but he was next on the hit list. But Mino, it seems like he's always good for a double kill, as he was able to even the odds once again, Allie. It's a 3v3. As you see Burns holding his angle, he finds one, repositions, he's good for 2. Neutrino takes down Zyro, and it's gonna be Godlike at map point.
Big 1v2 there by Burns. I was sweating for just a second because Zyro was making a mid push and could have gone top green and really played spoiler there, but he did get shut down. Bros is finally on the board, brother. That's all we needed. You are now 1-8. Love that from you. Neutrino is 11-6. Trunks 9-4. Across the board, all of Godlike popping off now as we see the bomb actually taking a really slow approach to the A side. One player's going to be kind of pushed up. That's going to be Trunks. He might get some information here, maybe some sound cues on the side of Revenant, but Neutrino's going to find that first kill on Zyro.
What a strategy. They played super passive here in this 10th round of the matchup. And before this point, Godlike was always rushing to A or rushing to B. So the switch up, they were able to get a kill with the sniper. And that was Zyro who found that first blood. Now from this point, they can take their time. It's plenty on the clock. We're at 1:15. They can find themselves another kill, maybe use their numbers to get into the A site. I think they'll be in a good position.
Now Revenant are down 1 player, but they are playing defense, so they really could just wait for the free push here. They could play really passive, but not when Godler's hitting snipes like that. Revenant now, they had a free kill, and now they're in a 3v5. Bomb does still need to get planned. 50 seconds though. It looks like they're going to go for this warehouse push as all 4 members are pushing up mid. They find another kill onto Bones. A couple of trades, but a 2v4. It's looking a little impossible on the side of Revenant.
And you know what? I think that was Learn who got the 2 snipes to kick this one off, okay? So good for him. Out-snipe Zyro to kick it off. I think I called it wrong to start this round, but now we are 1 round away from Godlike being up 2-0 in this series, Allie. And unless Mino is good for another triple, I think that's how it's gonna play out, as he will be able to flank around towards his window. He has multiple angles he has to clear, but he gets into his first gunfight and he has to reposition, get his health back. He couldn't contest, but he probably has one more opportunity. That's one. Needs a quick double. There it is. Where's the triple? Slides. One. He needs a 180. He touches it.
Bros? How do you not see this guy? He's standing right next to the ball with his back turned.
I thought he saw him too when he was on the top. He didn't look around not once, but he got a bad read in the end. It is going to be godlike. It goes up 2-0 in that series, but we're coming back on over. It's Crossroads, our main matchup to kick off Heat 1, Scars versus FPX. And Ali, as we can see, FPX with 2 hills to their name in the best spot to win this in the best spot to win this domination. So far, so good as we hop into it. We'll see if Scars can find themselves another hill.
Obviously, for the sake of them to stay alive in this series, they need this domination, but especially after that loss on the SNE, this is just for mental at this point. 135 to 108. They are in control of all 3 sites now. As FPX, I said both these teams struggle in domination. FPX looking to prove me wrong here as they are having a triple CAC, 143 to 108, looking to tuck this away and force it to a map 4.
Oh my. Oh, talk about putting it away. And we see the streaks being utilized very, very well. Probably just more insult to injury. But in the end, that's just FPX getting back into this series. We'll see what they can do on the next hard point. But we got to shift on over to a battle of India. True Rippers versus Vitality. They've played each other plenty of times before. And as we see, Argon's making big plays here for Vitality. On the flip end, it is going to be fakes for True Rippers, who is trying to keep his team in this game, and he's doing a good job seeing how everyone on True Rippers is currently negative.
Oh, wait, I have a very genuine question here. B just got off of neutral, and A is still not off of neutral, but we're technically in first half. A little confused of how that was going down. I'm getting a little Hackneyard PTSD over here. But 76 to 60, True Rippers are going to be in the driver's seat. They have, they're not, maybe points-wise, but not flag-wise. C and B in control of Team Vitality currently, but a lot of that mid-map, you see all those red arrows on your mini-map, it's going to be True Rippers.
Now, those red arrows Ali speaks about, they're getting multiple kills. That's going to be the squad here of True Rippers. Actually, I take that back. Moon comes in with the death machine. He says, hey, you guys aren't going to do anything else. Sit down, go back to the respawn. He's going to clean house and get some hit markers too as well for his squad. That'd be some great intel for them to know where these spawns are coming through, and the kill feed will continue to light up blue for Vitality as they are on an absolute tear, looking to finally get this lead change in map number 3 and possibly get a 2-1 lead in this series. We'll see what happens, but I know one thing, this map number 3 has been so close.
All right, you know what, update chat, I'm just stupid. We hopped in right at the beginning of second half of the match, so I was just a little confused because so many gunfights had already gone in the favor of Team Vitality. They almost get the triple cap on A as well. It doesn't quite go through, but they are looking to take this map under their wing. Rippers just can't get a footing here in mid-map. Streaks are gonna be called as well, but it might be a little too late.
Might be a little too late, as we're currently on board with Mystic. He's trying to work his way towards these back spawns, but he gets wall banged through wood. Sam's with another death machine. He's going to be watching these back spawns for his squad. He's going to give them the intel in which they need, and I think they know majority of True Rippers is still going to be spawning towards that backside of wood. But as we look at our mini-map, it's really chaos across the board. Everyone fighting for positioning, but when the dust is settled, it seems like it could be True Rippers. If they can get the capture on this B hill, they'll be in a great spot. Death finally gets taken out. Fakes officially gets the cap, and it's going to be a BC hill hold for True Rippers. Let's see how long they can keep this up.
I mean, it was a triple cut there for a little bit of a second. We got a little hype over on the side of True Rippers, but they are down 10 points, still 150 to win. The mid control, though, is all going to be in True Rippers. Vitality is trying to invest a lot of streaks here to regain that control, but True Rippers is just not letting it happen as they are calling streaks of their own as well. We're going to be on board with Sam's, who has just been lighting it up this entire domination. He's going to find another kill. He has 24 to his name, but number 5, that's, excuse me, that's going to be Priz behind all of the likes of Team Vitality, so he's going to shoot a couple players in the back here off of spawn. We might see a triple cap happen again.
Yeah, we just might. Starting to see some score streaks come through, but C finally going to switch back on over towards Vitality. But that 2 cap in the late game in the hands of True Rippers, this is a nail biter. I don't know who's going to take it. Sam's, he has been playing out of his mind so far throughout this map, trying to cap the A hill for his squad. He gets caught with a stun. Prism gets taken out as well. And now, Jokos, death machine in hand. Look at the kill feed lighting up all in favor of Vitality. the score streaks come through, and Vitality looking to shut this one out in the late game. They get the triple cap, and True Rippers can't do anything about it. A hill gets shifted over. No other hill being contested. They can get to B and C in time, and Vitality will complete that comeback on a domination to go up 2-1 in this series.
I feel like they were playing hot potato with the triple caps. I mean, Vitality had it, True Rippers have it. Vitality had it, True Rippers have it. But Vitality come out on top. That was an incredibly close, incredibly weird firing range domination. But we quickly hop over to Scars versus FPX in their game 4. Scars up 2-1 in the series, up as well in the hard point by about 20 points. We are only at P2 in Lambeau Hill, and it's going to be FPX in control.
Now FPX, they got 3 players towards the back of this Lambeau Hill, and they're trying to defend against 5 as their teammates come off the respawn. Now their teammates will be able to get some good respawns, be able to help them out. As you see, 3 kills on the feed for them. FPX back as a full man unit, but as I say that, Tien finds a kill, but it's only 1. His teammates can't break through with that. Yang, he's gonna have the gravity gun now, but able to pick up 1. Have to put that up. FPX, I think they're going to get the rest of Lambeau Hill, all right? I don't see Scars really coming back to contest them for now. 8 seconds left, and we're going to be headed on over towards court.
A little bit of weird spawn out of Rio on the side of Scars there. He spawned right next to Lambeau Hill, even though all of his team had rotated to basketball side. But he can really play spoiler here. As you see, number 1, Meng Rio is actually going to be on rotation, try to cross pool. He should get shut down here from a free kill. That's going to happen. That's a couple seconds in the back of Scars here. Lambeau Hill can be so hurtful. It can be so much bleeding when you don't get those early spawns. And it looks like they're losing the spawns to basketball as well. A beautiful full push out of FPX through mid-kitchen here to gain spawns now and flip out the likes of Scars. Ooh. They are going to get split here, but the War Machine does get called out. Finds a couple players in the back, 90-60. FPX looking to push this to a game 5.
Oh, they are, and they're doing really good here, everybody. As you see, multiple score streaks at the basketball hill. No one able to get down and contest. Now, as we're starting to see, Scars, they were able to get a few kills, but not for long, as Ming with his Death Machine keeping Scars back towards the top side of the spawn. And they can't get through this hill. Ali, how do you break this setup with them having so many score streaks? Do you got to just think ahead towards the next hill? At this point, you got to with 3 seconds left.
Unless you have any cavalry in your hand as well, there's not a whole lot you can use, utility of any score streaks of your own. It doesn't look like Scars did. It looks like they might have invested them a little bit earlier, or maybe they're holding them here for this mid-hill, but looks like all the streaks getting called in right now are in the hand of FPX as they are trying to clear out this mid to shut out this game, 127-66. That cluster strike's gonna just clear everybody out in mid-map here, and that's gonna be Scars getting the split spawns. They have to force their way in. Rio does call in the Death Machine. I don't think he finds anyone though, but he will find one with a regular Type 25 here, maybe a second one as well to get him the control.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Call of Duty Mobile Eastern Finals. As you see, absolute chaos. FPX looking to push this towards a game 5, but as you guys can see on the right-hand side of your screen, it's Godlike versus Revenant, and Godlike up 2-0 in this series. Now, as we're about kind of midway into this domination, Ali, we're seeing Revenant up by about 30 points, but it is Godlike with 2 heals towards their name. Revenant trying to make a desperate play. Well, not a desperate play. They're trying to clear out the back of their spawn, but as we can see, Rose behind enemy lines. He's looking to cause some commotion on that side of the map. His teammate Learn will go down there towards the center. Neutrino finding 2 kills on the map, but Bros was able to rotate around here towards A, and that's going to be a triple cap for his team.
A risky play, but I like that it worked out for them. Bros and Trunks immediately just ignored B flag and pushed up onto the A side to cause a little bit of chaos. One of them falls, but the other one kind of just plays his life in the back, which forces the rest of Revenant to go on the hunt. And the fact Neutrino is still up here, has been looking for B and C flag and has allowed nobody any sort of foothold on either side. This is looking all in the hands of Godlike. All the score streaks getting called currently. They still hold the triple cap. They almost lost C. It has literally a sliver of life on it, but Trunks is going to be here to stop the push. Oil had his Death Machine out, but he gets shut down with the KRM. Finally, a flag in the hands of Revenant. And even after all that, it is 87-85 Godlike with a mere couple point lead.
Now, as you guys can see, it's Scars versus FunPlus, and we said that FPX may be taking this to a Game 5, but we could be wrong, folks. It's Scars. They cut the deficit there by just 15 points. We're on board with Lafius. He'll have the Death Machine in hand, but he's taken out there by Yang. Mike's going to be taken out as well. 3 more points needed for FPX. Here comes the Thumper. That's one. The switch to the Type 25. He'll get taken out. FPX get the point they needed, and officially we have a Game 5 between Scars and FPX. But back on over towards the domination. Godlike looking to close this one out in a 3-0 fashion, but as we saw them with a triple cap before we checked the ending of that Game 4. On the flip end, Revenant, they have came back with 2 heals to their name. They can definitely win this.
103 to 113. If they hold these 2 flags, they definitely can. I don't know what happened in the mere 10 seconds we looked away, but Revenant now in the driving seat with B and C. Godlike here looking to get this push onto the seat flag, and there's not going to be anybody to really contest. Maybe pushing through the back, but there's going to be 3 members of them. A big gunfight here going through mid. Bros actually just completely ignores Minho in mid to go for the B flag. He'll backtrack just a little bit when he realizes his team gets cleaned out, but that's a triple cap now in the hands of Revenant.
Oh my. Revenant, they say we will not go down without a fight, trying to clutch up this map number 3. They don't want to go down to Godlike in this fashion because it's a rivalry when it comes down towards their region. And they don't want to start their first heat down by losing to 3-0 to anyone. Now, 2 heals to their name. Here's the Predator missiles. The Predator missile is good for 1. Death Machine in the hands of Abyss. He's able to clean up a kill. Revenant in the late game, Allie. I think they can close this one out. Godlike, they need to get this B hill now, but with that kill, they should be able to throw 2 bodies on top, but they have to deal with this Sentry and Bones, using it as cover, hiding behind it.
They deal with Learn, who is really being annoying here in the back of Statue on the B site, but they only have 5 seconds, and they got to get a triple cap in that time, and I don't think it's going to happen. And Revenant is going to finally put a map on the board to make the series 2-1. Godlike, you just tried to invest a little bit too much to that A flag for that triple cap, but I think that's what doomed them here in the end. But we're going to flip on over to Scars versus FPX. They are going to be in their Game 5, and I said this before, Heat 1 is where most of the chaos will be happening today. 1v2, 30 seconds on the clock. It's going to be Lafius. He slides in to try to get the first kill, but Yang Ming outplays him and puts himself on the board up 1-0.
Man, oh man. FPX looking to get the reverse sweep. All right, they're on their favorite game mode, Search and Destroy. We'll see if they can get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Call of Duty Mobile Championships, all right? We got $1 million on the line for this tournament, the best of the best in the Eastern region. And what a matchup to kick off our broadcast, as Yang with a snipe in hand once again. We saw him take down Fonta on the flip end. It's going to be Ming who gets rushed by 2 players. FPX do a great job holding their own, but they're going to be down a man in a situation. Can Bear say anything about it? He makes it a 2v2. Here comes help. It's all going to be up to Lafius in a 1v2. He flanks around, but through the chaos, can he win the round? He shall not, as Bear shuts him down. FPX up 2-0 in this map number 5.
Man, it's always a risk to take that long route for the flag. Lafius, unfortunately, hadn't even made it to deep back mid yet before both of his teammates ended up falling. Bear, though, putting on a show at 5-0, maybe working on some sort of score streaks here as we're going to push over to the bomb. Is sitting out Statue, currently making his way towards the A site, but we're still on board with Bear here. He's going on a really long flank here through the back of jungle and blue. He might find a couple players here in the back for free. That's going to be the first one. He doesn't finish the kill. There's another player. He's got to play his life. If he wins a single gunfight here, he's officially the best player here in our Eastern Finals. He finds one and finally gets traded out. But while that was happening, all members of FPX end up falling to the hands of Mike, who answers with 3 of his own.
Yeah, Bear at least had to find 1 kill in that flank. He probably could have got 3, but if he walked away with none, we all would have been scratching our head looking at that clip like, come on, Bear, this is the championship. You got to pull away with 1. But it is Scars who was able to pull away with a round in his map number 5. Finally, as Bear, he gets back into the mix. He'll be able to get first blood on Lafius. He's going to see his second target, but he's going to reposition, use his opportunity to rotate around. gets into this gunfight where Ryu can't win it. Now it's going to be a 4v4 on the map. Ming with the thumper. Knows the player is going to be close, but he can't win a close range battle. It's Ryu once again finding another kill. Man advantage in favor of Scars. Now, it just that quickly flipped. It's a bloodbath as FPX ties it up 2-2. Now they make it another 2v1 and they take the round once again. Ruxy getting it done.
Big 2 out of road. Bear is such an aggressive player.
Right?
He is just not afraid to just run straight up
7-2.
mid and find a couple players to shoot in the back. And, you know, based on his name, you know, I'd want to be like, oh, it's a snuggly little bear.
Nah,
you
ain't
know,
nothing
he's going to
cuddly
watch out
about
for his teammates. No, he's up in your face. He's the entry. He's getting 2 kills before dropping down with the confidence of a god. Bomb, though, is going to be hands off Bear here. He heads up to the A site to try and get that plant down as fast as possible. Teammates dropping around him, though, like flies. 4v4, 40 seconds on the clock. The bomb does get planted here. The site control is in the hand of FPX, but it looks like that's going to be Fanta looking to go on a long flight.
Bomb's gonna be down. Multiple kills coming through for both these squads. It's a 3v3. Shaw tucked in the corner behind the hay bale. He loses a teammate, but he pops out at the right time. Couldn't get the double to make it a 1v1. And it's Scars who will get themselves another round on the board to close out the first half of the Search and Destroy. And once again, just, you know, indicative of our first Search and Destroy map that we saw, Scars only took 2 rounds on their defensive side against FPX. They just really couldn't handle that aggression from them. But now as Scars gets flipped on over towards offense, they really don't have much to lose, okay? They have to set the pace of these rounds, be decisive, go in there and put out damage and trade out these kills for each other.
It was a big collapse coming out of Scars. Mike, actually, I believe, is in leading the kills for his team at 6 and 5. FunPlus, unfortunately, was just a little too stacked on the A side. They didn't push anybody out the street to get that mid control, and the utility of the nades was just too much for them to handle in that short little box there that we have next to A. And already, though, we see a little aggression out of Ro. He's pushed up in building right now as he finds 1 kill and gets his top control. He slides out with his life as well to help his teammate in the gunfight in mid. 4v3, they're down in lives. Those Bomb still hasn't made its way past mid-map currently. That's going to be on the hands of Teen as he's trying to get a couple gunfights on the A side as well. A 1v2 for Bear. He will find one of them. He plays his life. Will he find the second? He does not. Now in a 2v3. Scars in the driving seat.
Now it's a 2v2. FPX not trying to let this lead go. Bomb's going to be in the hands of TN. It's him and Fanta. They got their eyes on the A side. Yang with a snipe in hand. Looking through that tank. Oh, Ruxy on the flank. He gets caught out. Can't finish the kill. Actually, he gets 1 on the flip and Fanta was able to clean him up. But Yang knows this player is weak. He didn't see him to the left, and Fanta, he's going to blindside him from the left. And that's going to be us all tied up at 3-3. Just a few more rounds left in this map number 5. Who can get the final rounds in which they need, Allie? So far, after watching 6 rounds, who you got to give the edge to?
I gotta give it to FPX and their aggressiveness. They were up, but Scars has not counted down and out yet. That's 2 rounds under their belt to tie it out. And not only that, a couple trades go their way as well. 4v3, the Thumper comes into use in mid here. B control, all in the hands of Scars. They could late here, but Bomb is on the other side of the map. Mike, though, looking to pull a little bit of a Bear play. Let's see if he can find a couple more kills than he did as he's gonna shoot a player in the back. He doesn't finish the kill! He ends up finding it, but the trade should come through, but he's turning and burning on another player that just doesn't have a gun. I don't know what was going on, but it's all Mike as he finds 2 players in the back and his teammates traded out on the B site. 4v3. Mike now sitting at 8 and 5 and Lafayette's at 8 and 6.
It wasn't pretty, but it was effective in the end, okay? He still came away with 2 kills.
He doesn't have a gun?
It was a little shaky for a second, but that scoreboard looks solid for Scars with them being up 4-3. As we're back on board with Mike, and when it comes down towards this back alley, he's been working it very, very well, and we're actually going to see Bear. He'll post up, and he's going to guard this for a squad and not allow anyone to flank them again. Now back to Yang. He's trying to get creative, find some height advantages. Ooh, with the jump shot.
Mint. That was beautiful.
Ooh, he had plenty of height on that one.
He's looking to find another one. He's like, who's next? Who else is in an off position that I can just jump shot you with the sniper? It's going to be Bear, though, that finds the second kill here in the back as the player was trying to go on a long
Mike
flank.
again. He was ready for him. He says, not today. And Bear is good for 2. With a quick hop over the wall, he was in the mid-map, back into the mix, and he's got his team in a great spot. 5v2 situation. It's going to be up to Ryu. And Ryu wins that gunfight, but now he has to win 4 or more to be able to win this round for his team. And as we see the bomb location at A, 4 players up for FPX is not much in which Ryu can do in this situation. He can find a few more kills, you know, be flashy with it, make this doable, got plenty of time, enough time on the clock. You know, we've seen crazier plays before, but at this level, FPX knows how important this round is, and they will not give him an inch.
I was gonna say, you know what, I'd love to see the quad feed. I think we're gonna do it. You're gonna do it in this game 5 now. You know, 2v2 tied up here with FPX, but they will come out on top 4-4 now. Bear sitting at 10 and 6. Yang Ming 8 and 5. Remember, he's got that sniper in hand. Bomb, though, is going to be in hand of TN for the plays of Scars. They're going to look at an A push here. There's going to be 3 players of FPX there, though, to answer this out. A lot of nades being called back and forth for the information. Rio getting really aggressive and getting punished for it. Yang Ming and Men find 2, but the answer gets pushed in, and now A site bomb is going to be down 2v3. We blink and the round is almost over. Fantagen trying to find a free pick here, and he knows the players are there, but he has no freebies.
Oh, that was some aggressive gameplay from FPX. They knew that they had this round locked in, and they moved, and they was able to get those kills very, very quickly. So, heading into the round number 10, can Scars get us all tied up, or is FPX going to complete the reverse sweep? We're kicking this one off with Sha. Multiple trophy systems going down at the A site. Bear aggressive again. He gets first blood. He cuts back towards the mid-map. And you're going to start to see FPX play off this momentum. Not trying to slow the game down, but maybe they should have. Ryu evens the odds. And Ruxy now trying to move in and trade out this kill. But Rio is not going to allow him to get an easy fight as this map slows down. Both players from Scars is going to get out of Grandma's, and they say this is not where we want to be today. They're going to take that fight towards the back alley.
Mengrio and Sha have just not moved. They're just sitting here on this A bomb and literally have not moved an inch in the past 30 seconds. They're like, you know what, Rio, you go push up into Grandma's. You go try to take the
Mike again on the flank. He gets 1. Here, Mike gets 2. Mike gets 3. And now a 4v1 situation here for Scars is going to be up to Ruxy to be able to clutch up in his 1v3, but I don't think he'll be able to do it. Bomb is down. Snipe in hand. We've seen him connect with this plenty of times already, but can he do it with the game possibly on the line? It'll be on the line for the victory. Still one more round for FPX to work with. I like how he's playing this one aggressive. Just get your intel. Play it on your terms and see what you can get from it. He'll find himself an SMG, but he can't win a round, and we are officially going to the round 11, Allie. What Scars being an offensive squad, what bomb site, with FPX being an attacker team, what bomb site should they prioritize?
I say they go for a B push here. I say they kind of flip it on its head. We've seen a lot of aggression towards the A site. And I think if Bear plays aggressive here and Grandma's gets that control, maybe hit a flank around the back on Tank. He could find a free kill on a couple players, but it looks like Scars is reading the same thing. But that's 2 in the hits to throw. He finds the opening kills. The trades go out, but not enough. 3v4. Bomb is actually on the A site now. Rio might have some information on that as he's looking to make it on the rotation, but it should be a free plant.
You can't ask anything more from Ruxy. That double to kick off around 11, ice in his veins. You can't teach that, folks. But on the flip end, Scars, do they have a player who can do the same thing and even the odds? With the bomb down, 28 seconds on the clock. Lafias went on the flank, but FPX is waiting for him. It's a 2v4 situation. TN looking to hit this back alley. He'll be by himself as he loses Ryu. He finds 1. Can't get the second, and FPX completes the reverse sweep. They take it into map number 5, game 11, but we're not over yet. True Rippers
versus
Vitality.
2v1. 2-1 is the series layout. That's going to be Vitality in the driver's seat, but not so much when it comes to this hard point. 130 to 102. They are in control here. They could easily get this full 60 and put this game and series to bed. But I'm sure True Reapers have a couple things to say about that as they're calling in a couple score streaks, but it's going to be Argon getting all the kills here as he's holding the front line of this hill. Number 3, Death, trying to play spoiler, but he quickly gets traded out, and now in the hands, Argon finds 3 with the, that's the Predator missile. Y'all call it Predator missile here. Moon's going to be top, trying to get a couple kills. A lot of them contest going here. 27 seconds left on this hill. Either team could have it.
Anything can happen. Here comes Moon with the Death Machine. He gets one taken out. We got 18 seconds left on this hill, and it could still be a win for Vitality if they get the rest of the time. We look at the spawns, and they will be contested by player 2, but with him taken out in 5 seconds on the hill, we will be hopping on over towards P3. As you see, Jokos with a Death Machine in hand. He gets taken out. Vitality, they find 2, they move in. It's gonna be up to Argon. Using a hopper. He's going back to the respawn. Vitality, can they get this done, Allie?
I mean, they got spawns. They somehow flipped them out, so if they can just hold this front push, this should be a 3-1 series. Vitality is amazing to keep themselves alive here. A huge 2 out of Death. He has streaks as well, but he doesn't want to risk calling those in. 143 to 145. He's just holding the front on his own, fully streaked down. 22 kills to his name. Vitality flipping on its head. 150 to 145.
Oh my! Vitality come back in that game 4, and they says we're not going to game 5 with you guys today. We know that we are the real deal in this situation, and what a nail biter that hard point was. Vitality takes that series 3-1. In my, what a great first round of matches we have had so far in our first heat, Allie. You know, we got some great game 5. We saw a lot of round 11s in Search and Destroy, a lot of strategy in the hard points as well. What have you taken away from this first heat so far?
I'm just happy that we didn't get any super hot 3-0s. I'm happy most games have gone to game 4s and game 5s, and I really want to talk about FPX for a second, just because I had struggle at Dom, and I quickly updated that note to got better. And now we look at the highlights from the match we just watched. Team Vitality versus True Rippers. They almost had it there in the end, but the ice was just in Team Vitality's veins. 150 to 145. What a painful way to close out that series.
Yeah, and this is the late game, right? You know, we see True Rippers on that P3. They won a lot of key fights, but, you know, it wasn't enough scrap time there for them to be able to win the game. Vitality says, you know what, we'll take this opportunity, rotate early to P4. They had the Death Machines and plenty of streaks to get it done, and they stayed composed in that late game, Allie, to get it done, all right? Now, I know you want to talk about Scars and FPX, so let's go back over towards that matchup, because for us to kick off the Eastern Finals, that was the most exciting one, in which we saw 2 round 11s in a Search and Destroy, a reverse sweep there for FPX. A lot to talk about.
I just want to relive it currently in production, just read in my mind. Here's the highlights from everything we just watched all the way to a game 5, round 11. I wouldn't have had it any other way. And you know what? I got to give kudos to Scars, though, taking off that first SNG, which we didn't expect most teams to be able to do here when it comes to our Chinese region, just because they get so much reps when it comes to that Search and Destroy. But they were able to close it out. I got to talk about Yang Ming, the sniper, and Rue there with that big 2 at the end. Talk about a hit.
Yeah, yo, throughout all the Search and Destroys, both of those players went off for their squad, and you know, we see a lot of double snipes being ran in Search and Destroy a lot when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile, and we saw why in that last matchup. But for Ruxy to get a double in a round 11 and kick that off, that was everything in which the squad could have asked from him. And you know, if you ask me, man, I think he got to be the player of that matchup. Okay.
No, I agree, and I will give some kudos to the likes of Scars as well, with Mike specifically.
Yeah.
What a round man gets paid on to tie it up for a round 11. What a time for that to end up working out for them. And to push FPX to a game 5, sure, you got reverse sweep, but I think to start off the day, what a good, I guess you could say, warm-up match, because again, we have 4 more heats to go, 6 matches going on all at once. We'll try to keep you updated with the action as much as possible, but taking out from this heat 1, heading into to our Heat 2. I feel like a lot of teams gained a lot of information, specifically when it comes to Chinese teams, that they are not totally unbeatable on Search to Destroy.
And that's a great call out too as well, because people were sleeping on the Japanese region a little bit. They said, we know how good Scars is, okay? But we also know how good your region is as a whole, okay? When it comes down towards the scale, you got China at the top, you got Japan down here, but even with the best of the best going against each other, the first best in Japan versus the second best in China, it went to that round 11. So Scars, like you said, they know they can compete with them, but they also gave some they also gave some intel towards the rest of the league as well. So we'll see what they can do with that, because China's looking very, human out there in the rankings, but we still haven't seen much of Q9 throughout the day, and I'm pretty sure they made quick work of their matchup. We'll give you guys all those scores and everything at the end of Heat 1, but we got to head into map number 4, Revenant versus Godlike, as we'll see if Revenant can get us to another game number 5 for our first heat of the day.
You know what? I'm already surprised that Revenant forced not a 3-0. I'm surprised that Revenant's even on the board currently, but looking at this hard point right off the bat, 37-10, looks like Godlike has been in the driver's seat for majority of the game. Neutrino is 7-1 to start us off, but Revenant are going to be in control of this P2 for right now. Big plays out of Bones here as he pushed out in mid, not letting any of Godlike push past mid-map here, as a lot of times going under their belt.
Bones, he'll get taken out. It's going to be Revenant set up at P2. And they're going to be able to get the intel on the spawns with player 2, spawning at that, I want to say that's the B-bomb site there on S&D. They know that the rest of these spawns will be coming back towards the wood side of the map. Now, Bones, as he's going to be wrapping around through, his teammate will be able to get 2 with that Predator missile. He'll lose his fight there to Neutrino, but so far in this hold on P2, I think Revenant, they did a really good job just kind of building up that time and negating the lead that Godlike got off that first heal. But we're about to head on over to P3 soon, and it's going to be Neutrino with a death machine, but not for long.
Unfortunately for Oil, he invests his score streak there, but he's kind of by himself as he was getting flanked by Learn and Trucks in the back of P2 for those spawns for next. And Revenant now a little late on rotation, as well as the Goliath gets called in. That's going to be in the hands of Burns, but they called it really far away from the hill, so now it's just kind of stuck out. And mid here, I wonder if there's a little miscommunication here as they try to get mid control, but the hill is now in the hands of Revenant, 64-48, looking to lock down this final 30 seconds here in trailer. It looks like Learn is going to try and say something about that as he actually finds 2 to try and get this scrap time. The Goliath now getting put into play here, as it is going to be in wood here for the next couple of minutes.
Burns going to have to put some pep in his step, okay? Get himself to some open sight lines, but luckily for him, his squad is going off with all of their score streaks. Neutrino, Learn, popping off on this hill. Just a few more points remaining before we head on over towards P4. And, you think about the strategy in which Godlike had, they got the Goliath already in the hill.
They called it really, really early. It was a little bit questionable, but it's still up and running, and all the kills are going in the hand of Godlike, so I can only judge so much. But what I want to talk about is how Learn is still in this trailer. He's literally not moved from mid-map here. He is just shooting Revenant players in the back here. He not only got the final scrap time after winning that 1v2, he hasn't been shut down yet. So as we got on board with him, he's still in this trailer looking to find another kill. He will finally get shut down from Abyss, but 40 seconds still on the clock for this Wood Hill for Revenant to try and force their way into. But as you see the kill feed, it is just lighting up for the likes of Godlike.
Yeah, and so Godlike, they're not being budged out of wood just yet. Now, with 25 points remaining, we are going back to P1. Godlike, they got a few players in the mid-map, but that's not what they're really worried about, okay? They got to get control of the pace of this matchup, because I will say over these last few engagements, I will say the engagements over the last 60 seconds, I feel like have all went in favor towards Godlike, and you got to ask, for Revenant, what is that doing for their squad's mental, just playing from behind? And they're fighting hard, but someone needs to go huge. Maybe a player like Oil, Nino, they find multiple kills on the map. Bones get a few as well, and we're going to enter our second rotation of heals back to P1. And this Godlike setup for now, we'll see with the streaks in which they built up off that previous heal, how far back, well, how much can they contest Revenant? This is a great placement for a Sentry.
I was about to say, Oro put that thing down and it found 2 kills instantaneously. Godlike invested a lot of streaks here for this P1, which I'm shocked by because it is such an out-in-the-middle map. You can get shot from so many angles that usually not a lot of control goes to either side, but both teams invest a lot. That sentry, though, is going to be the smartest play here as it is locking down those back spawns, but Godlike actually find their way in for this final 23 seconds. Neutrino's trying to shut down that sentry, but he doesn't have to worry about it for much longer. 15 seconds until we head over to P2, but the first one that's going to be there is Abyss on the side of Remnant and all 3 players as well to get those first couple seconds of time.
Neutrino finding 2 and 10. Now, Minho, the Thumpers, he did get a hit marker with it, quickly switching on over towards his death machine. Abyss was able to see multiple players there with the Predator missile from above. He gets the call out to his team. He was able to connect on 3. But even though we saw the kill feed light up for Revenant, just that quickly, it flipped on over towards Godlike. They were able to fight through, get the spawns. There were multiple turrets set up here towards this hill. But as we can see, Learn using his streaks and that Thumper to get rid of all that utility that Revenant placed around his hill. And now with 38 points remaining, Godlike can win it on P4. 10 more needed. And you look at the mini-map, the respawns, and now take a look at the kill feed. Godlike looking to get this one done. But as I say that, yeah, they're going to get it done, okay? Revenant not playing around with them, all right? I made it anticlimactic for a second. We've had close games all throughout the first heat, but Godlike says we'll get it done here for our region and showcase that we are the best team coming into the Eastern Finals.
I know 3-1, yes, Godlike pretty shut them out, but I'm more shocked that Revenant, put a map on the board. Godlike is supposed to be like an unshutdownable, unbeatable team right now. And my biggest MVP, at least from that map, has to be Learn. Because in that final hill, in that P2, Minho calls out that death machine to just lock down that trailer pass into spawns. And they're just like, okay, we're just going to flood through mid. Learn's going to long wrap around wood, get us out our spawns, so we're going to split and be able to collapse on this hill and break P2, which usually isn't that easy. I mean, they made it look smooth as butter.
They truly did. They truly did. Learn was unmovable. You can learn a few things from that player, folks, okay? But not even just from him. This entire Godlike roster, the entire Godlike roster, because, hey, They had a great series there. Now, you talked about you were surprised about Revenant being able to pull a map away from them there, and why is that?
Godlike has been pretty undefeatable when it came to stage 4. I believe they didn't drop a map, correct me if I'm wrong. They are the previous Insidious squad, I believe is what it was called, and the fact that they are now on this Godlike roster, they have been fitting to the name, to say the least here, especially now starting into our Heat 1 to go 3-1, now up 1-0, but 4 more heats to go. We'll see if that longevity stays with them.
Yeah, we'll see if it stays with them. But to kick off the first heat, I think Godlike did fantastic, and a lot of our top teams in our region did, and we'll get you guys those scores in a second. But as you guys can see, the series layout for this one, those last 2 respawns were pretty close, as well as the search and destroy. But that first hard point on Summit, Godlike really gave it towards Revenant. But in the end, as we take a look at these replays of the series, we can say that Revenant, they did their homework on Godlike, and they gave it everything in which they had.
An interesting speculation for me, especially with these teams that are so good at respawn, at Hardpoint specifically, where I look to the side of Godlike, is that their domination is always a little bit shaky, which is what Revenant was able to capitalize on, which is a little wonky to me, but you know what? 2 Hardpoints is all you really need if you steal over that S&D. As we watch over the replays, we weren't in this game for the full time, but I'm sure anything you missed, you're going to see on your screen right now. I'm sure it was just a bloodbath in the hands of Godlike.
Yeah, it was. It really was, man. Godlike so far, we've seen how dominant they are in their region, but as we're here in the Eastern Finals, I'm just excited I can't wait to see their matchup against Q9 at a certain point in our tournament. I'd love to see them go up against FPX and Scars, and we're gonna get a lot of those matchups tonight. Okay, we'll get a lot of those for you guys to watch at home. Now on the flip end, Godlike, they get past this first hurdle. What was the player that stood out for you when it came down towards the series in which we did watch, Allie?
Like I said, I had to say it was Learn for me. Just the IQ out of him, the IQ out of Mike in the series we saw earlier as well. Now, for Revenant, going down this early now, you've lost your first match of the first heat of the day. Revenant, I believe, according to Barry Plays, I said that they thought of themselves as the kings of Hardpoint, and they lost both Hardpoints in that series. So going now into the rest of our Heat 2, you gotta think, you know, did they just, you know, chalk that up and say, you know, Godlike's just a really good team. We were nervous. It was our first match. Let's kind of just put that one past us. Or, you know, is that a lot on the mental here heading through the rest of our games?
But also think about it like this, you know, with them playing a team that's in their region, out of all of our squads that's playing today, Godlike knows Revenant probably better than any other team that's out there. So we'll see how Revenant can stack up against the other regions out there when it comes down to their hardpoint gameplay. It could just be, you know, Godlike is their kryptonite, as we've seen before when these squads have matched up. And yeah, so Revenant, good in hardpoint, but not good enough in this series to get it done. Now, we did have some other matches and highlights we want to show you guys, all right? We got Vox and DG. When it comes down towards these two teams, Allie, Vox and DG, we know Vox is the second best team when it comes down towards the Japanese region. But tell me a little bit about DG, if you can.
Tell you a little about DG. I just want to say I'm a little depressed that we didn't see a Hackney Art dog. That's what I'm hoping for most of this day. Of course, they did 3-0 DG. I am wondering, maybe Jetsky and Jeff is kind of what they lean on when it comes to Respawn. That's going to be their big slayers. So I wonder if maybe they just didn't get any help in that region, because you can't depend on two players when you Respawn. S&D is a little bit more lenient when it comes to having 1 or 2 star players. But I'm guessing, you know, this is Eastern Finals. These are some of the top teams in the world, and you can't just have 2 people backpacking you through it. So Vox capitalizes on that. They 3-0 them. Now, they do struggle in hardpoint, but they're good at domination. I'm interested to see what that score ended up being like as we watch through the highlights and wonder if maybe they fixed some of that hardpoint struggle here. But again, 3-0 to Vox. That's going to be hard to start today.
Yeah, it is going to be hard to start today. You don't want to lose in that fashion to anyone to kick off the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, all right? Now, at least it was their first heat. Okay, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, bounce back, get ready for the next matchup. And that's the beauty about group play. You're going to have a few different matches to come through. And, you know, you got your first one, you know, kind of get warmed up. And you should already be warmed up. But if you fail, you got plenty more to kind of fall on your feet and make your way there towards the championship bracket, all right? You know, we know these squads, they're guaranteed some money, okay? 40,000 in their pocket, but they want more than that, all right? They're trying to come away with the lion's share of this prize and come away with that first place victory. Now, folks, I told you guys, it is the Eastern Finals, all right? We got all type of treats for you. We know you want to see 2 of the best in the game. Well, this is going to be DYG versus Q9, 2 of the best from China. Let's see, Q9, they're going to be up in this series so far, and it's going to be Ruhan, 3-1, Tang, 3-0, to be able to kick off this matchup, as we're going to be here in P1 with it contested. So far between both these squads, it is, you know, this is looking kind of interesting here. Oh, they kind of stalemated now. Maybe they got a lag out or something that's happening?
Yeah, I don't know quite what's going on here. 12-0. We are heading over to P2. It looks like it may be a little bit on our aim. The game should be going pretty all right. I believe I saw player 4-0 at one point, but they have no time on the clock. 15 seconds in the hand of Doyu currently, as it looks like they're trying to get a big control. A lot of split spawn happening here as well from the side of Q9 as they're trying to hit into this collapse. Looks like a little of Matrix stuff going on, though, as they're trying to break into this hill, going all around the map left and right. Ron actually pushes in for free, but he can't get a kill on. He's just hanging out. They're high-fiving. They're having a good time. No clue what's going on.
Yeah, none whatsoever, but we do see multiple players, you know, connecting, going back and forth. In this matchup, some kills are coming through, but as we're going to back out of that one for a second, we'll get you guys the update on Q9 versus DYG. But until we can get that one popping off, we have had a lot of action go down so far. And
actually, you know what? I think I want to hear from the desk. The big brains over there, they have been watching all these games along with us. I got to learn what they got to say. Puckett, what about it?
It's been a party over here. You guys are crushing it up there on the wall, but here on the desk, we've got like 80 pages of notes in front of Beef Mommy. Bobby and I, our books are full. So much action, and it's happening in just the first hour. I want to start here with probably the biggest banger that I was watching, and that is FPX versus Scars. We're going to get into that Q9 game. We're going to see the end of that series. But this was one that started off 2-0 in favor of Japanese, or our #1 Japanese seed. Instead, we see our #2 seed from China come roaring back 3 in a row. Ruji had an enormous game 3 and 4. He's my player to watch so far. Beef Mommy, though, who are you looking at throughout the rest of this group? Because this is a big upset for the #2 seed from China to take down #1 for Japan. They now have to basically play perfect the rest of the day.
It was a really good start for Japan, but yeah, they dropped the ball, but I'm still pretty impressed with their performance. We were talking about this. Japan, we didn't think that they were going to be this strong going up against China, but they just proved us otherwise. This is the part where they can go, okay, we know the competition now. FPX is not a really good team to beat because, you know what, they're just really good, especially with the play that we have for Rio. Rio's really good for Scars. The fact that he can go clutch up every single time, not only in Search and Destroy, but for Dom as well. I want to talk about that Dom game. He solo held that mid ground.
We got a lot of work to do here if you're Scars. FPX winning that first matchup is massive for them. Bobby, as we break down the rest of the sheet, though, 5 of our group matches here in Heat 1 are now done. What's in your notebook?
I've been really impressed by the way the Japanese teams have performed, especially Vox. We saw them take the 3-0 victory up against Dunya Games. That was the #2 team in Garena. I will say Dunya looked a little bit shaky in the Garena playoffs going up against Almighty, but I figured they would put up more of a fight than that, especially given how close Scars was able to take FPX really down to the wire. I think the Japanese teams have come to play today.
We had Almighty walking away with a 3-1 victory. You see that over Blacklist. We're also going to see what happens as we close out the matches with our Indian teams. But what you saw there from Godlike, was it enough to have faith that India could be in our day 2 matches? Beef Mommy, I know it's just our first hour. We got plenty more games coming.
I wish this is not going to be that same situation last week, right? For the Western Finals, where the first heat, everything was just out of control. We saw LATAM absolutely pop off. But for this time, we see every single team that we thought that wasn't going to perform do so well. But now, you asked me Godlike and Revenant. We saw Revenant actually pick up the pace, and they were pretty impressive in their stages in Stage 4. But here, in the past few weeks, we already know they can perform very well, especially against the top seed of India.
As Europe taught us, look out for that 4 seed. They can still do damage here in the Eastern Finals. For now, though, we got to focus in on one player that was catching our eye. There was one who is making a statement, and as we do every single heat, we'll be clipping out some of the best highlights. Bobby, we've got some right here. Let's take a look at what we saw in our opening hour. This is Vox doing work. Doing work. Cast 12.
Yeah, I mean, they just absolutely dominated all the way through 6-0 in the Search and Destroy. Was not remotely close at any point in the game. Absolutely made a statement and dominated all the way through.
Cass with one of the mini highlights here in our opening hour. Let us know, chat, though, which player do you want eyes on? We are live all the way up until 6, 7 a.m. here on the West Coast, and we'll be bringing you all of the biggest highlights. Heat 1 is wrapping up. Heat 2 just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Championship Eastern Finals. We'll be right back.
Game over.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level. Gonna even that score.
Oh, and able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin. Game over.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other. Going out with a bang. How you like
Another
me
one!
now?
Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Game over. You ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now?
do some significant damage.
9 more seconds.
Coming through, and it is. The kill comes out to you, Jack. Yes!
Somehow it's only chaos everywhere you go. There's thumper shots, Type 25s, explosions galore. Na'Vi looks like they might find a way to get those last couple of seconds. They won't go through. There's Contest still and Creed.
But they've got the Goliath called down and ready to go just as the hard point opens. We head into the headquarters. Vortex gone out. That's going to do some significant damage. They're also blocking off the rotation. Wait for ARP. This is magical. You've also got the grenades coming on in, and they neutralize the Goliath as soon as it's called in. Oh, a brilliant swing here for ARP as they continue to fight their way into the Hilltide.
Next rotation over to the A side, but it's going to be Jrari sitting here at full circle, just waiting for anybody to make a peek. You got the information on Saints. It should be a free kill, and it is, and he manages to stay alive as well. The thumper for the 2. That puts Asylum, and it's
GG.
1v5. Jrari picking it apart in the end. I would have had it any other way.
Wow, dude. That is some next level finesse from Jrari. Says the other is Pepe. Those are your two top kill leaders right now for ARP, and they're going to catch off 2 kills. 3v3 all of a sudden, and really ARP is all over the map. Do you read this? The answer, no. Jesus on the opposite side finds the kill. Narx just walks through the smoke, and Pepe turns on him. Now it's just down to Shift. This would be a 1v3. Diffuse possibly coming through, and it is. The kill comes out to you, Check. Yes!
Shots. There's a lot of Tri players pushing in. The wallbang from Marshy, not seen that angle used before, but that could be huge value as Tribe gets into the hardpoint. Marshy's the wallbang king right now. Somehow ARP's gonna be able to break back in. They've got a Goliath, but guys, it's too late to be playing with the Goliath. He's gonna try to make use of it. They get the contest right here, and this could be the game changer. Tribe gets the break on in.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We are here in LA for the Eastern Finals, but last week we wrapped up the Western Finals, and that was our top 5 best moments. Allie, you were on the mic for that whole show. Jrari had SND moment after SND moment, but for anyone who missed the action last week, what was the highlight for you? What VOD should they go back and watch?
For me, it's actually Jrari and Inferno. I know you said we shouldn't keep talking about him, but those two single-handedly put their team in a backpack and said, all right, we're going for a ride. So I think those two are definitely something you should go back and watch.
Make sure you check out Stamina representing Europe. They did great, but it was Tribe and ARP at the end of the day. And Blaze, Tribe are the kings in the West, but I feel like the East, we've got a number of top dogs running for that top spot.
We definitely do, man. And maybe one day in the future we can see Tribe go up against the best in the East because we got so much competition here, folks. And as you guys see, we're about to head into Heat number 2 and so many matchups for us to look forward to, Puckett. But the one that stands out to me is that Scars an almighty one. I think that's going to be a close.
And this is huge for Scars, right? You already got that loss to FPX. You have to play perfect. Almighty, one of the juggernauts, and Garena standing in your way. Another matchup here, FPX versus Vitality, 2 1-0 teams. We're also going to see Q9 on the stage a little bit later. They're finishing their Heat 1 matchup off stream. We'll catch you guys up with everything that is happening there and show you what's happening with Heat 2 in just a little bit. Want to remind everybody, thank you for tuning in, and a shout out to all of the players who are still in the running for this bad boy. The official Call of Duty Mobile World Championship trophy is up for grabs, as is the $300,000 first place prize that goes with it. Allie, we got a whole lot of games to play still. We're just Heat 2 of our 5 tonight.
Oh, we've absolutely just scratched the surface. That was just our Heat 1 of 5, but I love to hand it off to Bobby Plays and Beef Mommy to take you into our Heat 2.
Matchups, and I'm anticipating I will continue to be surprised throughout the rest of the night. Definitely seeming to be a less predictable region, and I mean, what really caught you off guard in our first matchups of the day?
Scars and FPX. Okay, we already said it a while ago. We kind of mentioned it. This region, 3 different regions going into the mix that we did not expect what is going to happen. And yes, we had a bunch of favorites going in, especially with their performance going into stage 5. But we already saw it in Heat number 1, baby. It's going to be very different all Heat long. And we're just starting off in Heat number 2. Yes, we're starting off with FunFlux Phoenix and also Team Vitality. 2 very well-matched teams. So we're going into this pretty blind just because of how crazy the scores was. But how about for you? What do you think is going to happen between here and Blacklist International and True Rippers?
I'm excited to watch this one because I think this is going to be a really good gauge of the difficulty of the different regions. You got number 3 from Garena going up against number 4 out of India. So, I mean, honestly, neither of these teams look bad off the start. Obviously, both taking the L. That puts them up against the wall right now, and it looks like Blacklist is going to get the hot start right here. But you know both these teams are capable of pulling out the win. They just can't afford to lose a whole lot now at this point with 1 loss already on the board. Solid start right here for Blacklist International. You got Jobin, make the push out of control center. Not able to hit those shots. Those are the ones you got to connect on, but fortunately for him, skirting the top side. Gonna be able to find 5 already. He's continuing that spree, very close to a drone. That's something that we saw play a huge role. I don't know what in the world that Hunter Killer throw was. Not going to connect right there, and he's not going to be able to get the streak. Big loss for them.
Now, this is a redo that we saw a while ago because Blacklist International went up against Almighty and Hardpoint Summit, and they lost that. So the fact that they can completely do another way around, hopefully a really good 180 for Blacklist. Really solid start here so far. 46 seconds right over there with a rotation already coming in. They have control in P2, so they already have 2F already, so that's going to be very easy for them to go and infiltrate if we see them winning all of their gunfights.
Yep, Fakes makes a push on in, finally going to find some time for True Rippers, who has looked a little shaky off the start, if I'm being completely honest. 50-4, a little bit less than ideal. We know this is a solid Blacklist team. Jobin and Skirt really popping off right now, is both of them at a 3+ KD. Fakes holding things down by himself at the hard point. Definitely some much needed time for True Rippers right here, and they've really got to get Mystic and Cheese on board right now. Both of those players struggling pretty significantly.
Ooh, we see here Blacklist with a pinch. That was going to be a very good kill, but Mystic actually shuts it down really all by himself. Shuts down the pinch and had a really good time off the hill. Now that's a lot of seconds into the side of True Rippers that they can actually go and have, but the rotation already coming in through from both of these teams. But if we can see here, map control for True Rippers, they have a really good hold here so far. Spawns already in their favor, and now Blacklist International needs to play some catch up.
And that's some solid early rotations on P3, but you got to make sure that you don't let Blacklist go for the flip right there. You can see players in the backside making the push. The contest goes in. You got players for both teams in the backside, but it looks like True Rippers still going to be able to maintain those spawns. That's going to be absolutely crucial for being able to win this hardpoint. Blacklist, regardless, taking time, and now they've got him in a spawn trap right now. They thought they wanted to have control of spawns, but now it's going completely against them. 10 kills on the board right there, and just like that, Blacklist stacking streaks as well.
That is a very good display. You don't need to have this spawn in order for you to actually control this hill. And now, 28 seconds left on the clock. Still a lot of time for both of these teams. You can already see True Rippers need to decide if they want to bring one person going to the next hardpoint. They do. Skirt taking a lot of shots already, going into a very good streak. Very streaked out. And now we get to see the Dragonfire really have a big role into this hardpoint.
Yeah, True Rippers, early rotation once again, but just like that, they rotate a little bit too early. That's going to give Blacklist an opportunity to push their way across the map. Drone going to be able to gather some information right there, and right now, anytime Skirt can get some information, more than likely he's going to find some kills as well. 18 on the board, Pred Missile to work with, finds another right there, 19, nearly 20, and we're only on the first rotation. Blacklist showing out right now in game number 1 up against True Rippers. As you're going to be able to find one there as well. Somehow the Thumper doesn't get the kill and he is out of ammo, but still finds a way to make the kill happen. Blacklist storms their way right in. They could win this before a rotation back to P1.
If they get the full 30 seconds, they can definitely go and take it home over here. Granted, if they don't have any kind of concession, but Fakes does a really good job at really just denying that. But it's just for a brief moment before 1x1 Mystic goes in there. That's going to be very, very unfortunate, as we can see here. True Rippers just 1x1 going in there, finally going in as a solid team. 15 second scrap points already left for them, but Blacklist International already set up for the next hill. Now for True Rippers, you need to have a really good solid hold here at 2F, because you can see a really nice power position here where you can go get everyone from control room number 2.
Big feed goes in for Blacklist right there. Cheese not quite aware of the person sliding directly behind him, and that's going to be free hard point control for Blacklist once again. We got a drone to work with. The feed is all Blacklist International right now, and they continue to stack that lead. Cheese looking to make the push on in, but 2 Blacklist players await. They've got this doorway absolutely locked down, and that gravity vortex could potentially be enough to seal the deal. It's going to be 1 True Ripper player in for the contest, but only for a moment. They're trying to push in from the top side, but too many operators in play. Too much Skurd right now, 28-8. Having himself a game right here off the start for Blacklist to get the win.
It was Skurd. His presence in P2 was just absolutely amazing. But then, speaking of another Hardpoint Summit matchup, we see here Almighty and Scars battling it out. We already know Almighty won this map against Blacklist International in a very convincing fashion, but now it seems to be like Scars might actually give him a little bit of a hard time, but still the points are going into Almighty's favor, as we see here 56-27 with 10 seconds left on the clock here in P2. The rotation needs to be made.
Ooh, huge feed for Scars right there. No question coming into this competition. Almighty, one of the favorites, especially given the level of dominance that they displayed in the Garena Championships, but Mike has something to say about it. 13 kills, pulls out the Annihilator, takes control of spawns as well. This is absolutely crucial for Scars. You got to keep in mind they just suffered a devastating loss, getting reverse swept by FPX. But they're not letting that get to them right now, as they are terrorizing this Almighty team on the backside of the hard point. Pred Missile to work with. There's a lot of exposed players right there. 2 more free kills. Scars is going to town.
Mike with a solo hold in spawn right now. He's still alive. There was a 3-man push going into A-Long into that P3, but he just shut them down just like that. And the moment that he knew there was still too many people, he's still going. Finally gets shut down by Heaven. And we can see here, points finally going to the favor of Scars right now. 15 seconds left on the clock. Rotation already in the favor of Almighty. And now that's going to be very impressive. With Almighty, they know how to work the IQ gameplay. And going in here P3, letting it go. Yes, you can have all the scrap points what you want, but we're having this hill right now.
Yep, early rotation for Almighty, but they got to capitalize big time. You can see perfectly set up in the surrounding area. That cluster strike getting ready to get called in. He's going to call it in right on top of spawn. Could potentially be huge value depending on whether or not those AMT players keep spawning in, but they don't. They spawn on the inside of the building. He's going to get no value out of that. Just like that, Scar's going to be pushed back. He's knocked off of any streaks that he had. Shut up. Fennec in hand, holding down this head glitch, and right now the map control for Almighty looks impeccable despite the onslaught that we just saw out of Scars. We got operators ready to go as well, and just like that, the lead back in their control.
But then the pinch already slowly coming in from the side of Scars already, but it's just unfortunate. We saw Fanta losing that very big gunfight against Incendio here in A-Long. That is going to be very big for Scars actually going lose, but finally we get to see one more player going in there. Yes, Teen already having 1 kill, but it's just scrap points at this point. Almighty leading by just 10 mere points. Now, that's still very impressive. I like Scars here with the retaliation, but they need to go in there for that early rotation because Almighty seem to have that edge so far.
Man, this one's gonna go down to the wire. 99-95 as we rotate back to P1 right here. It's so back and forth in the feed right now. No way of knowing who's gonna be able to maintain this. A solid feed goes in for Scars, but just like that, AMT trades. Heaven, one of the players to watch throughout the weekend, definitely made an argument for probably one of the best Call of Duty Mobile players in the world during his participation in the Garena Championships, and he's looking to maintain that title. 14 and 13. Not his best game so far, but it's enough to keep his team in the game right now, and it's going to be Almighty with the break. Back on in, Irfan J going to be able to find 2, make it 3 right there. That's going to be huge. Scars tries to get the kill right there, but the MX-9 got nerfed a little bit too hard. A little bit surprised that we're still seeing it. Once again, crazy back and forth hardpoint.
And it's interesting, a very interesting point that you brought up. MX-9 and Fennec that we didn't really get to see as much. The Fennec not at all in the Western Finals, and we get to see it here, especially in this small map. I'm pretty sure, like in one of these games, we're probably going to be seeing R9 being popped up in the Summit. But again, already rotation going in here for the side of Scars. Really good play here so far. Am I going to be in that 2F? Now that's going to be very tricky because he's been doing his job so far. 23 left to his name. No, make that 24, especially with that Annihilator in hand. Oh, shuts him down. 129, 117, and Almighty, you need to go and start for the rotation.
If he can stay alive with this Annihilator, could it be enough to end the game? Absolute turn right there. Shut up, drop. Heaven's dead right now. Scars is winning every single gunfight possible. Holding down from the off angle, but he misses the shot. Big opportunity for Adapt to be able to push in right there. It's going to be Heaven finding one as well. Scars, Thumpers out. They're able to contest. Nobody on the point right now. It's contested. Almighty back in control. Rio gets shut down as well. Almighty can't win it right here, but they are setting themselves up really well. Shut up, trying to make the rotation for P3. He gets shut down from the inside. It's all Scars in the feed. I don't think they have enough time to win it right here, but it looks like they should have the opportunity to get the early rotations. They've got the perfect setup for P3.
Yeah, Almighty just spawning a little bit too far. It could have been really big if Shut Up actually won that gunfight, but unfortunately for him, drops like a fly. And we can see here, 58 seconds after the clock for them to go and take, but there you go, 148, 150. 150 and 132. That was a really big win for Scars, and for Almighty, that was a big blow for their ego. Really having a perfect score in hardpoint so far, but we're finally hopping into Blacklist International and True Rippers Esports going on here, and we get to see Blacklist International having that 1 point and also having 2 rounds already here in S&D Raid.
Skurd popped off in game number 1, and he's doing it here in game 2. 8-0 if I'm not mistaken. What a start to the day for this young man. Techno going to be able to find the opener for True Rippers. Definitely much needed in the spot that they're in right now. A beautiful 2-piece. No contest, but mid. Who else but Skurd? He finally gets his streak ended. His Fake's able to find him in mid-map, but still going to be True Rippers with the man advantage. Mystic trying to find his first kill of the game so far. We get Cheese with Sniper in hand. Gonna back things up right here. Maybe a little bit second-guessing himself, but they're going to be able to retake control of that B-bomb site. And right now, all the pressure feels like it's over on Kenshi. You can hear the Sniper in hand. Backs up from the driveway. And now looking to make the rat back to the other side.
Pinch coming along for Blacklist International right now, and Kenshi gonna have a really great gunfight. He does get spotted right now, but it's a good thing he doesn't push a little bit too far. He needs to go and pick up the bomb already. 45 seconds left on the clock, and he still needs a lot of time. Javin, Potatoes, that shot unfortunately doesn't quite get Cheese. That is going to be very unfortunate. That was time. Kenshi doesn't get the shots as well. He needs to go and really get the shots if he really wants it. There's 2 players right now on just 1 player of True Rippers. Come on, Black. You need to get 1 more. Finally gets 1 more. Even things up.
And those are just not shots that you can miss if you want to have a chance at making it into the playoffs. This level of competition, you're going to get punished too hard, unfortunately, for Blacklist. True Rippers not able to capitalize. I can't believe either of these players alive right now. It's going to be 1 player remaining for Blacklist. Shut down right there. True Rippers finally going to be able to find a round right here. And looking like it might not be the blowout that it looked to be off the start. Skurd, obviously, the player to watch right now. Fakes over on the side of True Rippers, trying to keep his team afloat.
There was no reason why they should sport double snipers in that round. Probably should have picked up an SMG or a Type 25. But having that, you can see the risk that you actually take. High risk, high reward, but Cheese spotting 1, doesn't quite get it. We finally see 10 popping off. We see 1 and 2 here. 1 more point for True Rippers to even things out, but it's a 4v5 situation with Tin going in there very aggressively.
Oh, Fakes, you gotta hit those shots. Just so many easy missed shots right there. Really from both teams, feeling a little bit careless right now. It's gonna be Blacklist International back in the lead. Who else? Skurd once again. I don't know how many kills. He's got to be in double digits at this point. He was 9 last time we looked at him. 4 rounds in. My man is 10-1.
His mid-map control is just absolutely crazy. Always just winning those gunfights. We finally get to see Jabin here on the back end, trying to apply that pressure going in there, but he gets wall-banged by Cheese. I wish we could have seen that in Cheese's perspective. That was just crazy. And just like that, we see here a 2v4 situation. Now we need to see some sort of slowdown, but Cheese keeps popping off here in mid.
10 all alone. Bomb is down. Looks like right over by poolside. He's just kind of chilling up inside this kitchen, hoping he finds somebody out of position right here. Not going to be able to find anybody yet. M13, not a gun we've seen a ton throughout the weekend, but definitely a super viable option. He's really taking his sweet time, does not want to overextend toward that bomb until he's able to get a pick, and it looks like True Ripper is pretty content to sit on top of the bomb until he makes the push. He across mid. Huge opportunity right here. Finds one. Hits the turn onto the second there as well. And now an opportunity for Tin to clutch up in the 1v3. It looks like Mystic doesn't have the read on it quite yet, but he's got the Cabana to protect him. He's going to peek out the backside right here. That's going to give Tin the information, and he's going to make the wrap back toward the bomb. Mystic super exposed right in the middle of pool. 1 HP, but he's missing shots. He doesn't have an angle to get the kill right here. Right over top of the head glitch, but he's going to be able to regen. He chokes the shots. Mystic able to avoid the 1v3.
Big Ego challenge. What? He had the time to back away, but he just wanted to. The head glitch, obviously, not going to be in his favor. That was just unfortunate. He could have clutched in that 1v3, but you know what? Let's take a look right now at Scars versus Almighty doing the same thing in the same map. But we can see that Almighty having that too. And yes, we know Scars had that really great hard point. But Almighty, we already know. They dropped the map a while ago against Blacklist International, so it seems like S&D isn't really their game. But you know what? Let's take a look back here. True Rippers versus Blacklist International. That was a whirlwind of a matchup. That was just absolutely crazy.
I mean, it just feels like both teams are making a lot of mistakes in the search and destroy. Jabin able to find that pick right there. Blacklist still man advantage. We do have Skurd out of the equation, and he's probably accounted for 50% of the team's kills so far, so not any type of thing that you can discount at this point, but right now True Ripper is still trying to find some map control. 1 player over in Tiki, trying to get some information. 2 players with the wrap back toward B, and an opportunity, but you don't have the bomb with you, so I'm not really entirely sure what they're going for right now. Cheese is going to try to, by himself, make his way back there. Kenshi gets spotted, but the thumper shot's going to be too late. Makes his way through mid-map, a little bit of a risky move. But it looks like he's going to be able to make his way into the bomb site.
You're right about that risky play, leaving the bomb all by himself right there at poolside. But it's a good thing he was able to go and rotate. And good for him that Kenshi wasn't there to go and get him. But Jabin getting another shot, gets rid of Prism. And we see a 4v2 situation. Now that's going to be very tricky if you're going up against 4 teams, 4 players, 2 snipers in your team. But Cheese having that 4, that's going to be very difficult. But then he does get the shot. AG Techno gets one as well. 2v1 situation right now. Black, it's all in your favor. You have the advantage, but the bomb is gonna go down, and Techno, it's all up to you if you can go and clutch this up.
1v2 right here. Tin doesn't have the read yet, but he's got the positioning. The spray is gonna go through. Not a single bullet connecting right there. I still don't know how he's alive. What am I watching right now? They're finally going to be able to get the defuse, but once again, not a pretty round. Blacklist still maintaining that lead.
We see it a little bit too much right now in the Eastern Championships.
Yeah,
a little bit of
like
dancing around.
I think they're a little bit nervous right now. Like, I feel like something's got to be off.
I mean, okay, they win it anyway. It might not be pretty, but a win is a win, and we finally get to see Blacklist International looking very strong in that search and destroy. So, True Rippers need to go respond very well with pretty interesting plays here so far. Finally, being a little bit too passive in this round. No, that might be good for them. Play for picks. As we see here, Skurd is going to be having a very amazing presence. He usually wins this gunfight, but then with Prism at the very other side of the wall, loses that gunfight. Yes, Skurd with 11 already.
Right now, Skurd just looks like a man among boys. His reads have been impeccable, unfortunately for him. The read for Fakes was just a little bit better. It's going to even things to 4-4 right here. Bomb the hands of Fakes. Making his way down across poolside. Kenshi seems to have the read at least on one of them. Accidentally mistakes one of those dead bodies for a real player. Now going to be forced to back up a little bit more. Mystic making his way all the way up into spawn, but Jabin is right there waiting, but he misses the snipe. Once again, those are the shots that have got to land. Mystic all alone, but he's able to win the gunfight right there. Players drop for both teams, now 2v2. Just like that, Techno all alone against the 2 remaining Blacklist players.
Techno doing a very solid job here so far, and yes, he only has 4 kills, but still very impressive here. Very quietly, he's going to have to retrieve the bomb, and now we see 2 players from Blacklist International applying that pressure here, making a little bit of noise. So he probably knows that there's 2 players here. He needs to go and make a play. Oh, there you go. For the distraction gameplay, they probably think he's going to be top stairs. Doing one more. You need to go and get the bomb, my dude. Come on, you have 20 seconds left on the clock, and Jabin shuts him down easily like that. The hesitation on his end was going to be very tricky from the beginning once we saw that.
He had the distraction play, and then he said, I'm going to give away my location on the other side too, so I now have no advantage. Oh my gosh, right now Blacklist looking really, really strong. Even with the struggles that Kenshi's had, you got, what, 2 players in double digits, maybe even 3 at this point. It's been the stars for Blacklist that have been able to carry them through so far and looking like they're going to be able to take the win here in Search and Destroy. Bomb goes down. One going to get dropped. Skirt has the read on him right there. Going to be able to find kill number 12. True Rippers desperately trying to find something. Absolutely beamed off a statue right there. Skirt is the father of the map right now. 10 able to find kill number 12. True Rippers absolutely torn apart right there in Blacklist.
And True
A
Rippers,
dominant win in Search and Destroy.
You can actually see where they got things wrong. And it really just is unfortunate to see, especially with the situations where they could have really just won that. But speaking of teams that might win the Search and Destroy, Almighty and Scars, that is going to be a 4-2. 150 left on the clock, and we already know, very early game, very passively, both of these teams. 3-2 split off A and Bravo here. Almighty, very solid setup. And that's going to be very difficult to go and infiltrate, especially when you know that shut up is going to be there, especially maybe even sporting a sniper. I want to see what kind of gun he actually has here. They usually have a double sniper setup with Shut Up in Heaven.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit slower pace for the Search and Destroy, and definitely more what we were expecting to see out of these teams. It is going to be Scars making the push over toward the A site. Heaven in mid-map right now, trying to find a pick. It's going to be Shut Up with the opener right there, and I believe the bomb going to drop over on the site. Heaven's going to get spotted out by Mike right here, and now wrapping all the way back out, but he can't hit over top of those rocks. Player's gonna drop anyways. Mike making his way all the way up. He's spotted out as well. Almighty still 2-man advantage right here, and now Lafius
Sniper
left to try to clutch. Sounds like should have got the information right there. He's gonna hit a hit marker. That should be enough to close it out. Irfan J cleans things up, and now Almighty 1 round away from tying things up.
Now, Mike could have actually made a difference there. Yes, he got really 1 big kill, but the information, the comms was just really good for Almighty, knowing very well that Mike was going to be right there in kitchen. That was a really good play of communication between the team. But finally, we are going to be at match point, and we see 1 player going down for Almighty. Shut Up goes down, loses that gunfight. That is going to be a very big one for Fanta.
And something really interesting to keep note of is Almighty's only map loss up against Blacklist was the Search and Destroy. We just watched Blacklist play Search and Destroy, and obviously they looked relatively strong, but Almighty looking even stronger right here. Scars definitely went toe-to-toe with FPX in their matchup. That's why this side of the world, I just have no idea what to expect because every single team can bring it. We got a 2v2 right here, Adapt. Money Room, trying to find a pick. Gonna get some information right there. Miss out of the Scars players. And now getting backed up. We got a big split right here for Almighty. If they can get the pinch, maybe a big opportunity, but Irfan J gonna be backed up right there. Little bit of lag, trying to figure out what's happening right here.
But you know what? While we're actually waiting for that, let's talk about what happened in that Almighty. I kind of want to find out what happened in that blacklisted game versus Almighty. That Almighty just lost because it was a pretty big loss, 6-1. But you know what? Before we get into that, let's take a look at Godlike Esports versus DG Esports. We already know it. DG had a very hard time against Vox, Jetsky, big kills. You already know this guy is going to be very, very handy into your respawn games.
Man. Especially given the loss that they suffered to Vox 3-0 in a dominant fashion. For them to come out guns blazing up against a godlike team that dominated in the South Asia, Middle East region. Definitely looking good. Obviously, Godlike's going to fight back. Jeski tries to get the turn right there, but not going to be able to win it. Learn finally able to hit the follow-up. Players on the inside of that main warehouse building. Neutrino trying to find something. Venom with the pre-fire, not able to connect right there, and just like that, Godlike is back in this thing.
P2 is a money hill, and Godlike got a lot of points. Finally was able to catch up with the points right now from DG Esports. And now for the rotation, going into a very open area. P3 definitely going to be very hard to go and defend, but you can see DG really set up already. But I really want to have a little bit more presence into that, you know, that rooftop we have over here on top of P3, which you can actually have sights on everyone. And now we see here Rose actually winning that really big gunfight. Now we can see here slowly Godlike infiltrating that hard point.
Oh, ZZ up in the top side, beaming with the Holger right there. That's big for DG. They're going to be able to maintain hill control right here. Now Lurkin through top L, not able to find anybody on the push up to the top side, but he's got a gravity vortex to work with if he wants to. Looks like DG going to be able to take the lead back, and Zen holding things down with an SMG in hand. Jeff hops down, able to find one, make it two right there. Huge two-piece for DG. That maintains map control, allows them to push out for the P4 rotation as well. And it looks like they're in a really good spot as they're able to get some information. Learn's going to push on in. Still 20 seconds that can be gotten in a big gunfight win right there, but Jeff shuts things down. And it looks like an opportunity for DG to get some more of that scrap time.
Jeff again and again proves why he's such a great player. Jeff, one more! He's probably fully, he's fully streaked out right now. He needs to go and set up. He can put that sentry gun really well here and just, nope, he's gonna pull out the death machine. If you can't put a really stable sentry gun, might as well go in there for the assist with the death machine. But unfortunately for him, gravity vortex gets pulled out. Now that's gonna be a really big play for Godlike Esports.
Yep, they gotta get rid of that sentry gun ASAP if they want to get a break right here. Obviously, information gonna go out as the Dragonfire, one of the score streaks that's been so crucial for teams on both sides of the world so far in these competitions. I believe a cluster strike still in the possession of Jeff, as he is still just streaking out across the map. DG building on the lead right here, and oh man, Godlike spawning out in a bad way. Burns gonna be able to find that one. I'm sure they would love to be able to contest for the scrap time right here, but they just don't have any map positioning to do so. One last push. They're gonna be able to find a little bit of that scrap time, and they've got players pushed out for P5 as well. Had he been able to win that gunfight, it would have been huge, but Jeff continuing to terrorize the team. Top side right there, going to be able to win another gunfight. Now 23 on the board. The pre-fire nearly gets the turn and burn onto Burns, but it's going to be Godlike with the early rotations and the control here on P5.
This is good. This is the money hill that they need to really just pick up the points, and now the points aren't going to be that far away from each other. This is a good start for Godlike Esports. They can get all the points here if they just win their gunfights. Now, important thing here for P5, never leave second floor. You always need to have one person there just in case one person or every single one of your team loses their gunfights. And now that's going to be Trunks going in there for the assist, and that is why you need to have that one person over there.
Huge two-piece for Trunks. That's going to keep Godlike in the game right now. We got an equalizer on the inside of the hard point. There's about to be a whole lot of people on the opposite side. He knows he's got backup on that side, so he's going to push out right here. Finds kill number one. They're looking to push through that mid-entry right there, and they're going to be able to find him from the side. So DG now going to be able to get some more time right here, looking to build on the lead, which has dwindled pretty quickly, but Godlike still winning those gunfights. Trunks, KRM out. If he can get into the hard point, he's going to be tough to sweep out, and just like that, he's got his position. Question is, can he hit his shots? He's got gravity spikes to work with as well. Headshot right there, one shot, one kill. Oh my gosh, I don't know how he got spotted out right there. but that's going to be really unfortunate for Godlike, and that's going to make it really tough for them to close this one out.
Yeah, with a cluster strike already blocking one entrance, it's going to take a lot for Godlike, but it's a good thing for them. Everyone was already very safe inside the warehouse to go in there for that control in P1. But then Jetsky, big kills with the Death Machine right now, gets rid of 3, flushes out every single one of the Godlike players off of the hard point. And now we need to see a response for Godlike because 4 more points left. No, make that 1. And just like that, DG with a very convincing win. But Godlike, they were able to even things out at one point.
And it looks like we got the conclusion for Almighty and Scars right here. 5-3, an opportunity for Almighty to close it out. Incendio gonna get hit marker in the top side, but Fante tries to push in. It's a risky spot. I don't know if that's where you want to be. He misses the shot. It's all onto Rio right here. It's a 1v2. The wallbang comes through. Wow. Incendio comes up huge for Almighty right there. He said, I'm going to throw down a nade just to flex a little bit as well. Almighty going to take the search and destroy. That's going to tie them up at 1-1. We got Blacklist up against True Rippers, an opportunity for Blacklist to close this one out. That would be a 3-0 victory for them, and definitely a much-needed one, and definitely one that could potentially end the hopes of True Rippers early in this competition.
Now we get to see another replay of another firing range domination. True Rippers Esports having a little bit of a deja vu situation here. Going a bit against Vitality a while ago. 150 and 137 was the score in favor of Vitality. It shouldn't be the same story here because you've played it, you have an advantage over Blacklist International, and now we do get to see Blacklist absolutely just popping off with those B and C holds. And now for True Rippers, they don't have any sort of map control. We get to see Blacklist International have control of trailer, also top 10 as well, and now that's going to be a really good start. But we already know True Rippers can actually turn things around very quickly, but with Jabin inside the Xs1 Goliath, that's going to be very difficult to have.
I just want to put it on the record, right before this happened, I saw Jabin kill himself with the Predator missile, so even with Blacklist dominating the way that they are, they're not without their mistakes. It looks like probably past the point of no return for True Rippers. As you can see, Jabin not going to be giving up this C flag anytime soon. We got the Death Machines coming on in. Across the board, complete dominance for Blacklist International. Everybody in the 20s right now. You got Eji, 22-6, way above triple positive right there, and a big, big win for Blacklist International as they get the win 3-0 up against True Rippers.
Okay, I'm not being biased, all right. I know that Blacklist International is from the Philippines, and I'm also from the Philippines. But based from their performance today in Heat number 1 and now in Heat number 2, they got 1 map off of Almighty in a very convincing fashion. Search and Destroy raid, Blacklist International got it 6-1 over a team like Almighty. And we just saw Almighty's game a while ago, and yes, they had a very convincing run against Scars, but you can see here Blacklist having that 3-0 over True Rippers. That is very impressive to see.
Yep, definitely much needed. That's going to keep their hopes alive. For those of you who didn't watch our competition last weekend, basically, at 4 wins, 1 loss, you've pretty much secured your spot in day 2. 3-2, it comes down to the tiebreakers. Looking at the highlights, it's going to be a lot of Blacklist International. Pretty much the majority of the way through, they seem to be in control regardless of the mode, regardless of the map. That, I mean, and you got to give big credit to Skird. He was an absolute force in this matchup.
He was a beast. He had control on wherever place he wanted to be in. And for this hard point in Summit, he had control over 2F. He was basically king of the hill. He was flushing out every single one, getting a lot of players. And not only that, he was actually doing a bunch of OBJ as well. Not only just being that Slayer, but really just getting the points down. But now, this is another part where we get to see Skird truly shine. No one could stop him in mid. They had no retaliation whatsoever in mid, and that is the reason why Skird has just so many kills to his name.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched Blacklist a ton. I saw the way that they shocked the world and were able to make it top 3 in the Garena Invitational and make their way into Stage 5, but man, they definitely seem like they've been putting in the work and deserve to be where they are right now. Like you mentioned, they 6-1 Almighty in Search and Destroy. Usually you think of that as one of the strongest game modes for Almighty. So I've got a feeling we got a lot more to see from this team throughout the rest of the day. And obviously getting the win right here, still an opportunity to make it into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I just want to let everyone know who's actually going into this. We're pretty new into the COD Mobile scene. You get to see the score right now. Blacklist International give True Rippers a 3-0, a donut basically, and they give 6-1 for Almighty and Search and Destroy. Mind you, Almighty has a 100% win rate in Search and Destroy back into the Garena Invitational. So now we get to see what does happen here. Watching it live right now. Speaking of Almighty, we get to see their final shutdown here for Scars, and I know we're probably going to be into, I want to see a game number 5 here, but you know what? Maybe I'm just asking a little bit too much, but Almighty looking a little bit shaky here, finally getting what they really want, a competition.
Oh my gosh, look how many engagements Heaven's taken. He's 30-21 right now. He's got more kills than everybody, and he's also got more deaths than everybody. He is full on aggro mode right now, and he is not trying to let down his team. They dropped the first respawn, but man, they're looking strong once again, even with Scars taking B control back right here. They need a triple cap in order to secure the win. That's too many missed Annihilator shots, and especially with Adapt pulling his out, that should be able to seal the deal. Oh! Collat?
Ooh, you get Collat with an Annihilator? That is...
Who was the other guy? Where was he?
That is just... What a really great game for Almighty, and something definitely that they wanted to have. But you know what? Let's do a little bit of a reset here. DYG versus Valiant. Oh gosh. Valiant?
Vox.
That is Vox. We already know that Vox had a very interesting history into their play in their particular stage, but you know what? I want to see it for myself. I want to see a Hackney Yard domination against Vox. So we get to see DYG though. We already know Japan versus China. They had a really good start. So Vox being in there with a sweep against Blacklist International, they're having a run for their money right now against DYG.
S2 popping off in the start, 11-4 so far. We see a no-no right there, Annihilator ready to go as well, and DYG showing that even though they finished 3rd place in China, they are absolutely a force to be reckoned with. Following, actually, I'm not 100% positive whether or not they won or lost against Q9. I know they were down 2-1 last time we took a look at it. If they did end up taking the L right there, then this is an absolute must-win for them, especially given Vox. They're pretty easy 3-0 up against Dunya Games in that first matchup. You got to think they're carrying some momentum into this as well.
Most definitely. You can already see that they are having control right now of the hard point. Just flushing every single one of them. 33 seconds, that is a lot of points already to their name. Ichan getting one, but then not really able to utilize that Annihilator pretty well. Now, going into this, we already know that we're going to be seeing a lot of Annihilators that we really didn't get to see into that Western final. So I'm pretty happy that there are different types of strategies from different parts of the region. We really have a good read here so far. Now, it's going to be very interesting because the rotation from Vox doesn't really come through right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have absolutely locked down this hard point. Kaz not finding the kills so far, but he's playing the OBJ to perfection. He's got 45 seconds on the hill already. It is the early rotation in for DYG. They haven't been able to win as many of these gunfights so far, but NoNo's going to have a sentry gun ready to go. And they've got absolute locks on these spawns right now. Vox not able to get anywhere close. Mamba trying to find a player on the entryway. Vox not looking to make the push quite yet. Lead goes into control for DYG right here. And if you look at the map, you can see players from every direction trying to make the push. They got to clear out Kaz, but he's not able to. That should allow this Vox team to take control of spawns. NoNo going to be able to win one right there. But now with players pushing in from the backside, you got a DYG team that's got to take out a whole lot of players right here. And oh my gosh, they're somehow still able to do it.
Wow, DYG with an amazing setup. The defense was absolutely impeccable. That double sentry plus that drone was just absolutely crazy. And now they get to have a lot of points already here. Vox already having a very tough time. They had the lead in the beginning, but then they're just absolutely struggling now. And now the rotation needs to come through from both of these teams. We get to see the control room number 2. We have a hold here, 2F. DYG has it. Vox needs to go and have a control as well, but also with a drone of their own, might actually give them a little bit of information to see where they can have a lot of those kills.
Ponta trying to hold down this control center, but there's DYG shots from every direction. Vox trying left and right to make their way into the hard point, but they're going to get an Annihilator shut down right there. Even without a huge kill advantage, right now DYG is just dominating this map. The map control too overwhelming for this Vox team to deal with. No beam into the top side right there. He's a player we've seen dominate in the Chinese region. A very convincing win here for DYG as they take the opening map against the 1-0 Vox.
The score streaks usage there for DYG was just absolutely nuts, but we are hopping on over. I know there's a lot of games going in here so far, guys, so please bear with us, but you know what? That is the reason why we love it in the first place. The fact that we have so many matches. Almighty, Scars going in here, another hardpoint matchup. We get to see Almighty possibly closing it out, but Scars looking very solid here so far.
2 players for Scars still yet to find a kill. When you're halfway through the rotation of P2, not a great sign. Teen trying to, I'm not really sure what he's going for right here. He's not remotely close to the hard point. I think he's trying to get a pinch on the player spawning in for Almighty. Maybe an early rotation right here. He's going to spot out Incendio, but not going to be able to land those shots. So now onto Incendio to try to hold back the wall of Scars players. That's going to be a huge 2-piece right there for Teen. Backing up, Free Fires the corner, another gunfight win. Now a 6 spree for him right there, hit by the concussion, but nobody there to capitalize for Almighty. He's going to be able to get back into position, but Incendio finds a way to win the gunfight right there. Scars on the hill, but a whole lot of Almighty players pushing up.
A whole lot of Irfan Jace in the kill feed right now as he gets a triple kill. Just shuts down all the players right now from Scars, and now that's going to be very impressive finally. Yes, we saw Scars with the early rotation into P3, but not able to win all their gunfights and not even get a lot of points into this hard point. So that's going to be very good. Usually we get to see Almighty have a really strong hold in P2, but we get to see things turn around, and you can already know that they're being tested right now in Scars. Still trying to go and infiltrate, looking very solid. That's Irfan Jace, the only one left for his team, but now we get to see Almighty in their greatest. The rotation right now into this money hill is going to be absolutely essential.
Oh, that's just truly unfortunate for Heaven. He spawns in right on top of the Scars players. He's going to have another one right there. He just can't find anything right now. The spawns don't want him to win. You got Incendio way in the back of the map trying to clear out these Scars players, looking to rotate, adapt. Looked like he was spotted by the Annihilator, but he's not going to take the shot right there. Shut down. Huge win for Shut Up right there, and Adapt really struggling off the start of this one, 2-7, but the rest of his team carrying through right now, and a super solid hold right here for Almighty. The map control, just too untouchable. Shut Up going to be able to back up, survives the nade there as well. It's going to be Mike finally able to win one, but we still got Almighty players on the inside of the hard point. What's that spawn? What's that spawn, Teen? In between 2 Almighty players, they're still holding it down right now. I don't know how.
I don't know how, I don't know why. They still need to make a big rotation here into this P5. No, that is just so amazing to see. Scars, they just had really good momentum. The spawns were in their favor, but then the fact that they spawn out there, 30 seconds left, and now we get to see Almighty have the spawn over here in P5. Now that is going to be really big because this is a money hill as well. They got most of the points already in that 4th hill. Another Annihilator, but then Heaven with a really big triple kill shuts it down, and just like that, we get to see Scars absolutely just falling apart with just that one big kill.
And that is why he is the MVP of Garena. Heaven coming up with a big feed with the Annihilator right there. Incendio pushes back in. Scars isn't ready. It's all AMT in the feed right now. They're trying to maintain these spawns and map control, but Rio pushes up. He's able to find 2, maybe even 3 right there. Shut Up gonna get hit by the concussion, but it's still Almighty with the spawns. They're able to keep the Scars players out for a little bit. Heaven sitting back. Another with the M67 AMAX. He said, I don't want to use the SKS. Let me keep my favorite gun out, and just like that, Almighty back in the point.
I'm pretty impressed with Scars, though. They keep infiltrating there. Even though the Almighty defense was solid, they still got a lot of points there. And yes, I know it's still a little bit far with 30 points in between them, but that was still very impressive. And now we go into Central Building, the restart, the reset here in P1. We get to see one person here. It's going to be Mike all alone by himself, but you already know that he can deal everything on his own. But unfortunately for him, Irfan J, a little bit too quick on his feet, annihilates him. 130 and 113. Still very winnable for Scars right now as two players push up, wins their gunfights, needs to win one more, gets a dap.
And right now, it feels like Scars is just trying to play catch-up all the way through. Fortunately for them, they're able to win enough gunfights, but Lafayette only has 3 right now. He just hasn't been able to find anything. He can't tell left from right. There's footsteps to the other direction, but his teammates got his back. Teen has 23 to his teammates 3. Hope still alive for Scars right here. They've got 2 players on the inside of the hard point. They have the read, but Incendio has the gunny. The miss on the Annihilator shot, but Incendio still gets traded out. You got Scars players all over the map. They can potentially win it right here. Taking a look, it looks like Godlike going to be able to take map 2 up against DG. Almighty somehow finds a way to stay alive on the inside of the hard point.
It was the concussion that stopped Mike with his Annihilator that just won it for them, just so easily. That is just really great plays here. But speaking of great plays, we're taking a look at Search and Destroy raid from DG Esports against Godlike. We already know, one more point, Godlike will win everything, and they have everything in their favor right now. 4v3 situation, and now Burns going into the bomb plant right now, 30 seconds after the clock, really just applying that pressure against DG.
Yep. DG's got their backs against the wall right now. Zen, Jetski, Venom trying to find the retake, but Burns is not moving an inch. Trophy system gonna get destroyed. They find a kill, but time's ticking. Godlike players in Cabana right now. Only Venom left to try to clutch up. Neutrino, he's got a sniper in hand. You're not getting the defuse on... Wait, you might get the defuse on him. Thumper shots go out. Neutrino able to land that final shot. It looked like it might be a little bit close. Godlike going to be able to tie things up at 1-1, and now hopping on over to Vox DYG. Doyu leads 1-0 in the series, but they're not going to be able to find round 1.
Vox, really great start here. Now that's the momentum that they need, and hopefully it gets the ball rolling as the defender. Now, DYG, with Mamba bomb in hand, they are going in there very aggressively on through mid, but the smokes are going to be helping them out. But then unfortunately for them, G and also No loses all their gunfights. Mamba, they're just dropping like flies. It's going to be a 5v2 situation in favor of Vox.
You got Qingfeng pushed up right here. It seems like Unlucky has a hunch as to where he is. Bista trying to check from the inside of trailer. Or no, he's on the outside. He's on a little hop up on top of the barrels right there. And right now, if you're DYG, you need to pick desperately, but Unlucky's there and he's not missing. All the pressure onto S2. He's got 3 kills to his name, but a 1v5 against the Vox team with a lot of momentum right now is going to be tough to manage. Peeking across mid. Nobody for Vox peeking, and they don't really have a reason to.
He needs to just sit still. He has 1 minute to play with, and they very well know where the bomb is going to be. And with Cass going to be right there into B, and we have one more player that can actually go and have that snipe, Bista is an amazing shot for him. It's pretty easy for him, but for Stuma, you might actually get one more shot. Checks into trailer, but then Bista's going to be very quiet. He doesn't know. Unlucky gets the shot once more. And there you go. Lucky shots for Unlucky. He had a lot of kills in that particular round in Vox. Looking very solid in the S&D so far.
Yeah, Unlucky not missing right now. 5-1 off the start. Vox looking very solid on defense. And when your snipers are landing on defense on firing range S&D, there's just not a whole lot that you can do to counter other than hope that your snipers are able to somehow outgun them. You see the players pushing up for DYG right there. Nade cooking from the inside. Nono doesn't have the read. Bista finds 2 before he's finally traded out, but another kill goes in. Oh my gosh! S2 has something to say about it, but once again left alone. 3 players remain for Vox. Bomb is down over in trailer, and it's going to be a slow pick-by-pick situation if S2 is going to be able to find the clutch.
No, with a very aggressive read going into trailer. Now that is gonna be very hard for Situma to actually go and clutch up. Doesn't quite get the clutch. Goes down. And now Cass. Vox going up 3-0. I feel like if you do have the bomb, you shouldn't be that aggressive going into trailer. He didn't even go in there for the pre-fire, losing that gunfight, and eventually, once the bomb does go down, your team needs to go and find a way around that. And you can see that sniper for DYG just absolutely struggling to get that bomb.
Yeah, this is a very different pace from what we're used to seeing from the Chinese teams. Mamba still somehow able to win that even without the Peeker's advantage right there. DYG finally has an advantage, but the nade over top. Ichan on the flank. Just like that, Vox back in control. The peek around the corner. G with a crucial kill right there, but another player traded out, and now DYG. No, trying to regen right here. He is very, very weak. Gonna be able to get back up. Bomb in hand, but he doesn't want to go for the plant quite yet. They've got no trophy systems. Guys, you're allowed to use trophy systems. I promise it's not against the rules. And now it's on G to try to clutch up.
For reference, for any of you that didn't really watch China Masters, in their region, you can't use trophy system, it's banned, but you can see here, G loses that gunshot. But yeah, they weren't allowed to use any trophies, but here, you can. So they were used to having that for a few months, and now they have to find a way to really just control the situation where they know they can use that trophy system. And I know they haven't been used to having that same game style as we have, but you know what? They're still doing a really good job so far in the past games, but 4-0, Vox is looking so solid right now.
Oh my gosh, what a push right here. He gets all the way through to the bomb site in a matter of seconds. Unlucky's around the corner. Hits the quick scope right there. Vox is picking him apart again.
Unlucky.
Wow. This is just a completely different playstyle from anything I've seen from a Chinese team before. Bista going to be able to find the two to close it out again. DYG finds themselves down 5-0.
Vox yet again with a really strong search and destroy, Bobby. Look at Unlucky with that 8. He's been having multi-kills after multi-kills for every round, and now they're finally going into the attacking side. We need to see a really strong response to DYG, not becoming a little bit too aggressive. There you go! Big nades from G. That is the start that they need, and Bomb is going to be going down. We see Ichan too far away from it. Oh, here we go. This is the start of where we see DYG finally turn things around.
That was a lot of missed shots. Ching Feng going to be able to punish him right there. And looking like DYG feeling a little bit more comfortable on the defensive side of things. I still don't think we've seen a trophy system out of them, but they've been able to capitalize nonetheless. And obviously, China known for their nade spots. And whoa, a trophy system out of G right there. They've got the strats to make it happen. That could be the turning point for DYG pulling out the trophy systems. Oh, nearly turns around the corner. Just barely shut down.
Oh, really fast rotation from DYG. That's a good read. But now they get to have one player down. It's going to be very difficult. But no, finally even things out. But then we see Ponta with a response as well. Unlucky with the first shot gets rid of G. And Nono can actually have a situation where he can go and get rid of Unlucky. Finally goes there. 1v3 situation.
Oh, man. Looks like Nono might have the read. But, man. Vox, they came to play today. It's going to tie things up at 1-1 right there. And it's just so surprising because coming into this, we expected the strongest part of the game for the Chinese teams to be the search and destroy. They've had bright spots, but also just difficulties adapting to this rule set that we've had in place for a long time in Stage 5, Stage 4, Stage 3, all the way back there. Obviously, not adjusting quite as well as we might have thought.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, right? The fact that Chinese teams seem to be very brilliant into the search and destroys, knowing very well the nade spots. But yeah, it's a different rule set that they've been trying to apply the past few months because they already know the rule set's already in play here for Stage 5. But they're just so used to it, and they're still trying to go and figure out how they can actually go and play. So the fact of the matter is, with Vox finally getting their footing here, they gave Blacklist International a 3. So that is going to be, DG Esports, a 3-0. So that's going to be very interesting going into that fight. But speaking of another interesting fight, Almighty and Scars, you can see here, 3-1. Scars look very solid, but every time they just struggle.
Yep, taking a look at these highlights. I mean, we knew coming into this, Almighty was going to be one of the teams to beat. They had a little bit of a shaky spot on a couple of the maps so far, but just consistency across the board. And this is not a weak Scars team by any means. They were up 2-0 at one point, up against FPX, and just weren't able to close it out. Absolutely no question that this is a super solid team. So the fact that it was a relatively dominant 3-1, especially following that game up against FPX, Almighty's looking good right now.
Almighty having 3-1s all across the board. Heat number 1, heat number 2, and I'm pretty curious to see what their response is going to be for heat number 3. So going into the Summit, that is going to be very interesting because Almighty, they actually really like Summit as a map. So that's going to be very interesting how they go and play it against other teams as well in other game modes. But having Almighty going in Summit, they actually won this a lot during the Garena qualifier. So it's interesting to see how they actually lose it to Japan. So right now we get to see a very dominant S&D that we only got to see literally for just 5 seconds because of how dominant Almighty was.
Yup. Obviously having stick into that AS Val. Really statistically no real advantage over the Type 25, but he's comfortable with it. I still don't understand how that was a collat, but man, Almighty just across the board. And even in this last game of Hardpoint, there were times where it looked like they might give it up, but for the most part, it was Scars trying to play catch up. I'm pretty sure every single Hardpoint, Almighty beat them to it. And it was all the pressure on Scars to win a bunch of gunfights to be able to get the push in there. Most of the time at this level of the competition, you just can't rely on that.
Absolutely, but there were a lot of bright spots for Scars, especially in that crossfire in Hardpoint. Yes, they lost that, but they actually could have won it in that reset going into Central Building again. But you know what? Speaking of, one thing that we didn't really get to see is DG Esports against Godlike. We get to see here Jeff absolutely popping off with that 4-kill highlight that we really wanted to see, and obviously we get to see it right now. His name is Jeff, and he's absolutely popping off.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, DG in the first respawn looked incredibly strong up against a Godlike team that did not lose a match through the entirety of the South Asia, Middle East region. We're going to go ahead and hop into the action as we do have DG at the lead. Heading into the second half right here, 76 points, but Godlike with the early push over toward B. They're able to get some good progress right there. They're going to get knocked off for the time being. And right now, for the most part, it is DG winning just about all the gunfights. Jeff now 14-9. He's got Death Machine to work with there as well. Neutrino on the top side of Market. Gonna get pushed back a little bit. And right now, Godlike really banking on there. Oh my gosh, Jeff absolutely turns on Burns right there. Oh, that was a rough one to watch. And Jeff just sprayed and prayed. Somehow Godlike able to win that.
I mean, there were 3 players, so I'm not really surprised that he actually lost that gunfight, but he could have actually had a lot of kills over there. But still, very strong hold in Brava and Alpha for DG Esports. As you already know, and if you just got here to the stream a while ago, Vox 3-0'd them, and they have the Search and Destroy down for them. Domination in standoff as well. They lost it against Vox, 79 and 150, and this is a different story now. But then, a triple cap might actually be in order for Godlike.
Godlike is getting completely slayed out, and somehow they're able to secure the... Oh, they're so close to securing the triple cap. Jeff not able to spot the player on the cross through a broken wall right there. He's going to be all by himself over here on B. Smoke going to go down, sprays across. Neutrino gets the kill. Godlike maintaining this double cap right now, and if they're able to get back to defend both B and A, they might be able to hold it for a while.
Charlie, though, they have their sights on it. DG Esports goes in there, but only 1 player goes in there for the assist. Neutrino goes down, and the shutdown for Alpha might actually go in there if they have a Predator missile, but unfortunately for them, they don't. But it's a good thing. They have the Dragonfire. Gives them a lot of the information. It's still not too late for DG Esports to get that Bravo. And we get to see 1 player of Godlike Esports just sitting pretty over there in Alpha.
This shows you how fundamentally sound Godlike is. Every single player on their team is in the negative, and was so good for this team. Burns gonna push all the way back to A, and right now all they have to do is maintain B. They've got the best side to do it. They can get top blue control right here. They're not gonna push for it yet. Players waiting at the bottom of A. And right now, if you're Burns, you don't have to move. You just got to wait for somebody to round the corner and you get the information. He's going to get spotted out right there. He's going to get dropped, but Jeff traded out once again. DG trying to get this map control, but they can't make it happen. Time and time again, they get beamed off. They're getting some progress onto B, but it's wiped away here as well. Godlike, just too strong at every point.
No map control for DG Esports. They tried to go in for the push for Alpha, but suddenly for them, it doesn't really work out. And Bravo, though, finally getting capped. Now, this is what they needed. It's still not too late. 139 and 118. DG Esports can still do this, can still win it. But with Godlike looking so solid with their defense and how they can actually go and infiltrate a lot of the points here, they can actually go and deny this double cap. Finally, bringing a lot of wins for his team. Trunks almost getting that solo cap, but then just like that, it's going to be very, very important right now for Jetsky to go and win it. He does, though. So stops the push from Bravo and Charlie. That was very scary for DG to actually go and see.
And that was one of the few mistakes we've seen out of Godlike so far. A poorly timed Death Machine, and they're going to get wiped off of B as well. Zen's there to clear off the progress. The Cluster Strike comes on in. More than likely, that's going to be able to seal the deal here, especially with that gunfight win going in. Luring can slide the corner, but he gets shut down as well. Zen's got a Death Machine if he wants it. I'm not entirely sure why he hasn't called it in yet. Game's about to end, but it doesn't matter. DG Esports just in time, able to secure the B flag, and it's going to be enough for them to take the win in domination as well.
That was too close for comfort. My goodness, DG Esports with a very great win in the turnaround. But here we go. We get to see DYG versus Vox right now going into the domination raid. Ooh, it's very close with the matchup right now, and DYG losing a bunch of their gunfights in the beginning, but it still doesn't matter because they get to have those 2 points. ANC split, that is one thing we really like to see, especially from watching that Western Finals. A lot of players actually go in for that AC split.
Yeah, and not easy to maintain, and this is part of the reason that you don't see a whole lot of people try to go for it, is because they immediately get flipped, and just like that, it's Vox with the double cap right here. B control, the absolute win condition for both of these teams right now, and DYG watching their lead dwindle. Yeah, you got to get more map control in that. You can't just solo hop onto B when you have no idea where anybody is. 2 power control positions, and right now, DYG's got to try to fight for top laundry if they're going to have any type of a shot at getting B right here.
DYG, they were able to get the AC split, but then that you can only have that if you're trying to go for that distraction gameplay. And if you do have that AC split, you need to have 2 people going into Bravo, and just probably 1 person having one side, but that's not going to be the case here. They try to go for that solo hold in Charlie, but obviously you get to see the Vox people going in there for that defense. So the players of Vox doing such a good job at the rotation, and yes, we get to see DYG have top laundry control, but it doesn't really matter because they keep losing all of their gunfights anyway. Denies the sentry gun placement. Ichan 22 already to his name. Really solid defense here. It seems like he can actually go in for the solo hold as well.
Yeah, he's going to try to lock down A, and a triple cap would pretty much seal the deal for Vox. He's pretty much uncontested. G finally getting a push in from the top side. Gets a couple shots on, but he gets turned on. Ichan wins the gunfight, and that should be enough for Vox to come away with the win. Oh, another beauty around the corner. Pred missile ready to go. Hunter killer as well. It is going to be A control going in for DYG, but Bista, a little 2-piece for himself, and that should seal the deal. Pushing back toward A, trying to retake that control. Not enough time for DYG to secure the triple cap, and that's going to be Vox taking the domination right here as well.
Very strong that we see Vox here. They've had a phenomenal start in the Eastern Champs here so far, giving that donut to DG, and now it seems like they want to win another one against DYG, and now I want to talk about it just a little bit. Okay, that was a really good dominating performance here in Domination. It's because they have a 100% win rate in Domination. DYG 33%. And now I know these were numbers from the past, but there's a reason why we get to see it really pan out here in the future, here for the Eastern Champs.
Yeah, for DYG, it's got to feel kind of like do or die. You already lost to Q9, so you know you're going to lose the tiebreaker up against them if you're at 3-2. You got Vox, who's already 1-0. If you lose to them, you lose that tiebreaker as well. And if you find yourself at 3-2, you're at the hands of the tiebreaker. So right now, they desperately need to win this hard point. We know they've got the gun skill to do it. Whether or not they can execute, we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, definitely. Now I want to take a look at what actually happened with our game here in Vox versus DYG. We already know. Hardpoint. That was a very interesting matchup because we know that DYG, yes, they don't really get to have a lot of points there, but they did take one against Q9. So, you know, they're going to be really good at that hardpoint, but S&D was a completely different matchup. We see Vox just absolutely just slay it.
Yeah, and in that hard point that they won against Q9, it wasn't like a close one. It was
No,
150 to 49, which was really surprising to see because coming into the competition, Q9 said their biggest disappointment or their biggest challenge was that they didn't have enough competition in their region. That was their biggest challenge coming into it. So the fact that they get whooped like that in a hard point definitely says something about what this DYG team is capable of.
Oh yeah, most definitely. But we see it here. DYG versus Vox at the replays. Summit in Hardpoint. How many Summit matches have we seen here today? It makes me just so happy to see. This is probably one of my most favorite maps here in Call of Duty Mobile, just because of how much you can actually go into that rotation. It's a small map. Plus, you can go and have a lot of the spawn traps, especially here in this hill right now. But yes, we got to see a lot of DYG go into the spawns, but you know what? It doesn't really matter. They have the spawns. Vox still won it, and that's why you can see here Vox just absolutely slaying it with their individual gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a really back and forth game for the most part, and it was really only at the end that Vox was able to lock down that double cap. So I've got a feeling the battle is not done. DYG hopping into the hard point on takeoff, and right off the bat, as expected, they're going to war, getting that initial time. It is Vox on the top side, trying to get that map control, but two players there to flush out for DYG.
Finally, we get to see a takeoff here. I really love this map as well because of how big it is. Now, we get to see a really great start from Vox, but also from DYG. So it's a little bit of a back and forth. We get to see a lot of these players not really having a lot of map control. You need to have that 2F control here, large center base, just so you have sights on P1 and P2 as well.
Ooh, big gunfight win for Ching Feng right there. Rounds the corner, pre-fire. Not going to land on the first one, but it is for the second. He gets the information. Oh, beautiful two-piece for him. He's on a 3 spree right now, trying to get some of those score streaks. Ponta has something to say about it. Pretty much tied as we head here into P2, and this is going to be one of the money hills is more than likely is going to dictate spawns. Echan pushing in. 5 spree for him right there. Huge, huge opener. Big-time struggles for Nono and Mamba off the start.
Echan with a backstab, that was just so impressive, and he still is actually on a spree. That is going to be very impressive. No, 0 and 6. You usually get to see this guy just pop off, but then unfortunately for him, he just haven't found his rhythm quite yet. Vox having a very solid hold here, but the points still aren't going to be that far away. Ching Feng winning the gunfights right now. Bista going in there for the contest, but then Ching Feng still winning the gunfight. We get to see this guy absolutely popping off and finally gets denied of it. And now 13 seconds left on the clock. We get to see Vox go in there for that early rotation in P3. That's what you want to see. Everyone from DYG still so far away from the hard point.
And right now, DYG not in a good spot as far as spawns go, spawning all the way on the opposite map, but they get spawns for next. Oh, they get some good timing right there, and 3 players spawn right next to the hard point. They've got an opportunity to push in despite the early rotation for this Vox team. And with Nono hopping up to the top side, the R9 coming out right there. Not going to be able to land the first one. Can't hit the second one either. 5 in the feed for Vox. The lucky spawns do not pay off for DYG.
DYG just losing all of their gunfights right now, unfortunately, and Vox doing such a great job at not only for the rotations, but also winning their all individual gunfights. They don't even have to bring out all of their operator skills to go and win the hill. So when they read that they can go and win this, some guy just got teleported back into another dimension right there. But yeah, that is going to be a very impressive time for Vox right now, 68 and 44, but still very doable for DYG. If they go in, flush in, and go in for the pinch, they need to go into the generator area, especially going into the next hardpoint, which you can see Ponta is already in.
Yeah, right now, you got to get the break in if you're DYG. The lead is building. Vox has the early rotations. A lot of struggles for a couple of these DYG players. You got to take out Unlucky. You can't let him get another big spree. He's already got a drone to work with. Bista gets beamed off of his Annihilator. That's going to be huge for DYG. No shutdown on the way in. It's still going to be Vox holding things down. S2 pushes on in, but he's going to get shut down as well. Annihilator comes out, but Ching Feng's there. Absolutely massive for DYG.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. The moment he brought out the Annihilator, he just got annihilated just like that. But a very great start for DYG. Finally gets to have a turnaround, but Ichan's going to be very hard, especially going to the 2F, absolutely just getting everyone out. And now, just like that, we get to see Vox go in there, have a lot of that. The points are just going into their favor right now, almost crossing to the 100-point mark. But DYG doing a good job at the contest, though.
Yep, they're not going to be able to get the break. Kaz already has his Annihilator ready to go. He's going to get contested for right here. A little bit of damage goes in, finally able to get the kill. DYG doing everything they can to stay alive right here. They push in, they get the break. It took 2 men to do it. They've got a little bit of topside control right here, but they got to take out Ponta. He's able to win that one, 25 to his name. With a drone in his control as well, you can get a lot of information, but it's all about the timing and when you use it. A beautiful 2-piece. 2 more. He's streaking out. Finally shut down by Ching Feng. One of the only players for DYG that's been able to get any type of momentum for this squad. Trying desperately for the break. They get a tiny amount of time, but Ichan's there with the thumper once again. And just every time it looks like there's an opening for DYG, immediately shut down by Vox.
This is a good opportunity for DYG to make a comeback, though. We see No going up into that spot, but then unfortunately for him, loses that gunfight as Bista going in there for that 2F control and launch center base is going to have that. That is just unfortunate to see. We need to have some sort of control from both of these teams because so far, we just get to see Vox absolutely just streaking out and having a lot of their gunfights win, and DYG going in for the power position but losing the gunfights, and unfortunately for them, not really utilizing that position. But we get to see finally a very early rotation from DYG, but they need to win their gunfights because you can see here, Vox is already flushing in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's all Vox in the feed. Ichan on the flank. Unlucky's there in the backside, secures the spawns. Bissa pushes up. It looks like hope disappearing pretty quickly for DYG right here. Right now, they need a break, and they need it desperately. They don't have a whole lot to work with. Ichan's going to find one. Annihilator's out. Anybody in his sights is subject to the one-tap ability. G going to be able to win that, but traded out. Streaks in play for Vox as well. They're able to close it out dominantly in the hard point right there, and that is going to be a 3-1 win against the powerhouse of DYG.
That is just amazing gameplay, and Vox representing Japan very well. And mind you, they are the 2nd seed of Japan. Scars, the top seed, actually struggling in this competition here so far. So, Bobby, with this win for Vox, that is a really good momentum because heat number 1, 3-0 against DG, and now 3-1 against DYG. That is not jokes of a team, and I know both of these teams that we have, Group A and Group B, there's no such thing as a, like a hell team or like a team where, a group where you have really good teams, because both of it is split very evenly. And now we get to see Vox absolutely pop off against DYG. That is really good momentum for them going to heat number 3.
Yeah, they've got a very real opportunity of making it into day 2. Obviously, they still got some really tough competition to go up against, but after game 1, it was just all Vox all the way. The search and destroy. It seemed like DYG had a really tough time adapting. You got to think it could have gone a completely different way if they just throw out a couple of trophy systems right there, but it looked like they learned too little too late. And when it came to the respawns, Vox was just completely slaying.
I mean, the closest we actually had to a really good matchup was in that raid domination, where at some point we didn't know what was going to happen, and yes, we went in there a little bit too late, but it's still pretty impressive because I remember when we went in there, DYG had a really good soul at AC, but just very quickly, Vox just shut it down. So if you do have that kind of hold into domination, that AC, you best believe you need to go in there for that B push as well. But speaking of a really good push, Vox, DYG, very great opportunity for DYG to take it, but at some point, going into that 3rd hard point, they weren't able to take a lot of points here.
Yeah, it felt like early on, DYG just allowed Vox to snowball a little bit too much. You saw multiple players at 0-5 off the start, and typically that's going to be a really difficult thing to overcome later in the game once those score streaks start to come into play. Those turn in, or once the operators come in, they turn into score streaks, which turns into operators, which turns into score streaks. And once the snowball gets big enough, there's not really much you can do to stop it, and that's really what we saw right here from these players playing on their Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III. 120 FPS, able to capture all the action.
And it's just, this phone has just so much capability in terms of like playing Call of Duty Mobile and FPS in general. What I love about it, it doesn't heat up. And you know this game is just so amazing because it's just formatted for Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III, where you can get a lot of things in comparison to other phones as well. 120 hertz refresh rate display. You already know that you have an edge over your competition, especially with like fast-moving objects with a game like Call of Duty Mobile.
Yep. Keeps things nice and smooth. And I believe we do have one more matchup where our teams are playing on their devices. We got Godlike going up against DG. Looking to close things out is DG up against an absolute powerhouse of a team. Pushing on up in, and maybe a little bit of a slower pace here on Summit. Typically Summit Hardpoint, we see teams just constantly clashing, but sitting back, playing a little bit more passive, it seems like that strategy working so far for Godlike.
They're just trying to go in for the flush. So DG just looking for the kills and then going in for the contest. But if you're DG, you gotta step on it already because a lot of these players, they're just going in there for the slays, not winning their gunfights, and eventually giving Godlike a lot of the points already, 46 and 20. With 42 on the clock, you need to go in there for the contest, and finally we get to see one player try to do that. But unfortunately for them, Jetsky doesn't quite win a lot of his gunfights, and now it's all up to Jeff to go in there for the contest.
The map control for Godlike is just untouchable right now. Zen has top control center for himself. He's got a teammate there, and they're finally able to get the flush. Godlike now going to be forced out of position. They don't have spawns for next, but Trunks smacked him in the face with a shotgun. He said, I've got grav spikes to work with as well. Now 6 to his name. Learn there to back him up as well. Concussions go over top, but they're not in a spot to actually get the frags. More scrap time going in for Godlike, and now Bros trying to get control of spawns. He's able to win a huge gunfight right there against Venom. Once again, big plays at the right time for this Godlike squad, and right now all the pressure onto Jetsky to try to push in the flank right here, see if he can get spawn control. And I'm going to be honest, a little bit of a potato, but he still finds one anyway.
Bros, that was this really big kill. He had 2. There were 2 players of DG Esports ready for the defense, but the comms just didn't pull through for DG Esports. I think that's one thing that they're just lacking here in this competition so far, is the lack of that comms. Once you know that a one person goes in there, you need to be on the alert, knowing very well that there's one player, Bros, that goes in there for the delete. And now we get to see Godlike going in there, even though they had a late rotation, still have majority of P3. And now DG Esports not even trying to go in for the contest. I don't think I like to see this. So, you know what? That's just really unfortunate to see. You're letting Godlike get a lot of the points left.
That they rotated at 25 seconds.
It's Summit. It's a short map.
Like, I understand the importance of getting early control, but especially with how quickly you can spawn out. Well, those are DG players spawning right there, so they've still got control of spawns and everything, but you cannot just give 25 free seconds to a team like Godlike. That the map control is too strong. They're going to try to make the push in from the top side. You can see them waiting for reinforcements, not trying to take those one-by-one gunfights. They're going to get shut down. And it looks like the early rotation, at least right now, paying off for DG, but they still got to get a lot more time for it to be worth the amount of time that they gave up over there on P3.
Yeah, hopefully the decision going in there very early doesn't really kick him at the end. But we can see here, finally, 5-man push, winning a lot of their gunfights already. And just like that, one by one, we get to see trade after trade from both of these teams, looking really solid so far for DG Esports. And now that's a really good push. But you can see here, Godlike Esports spawning all the way at the back of the hard point. And just like that, with 12 seconds, they get the scrap points, but it's still very valuable. And DG Esports going in for the early rotation, yes, what can you do? Now that is when you can actually go and rotate and not go in for the contest here for this other hill. But it's going to be very hard to go and infiltrate because we know control room number 2 is the most open hardpoint that we have here.
Yep. And I saw a lot of operators come on out for DG. More than likely that late in the game. just a massive risk that you don't really want to take, especially when you do have those early rotations. If you're being forced into that, you're just putting yourself at a huge disadvantage. Venom's going to find 2, but he gets shut down by the Thumper right there. Zen finds 1 as well. DG staying alive, but they can't afford to give up more than 12 seconds on this hard point. Bros in the top side going to win 1, make it 2 right there. Gets the assist on the 3rd. They've got control once again, and right now, DG scrambling, trying to find something, but nobody's close enough to the hard point. They contest. They're able to get it for a little bit right here. They can't afford to give up any more time. They get the break. They gotta hold it. They gotta remain untouched all the way through, and it looks like they're gonna stay alive a little longer.
Yeah, that's just 1 point. They need to play perfect hard point at this moment, not giving a single second to Godlike Esports into the second hill. But take a look at that. Already one person, Trunks, already sitting pretty over into the next hard point where you get to see one more point. The contest goes down though,
Okay.
but then, okay, finally gets in for the shutdown. And that is just impressive to see. And Bobby, we're gonna see a game number 5.
We got ourselves a game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike not going down without a fight. These guys came to play. They look strong in the S&D, and that was the other place where they were able to take one right here. Do you think they can close it out, or is DG going to find a way to get their first match win?
Well, it's going to be very difficult to actually see because Dunya Games, it seems like S&D is not really a matchup that they are really confident in playing. But you know what? When it comes to the matchups that we have today, anything is possible. But going into the replay that we have in that hard point in Summit, I think it was just DG with the miscoms that they have, because when you have a player, that was at one point, I think it was in P3, where Bros just absolutely got rid of 3 people off the bat all by himself. You need to tell your teammates, there's one person trying to go in there for an early setup and trying to ruin it, but unfortunately for them, I don't think it was able to communicate it properly.
Yeah, for the most part of this matchup, it's definitely looked like Godlike has been the more fundamentally sound team as far as their rotations, their map positioning, the crosses that they're holding overall. They've looked really good, but it seems like DG just has enough gunny to carry them through. You look at the Hackney Yard hardpoint, the score once again, 150 to 19. In that type of situation especially, it's got to be mostly gunny that's coming through for you. Taking a look at the team stats over on our tower right here. Obviously, accuracy, not something you take into account too terribly much. Looking at the overall KD, you would like to be in the positive side of things, but same goes for the win-loss.
Yeah, I mean, you get to see all the points right now, but take a look at Godlike Esports, having a pretty good time with having more wins than losses, but it's still too early to tell. I know, we get to have a lot of points here, but especially learning from the Western side of things once we had it last weekend, you know, sometimes this goes up until heat number 3, heat number 4, and now I don't really get to trust this completely just yet. Once we get into heat 3, maybe these numbers will actually start making sense now, because with what we saw a while ago, DG doing not so well in the first half. They're finally picking things up here against a really good team like Godlike, but it is down to the search and destroy, where they were destroyed a while ago, 6-3. So it's not going to be very easy for a team like DG, who's usually good at the respawns, to have a response here in search.
Yeah, and right now, it doesn't seem like we're wondering this coming into the competition. Is there going to be a team that dominates the way that Tribe did in the Western Championships? We haven't really had that so far. It seems like everybody has taken their map losses relatively early on. And I think, especially as we progress in the competition, this is going to be the tightest that we've seen so far. I'm super excited to see who emerges on top.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Godlike being that top 1 seed in India, and now we get to see DG, the top 2 of Garena, really just battle things out. But we're taking a look at what happened so far in heat number 2. FPX versus Vitality. Vitality taking that donut right now, and True Rippers as well. So India having a really tough time, and it seems like Godlike is just carrying the name of India for now though, because we get to see a pretty good fight a while ago with Vitality versus True Rippers. So I mean, obviously that's India versus India, but for now, Godlike looking very solid as of now.
Yeah, taking a look at the teams that are at that 2-0 record, which is where you really want to be right now. We got Almighty at 2-0. We got FPX. They were able to somehow pull off the reverse sweep, so they're going to be at 2-0 as well. Same for Q9, who came into this competition feeling very confident, going up against Revenant, even though coming out of the South Asia Middle East region, they were technically ranked number 3. I've heard from a lot of people that they felt like they were the number 2 team in India, so for that to be a 3-0 as well, definitely very, very impressive. Taking a look at these stats once again, side by side right here. Obviously, True Rippers has had their fair share of struggles. 0.76 KD, not going to quite make the cut. They got to have a crazy turnaround if they're going to be able to get back in the competition.
Oh yeah, most definitely. That's going to be very difficult. But you know what, taking a look at Godlike versus DG right now, and we saw it a while ago already, but we're seeing it side by side. But I want to take a look and really just have a little bit of a breakdown of what happened in Heat number 1, because that's going to give us a little bit of an insight going in here for Search and Destroy. And now Godlike versus Revenant. Revenant was pretty good. I mean, yes, they had like 1 win off of domination, but Search and Destroy, very solid for Godlike. They had a really great map for Hackney Yard, but with Hackney Yard out of the mix, maybe it's because Godlike is just not good at Hackney.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I think if you just look at the overall play style of the two, Dunya Games definitely seems to be favored in scenarios where it pays to be a little bit more aggressive. I think especially in the Search and Destroy, whenever you get to this level, that's just not going to be sustainable. And even looking at the way that Godlike plays Hardpoint, you can tell that it's a lot more strategic than the way that Dunya Games is going about it. So I think if Dunya Games is going to have a chance at winning this Search and Destroy right here, they've got to learn to slow things down, not necessarily just constantly rush and throw bodies at things, but allow your teammates to get some information, evaluate the situation, and kind of go from there. I think big time they're going to have to bank on their snipers.
Yeah, for a while there, I thought you were going to keep rhyming all of that information.
Did I rhyme? I was
you
totally
were actually going on a roll there. I was actually kind of thinking you were going to rhyme it, end it with the information. But you know what? Godlike Esports and Dunya Games, we really get to see here Summit. It's going to be very, very spicy, the breakdown video that we actually go to have here. But you know what? Search and Destroy. Now, with DG, you had a really good point. They shouldn't be too aggressive, because we saw a while ago FBX, a very aggressive team, and yes, they actually kind of paid the price for it, but they still won it. Now that's how you can go and have a readjustment if you do want the aggression. But that's when they were planting the bomb. If you're on the attacker side and you have that aggression, it didn't really pan out for them. For Dunya Games, if they do the same thing where they're aggressive going into the attacker side, not quite sure if that's going to be the case, because Godlike has really good snipers on their team. Learn is going to shut them down.
Yeah, this is the map that I've seen go a bunch of different ways. For a long time, I felt like you were at a really big advantage if you were on the defensive side, but I've seen so many teams completely flip that on its head and absolutely dominate from the offensive side. So coming into this, we don't have a ton of information about the two teams. We know overall just that this Godlike roster has been together for longer than anybody else. We are getting ready to hop into the firing range, Search and Destroy. But before we do that, we're going to take a look at a video that'll give us a little bit more of an in-depth look at the map.
Hey everyone, it's Aerith here with some map recon. We're going to start with one of the most popular Call of Duty mobile maps that are common in both ranked and competitive, Fire Range. Let's break it down to 3 game modes: Search and Destroy, Hardpoint, and Domination. Starting with Search, it's crucial to have 1 or 2 strong snipers who can hold common peek angles, as Firing is a map that has many wall-bangable spots to utilize.
And he's gonna not be able to find it!
On the defending side, you will see a lot of snipers play barrel and top 10 for an early kill. This also makes it easier to hold down pushes and be able to effectively hold down sites. Hardpoint is one of the most intense and fast-paced game modes. On a map like Fire Range, you will see many professional players fight for trailer control. Having a strong and versatile anchor to hold down spawns is the key to winning. Last but not least, we have Domination. Similar to Hardpoint, where players can respawn, Domination requires a lot more strategic positioning. Common areas such as tin, wood, and trailer are all great spots to hold. This will allow teams to get enough kills before successfully capturing the flag. Thanks for watching, and I hope you guys learned something useful for your next game on Fire Range.
Well, that is a really informational video that I, myself, Beef Mommy, did the VO for. No, I mean, not gonna lie, Aerith, that was really, really great. I was actually listening to that a while ago when I was getting my makeup done, and I thought, wait, why can I hear myself? But you know what? Turns out it was Aerith. Same difference. You know what? You cool. But here we go. Finally, Godlike Esports versus DG Esports going to the final matchup as to decide who is gonna win this particular matchup.
We get Bros pushed up really aggressively, trying to get some information. One thing we said DG was going to need to do if they're going to win the Search and Destroy, play things a little bit more passive. That's what they're doing off the start right here, but you're going to need to make some leeway up the map, and right now they are kind of stuck in the back with nothing.
Neutrino being very quiet. Nope, never mind. Take it back. Does a lot of sound in through mid. Tries to go in for the wall back for the information. And now one person goes down, Learn. And this is what we keep saying, Learn with the sniper, because DG doesn't have a pretty solid sniper for this, for the response going into Godlike. And now they are down 3 men right now to make that 4 as a 1v5 situation in favor of Godlike.
Oh, Venom's just in a rough spot. Hit by the concussion, a 1v5. He's able to find one, but Trunks shuts it down real quick. As expected, Godlike comes out the gate swinging right here in the Search and Destroy. And especially once you see those first bloods come through, it just opens things up so much for them to get a little bit more aggressive. They take DG off guard. They're able to close out the round quickly. They're in a good spot right now. DG, once again, they're playing things passive, but if you're playing passive, at some point you got to find the kills. Especially on the offensive side, they've not been able to do that so far.
You are absolutely right. You need to play for picks, and so far they're having a very hard time, especially with Learn and the sniper. And now they have the smoke down, but they didn't even go in there, not utilizing the smoke very well. And now they are just crawling like worms just a little bit. Finally, plant going down. It's a good thing that they laid down the trophy system. Now, that's probably a good push. It's a good thing that Learn didn't really peek in a while ago. And now he does get pushed. That is a good move here so far. Godlike dropping like flies, and DG Esports looks like they want to shut this down pretty early.
Yeah, that was huge for them. Jesky gonna be able to find one. Trunks all alone. I don't know how they didn't hear the footsteps. He's gonna be able to find one, and now repositioning. I respect it. I respect it. There wasn't really any chance they were gonna challenge him on bomb right there, especially after they saw him push in. But I respect the attempt at the ninja defuse.
That was pretty open. You know what? Probably not going to see me. He took his chances. And that was a really good start for DG Esports, where they went in there. It's a good thing that Learn wasn't able to go and have sights on them, because usually he shuts them down pretty quickly. And now, again, a very aggressive A push. But then Learn yet again. See, when Learn doesn't have his sights in A, that's when DG can actually go and pop off.
Wow, and that timing over there by B is just so unfortunate. For this Godlike team, Bro's gonna get spotted out. That's gonna be man advantage for DG. Zen pushing across. He's gonna get hit by one. Burns is there to look at it as well. Oh, but the thumper onto the vehicle. Perfectly timed. Not really what I would call a lineup for that nade. Oh my gosh! He's right up in his face. It doesn't matter. Jeff gonna find the snipe on the Learn. Just like that, DG's got the lead.
He was on the reload. I didn't think he would actually go and get that. I thought amazing the things that you can actually do with a thumper right now, and that's the reason why people keep using this particular weapon, because of how absolutely cracked it is. And now we get to see a Bravo push, but then the solid defense coming in from the side of Godlike. But there you go, Bros. Neutrino, very great start.
He's on defense. Who would have guessed that was the guy that's playing defense? Burn on the flank. He finds one for himself, gets the assist there as well. We're getting all types of looks out of this Godlike team. Just so unconventional, but it pays off big time. Venom on the wrap, trying to find the bomb, but he gets spotted out by Neutrino. The perfect read. Just like that, we're tied back up at 2-2.
I was gonna say, it's the perfect read from Godlike. The pinch came in. They knew that all members from DG Esports was already there in B-Long in jungle. And the concussion going in there, stopping their tracks, and getting that multi-kill coming in from the likes of Trunks and Burns. That was just so amazing to see. And now a little bit more of a passive approach, but with Godlike having that confidence from the other round pushes on over into mid, and trade after trade, we see a 4v4 situation.
And that was absolutely crucial for Godlike, just to be able to get the trade there in the first place. You get one player out in the middle of nowhere, hit by a concussion. There's no reason that you shouldn't be able to get that untradeable, but they still find a way to come away with it. They find another pick, and they're back in a man advantage once again. DG finds themselves stuck back in spawn, bombs down right now, and they've got little to no options other than to hope they've got the utility to make a push up here. Especially when you got thumpers flying at your face, that can just be absolutely terrifying.
Zen going in there, multiple frags being brought out. Spots one, gets bros, that's a good start. Gets a second one. Zen can actually go and pop off, and just like that, good thing. It's a good thing he actually goes and backs away. But as much as they'd like to have the advantage, it's all Zen by himself. A 2v1 situation. Bomb is down though. That could have been really big for them, but unfortunately they just lost their gunfights even with Zen popping off.
Neutrino, big two-piece. You should have information from Burns right there. You can hear the shots going across. Should be one on the flank. Burns says, I'm going to go ahead and challenge anyway. I don't care. At that range, M13 is going to beat the MX-9 9 times out of 10. Comes away with a big one right there, and now Godlike back in control, and they're going to be on the offensive side. We've seen some unusual looks from them on defense, so I'm extremely curious what we're going to see here on offense.
It's going to be a passive approach right now for Godlike. Looks like they just want to hang pretty here, get some information, which you should. And for DG, I feel like when they were playing passive, they weren't playing for the information game. It was more like, Godlike, you come to us, but that shouldn't be the case if you are going to be in the defensive side. And I mean, in the offensive side, I mean, with now DG going in for the defense, they might do a little bit better here, and hopefully you get to see Trunks and one more person with Zen just right beside each other. I'm quite sure that Zen might actually hear some footsteps going around here.
I mean, somebody's got him information. The fact that Trunks is just sitting up in this treehouse doing nothing, I feel like he's got to know. It doesn't really seem like Zen has any idea, because if he did, he would be looking up through that window. Jeff's going to get picked by Learn. That's exactly what Godlike was waiting for. One player on the inside of trailer, Learn, trying to find another pick. Jeske challenges, doesn't matter. Bro is able to win the gunfight. Godlike, now two-man advantage. Nade over top, there's no trophy there. It looks like they're going to go for the plant right here. Burns is able to pick up the bomb. And right now it's just concussion city everywhere you go. Neither team really wants to run a trophy system. DG down a man, but the bomb's going to go down, and now the pressure's on for them. ZZ trying to chell, nobody peeking over top of the bomb heady. They're forced to back up once again. I don't think the concussion landed right there. If it had, probably would have had to chell, but ZZ, big two-piece right there, but Trunks is on the flank. Venom's all alone right here. It's a 1v1 player on the site. The Holger shots go through for Neutrino. Godlike, looking godlike in the search and destroy.
That was a really good round for both of these teams. I mean, it could have been anyone's game in that particular moment. And the usage of the Thumper and the grenades were so good there. I'm pretty impressed with how they use their utilities pretty right. And now Godlike going in for a very heavy push, 4-man push going into A again. Jetsky loses that, but then gets two of his own.
Man, Trunks has been so difficult to trade for this DG team. Big kill on the Learn. When you eliminate the sniper and you don't have a dominant one of your own, that's always going to be a massive factor. And the aggressive push for Godlike not paying off this time. Forced to back up. Trunks has the bomb. He's got 10 kills to his name. And there's really nobody over here on B, so this could be a huge opportunity, especially if he can get the bomb down.
They need to have some sort of presence here in Bravo and ZZ. He needs to go in there. They don't hear it at all, and the rotation needs to come through. But then Neutrino is definitely going to give him a little bit of a surprise with the backstab. Goes in for the shots, but then he does lose that. It's all up to Learn. I mean, to Trunks to go in there for the kill and for the flank as well. Doesn't quite get the shots. Zen, a little bit too tricky here. The dance finally going in. The salsa still go, but Zen still wins that gunfight. That is just so unfortunate.
He said, man, I have this dance. Regardless of whether or not he won the gunfight, the defuse is going to go through. And definitely, I like the idea that Godlike had right there, but I think especially once your player gets picked, it just kind of fell apart in a really rough spot where you're forced to win a gunfight immediately and immediately check the bomb. You only got a Fennec. Limited options. And Godlike sticking with the aggressive approach. One person hit by the concussion. Thumper comes out, but it's not able to connect. They're gonna, it looked like full send it, but now they back up. Burns is gonna get picked off the start. Thumper in the hands of Jetski, not gonna connect. He gets turned on by Bros. Learn hits the snipe right there. It looked like Godlike might get picked apart, but just like that, oh, players left and right. DG pushes trailer, trades left and right. I don't know who's on top right now.
That was just a fiesta of grenades and thumpers that we got to see here. They are spamming that thing like there's no tomorrow, and it's all up to Trunks with 10 kills with the Fennec to go in there, plant the bomb, go into Bravo. That is a really good thing to do because Alpha is just absolutely no question, don't go in there. And he finally goes in here to Bravo. That's a good call here so far. Finally gets the plant down, and now we get to see Venom and ZZ go in there for the rotation pretty quickly. But I'm pretty curious how they're going to go in there for the rotation now, but then Trunks.
Oh,
they're not going to expect him at all here.
Oh my gosh, this is huge. He's able to get up in the trailer. He gets so much information right there. They have no idea. It should be an easy one. Make it a 2. Trunks with the God tier read for Godlike. They're one round away from closing it out. Oh, that was a thing of beauty.
That was probably one of the best things. By the way, thank you, Observer, for staying at Trunks. That was just such a good thing to see. What a treat. You wouldn't expect Trunks to go that far away from the bomb, and he just goes in there, following them very silently. And now we get to see an advantage over Godlike Esports. They do have the bomb, playing very passively. DG. There was just so many moments that they could have won it, but then just unfortunately, Godlike was just a little bit too smart for them.
Oh, that trigger discipline, the rotation, the read, everything about that was just absolutely beautiful. And DG, when you're in a 2v1, I understand you want to play for your trades and everything, but you got to get information at some point, especially when you're at an advantage. Couldn't capitalize in any way, shape, or form, and now you find yourselves up against a wall. You can't really afford to lose here. You put yourselves down 0-2 after getting 3-0'd by Vox. Right now, they desperately need something. You force Godlike to play a little bit slow off the start. And right now, Godlike seems like waiting for Learn to find a snipe to open things up, but very content to play things passive.
Learn doesn't quite get any information that he wanted to give to his teammates, but with Godlike, you do have the advantage of having just one more win, but then it's the most difficult thing to do is to close out an S&D, especially at the game number 5, but still, Godlike looking very solid here so far. But then does get the information. The sound cue is already up there. The nade doesn't quite do anything, but Jeff gives away his position. Still sitting very pretty. And now with 28 seconds left, they need to make a decision where they actually want to go and plant the bomb.
Yeah, Trunks is sniping here as well. That's not a good spot for a sniper to be. Concussion's gonna hit. They only got 18 seconds. You don't have any options right now. Bomb's looking to make a wrap back toward B. It looks like they're gonna make it there in time, but they gotta hope nobody's there to contest from Godlike, or from DG. Another player's gonna drop. They're getting hit left and right. They've only got 2 players alive, but it's such an easy read. Oh, an absolute disaster of a round for Godlike following what was such a huge read. And you gotta feel like their confidence might be a little shaken. Largely just because they didn't want to commit toward the site.
It took too long. It was just 28 seconds after the clock. You couldn't really have a lot of options left. It took too long. You had the advantage of, you know, being on the attacking side, of dictating the pace of the game. And now DG, beautiful read, beautiful information that they actually go and have there. Now it seems like Bravo is the line of sight right now for Godlike Esports. That is a very good read. They need to learn to give them some sort of information, but doesn't really have anything to give. And now DG just sitting pretty here with Venom going up to top 10 can probably get a lot of information for his team as to where Godlike will go and push.
And right now it feels like Godlike is kind of put themselves in a spot where you see a lot of teams, they get a lead, they have an opportunity to close it out, and then they start playing to not lose rather than playing to win. It feels like that's where Godlike is right now, playing so passive, and Venom's gonna be able to find a Thumper kill as a result right there as well. Learn pulling out his Thumper, hoping he can land something. He's gonna be able to get some damage, but it's not enough for the kill. Their man disadvantage again. They're forced way back into spawn, and the passive gameplay is just not working as Trunks gets picked as well.
This is not passiveness, this is reluctance coming in from the side of Godlike Esports, where the confidence that they had winning and bringing this into round number 10, it looks like DG Esports can actually go and win this into a round number 11. Zen spots learn, doesn't quite get it, but his teammate does so. Jetsky 1v3 situation as Bro with 6 kills to his name turns his back away from the trailer, and now that's going to be very difficult as he does get spotted. Zen finishes the job. Round number 11. This isn't supposed to happen if you were Godlike Esports. You had the momentum, you had everything down to a T, but DG Esports learning, and they can smell blood. The reluctance from Godlike Esports it's not paying off for them.
Right now, it feels like DG's got all of the momentum right now, but it also seemed for the most part like Godlike felt a lot more comfortable on the defensive side. So we'll see if this strategy pays, but they've got no type of defense over on A. They send out a little bit of utility, but they're not able to get any kills. Trunks trying to find a snipe right there, but the wallbang not going to land. Bomb going down right here. ZZ looks like he's going to be able to get away with his life as well, and now they've got the perfect setup. It's going to require a God tier retake for Godlike to make something happen right here. Nade's going out. Time's ticking again. It's the exact same situation where they are so afraid of making a mistake that they allow themselves to get picked apart. And now you only got 24 seconds. Jeff's going to get picked right there. That's the opener, but they got to move fast. He's going to push on in. DG finds all the kills simultaneously. All 4 players drop at once. And somehow 3 rounds in a row go in for DG, and they're able to topple the giants of Godlike.
Godlike Esports looked so good in that search and destroy, but in the last 3 matches, the last 3 rounds that we had, Bobby, like what I said, it was reluctance. They were scared to go and lose. They were supposed to play to win. 1 round, DG Esports, they had everything against them. But that's scary when you know that a team is just losing but gets to win just like that. Godlike just dropped the ball. Take a look at what we have here. 150 and 19 for DG Hackney Yard. And Bobby, this raid search and destroy, Godlike looks so solid, and that's why we were expecting them to absolutely shine, which they did at the first half, but just dropped it.
Yeah, that definitely felt like a massive missed opportunity, especially given what a great play that was for the 1v2, the trigger discipline, and everything else. Would love to throw things back to our desk to hear their thoughts on that matchup and how everything played out.
Thank you so much, Beef Mommy and Bobby. Please get yourself a glass of water, because that was a heck of a heat. We had so much action to break down. Alley Cat, Blaze here on the desk. And as we take a look at some of the numbers here, we got to start with the teams that came in with winning records. FPX and Vitality, both with wins in the opening heat. FPX comes in a clean 3-0 here, Alley. They made it look easy. They are now the squad in control of Group A. Blacklist, after dropping their first match, going up against True Rippers. And then we saw our third series, Almighty and Scars. With Scars, they're behind big now, Blaze. 0-2 to start the day for the top team from Japan, Almighty, with a narrow victory in that series. Going to be feeling pretty good at 2-0.
Yeah, they are going to be feeling pretty good at 2-0. And, you know, when you up here and you look at the scores, man, Scars, every series that they've played so far has been really close. They had to go up against FPX and Almighty, but unfortunately for them, they're sitting at 0-2. But we got 4 teams at 2-0. We got 4 teams at 1-1, and we got 4 teams at 0-2. Honestly, it's still anybody's game to really make it here towards that final bracket. But heading here towards heat number 3, we're going to get a lot of answers with these squads on who's going to start falling short and who's really here to play for that big money.
Allie, I was worried about DG until somebody started making a statement. We got to talk about Venom here. Yes. Razor making a statement. This guy was making play after play in the respawns in that final game. It was DG with a 5-3 comeback to steal the series. But let's take a look at this play. He got it going on early in the series.
I mean, look at this heading he has on the bomb. He is all he needs to win this gunfight against both. And the fact that they waited so long to pop up there and chow him in a 2v1, he gets all 3 kills here. Beautiful shots, beautiful plays. I can see why he was making a statement.
Sending 3 players down the same stairs wasn't the best strategy for Godlike in this one. A little bit too confident against Venom, who after that play, his team really taking the momentum into the rest of this series.
Yeah, they really did, okay? And we just see this play time and time again, the composure there from Venom. And we saw as well that the entire team was able to stay composed in this series as a whole. They stopped Godlike from going up 2-0 in that group play, a position in which they really wanted to be, being a top team in which they're region, but they're going to be sitting at 1-1 in DG. That was the most important series probably of this heat play for them, not going down 0-2 after 2 heats so far. So big shout out to Venom and the entire squad to really keep this team going.
Trunks has got to be kicking himself on Godlike. He gets the 1v2 clutch, and then the team stops playing confident. Godlike not out of this yet, though. They have their work cut out for them. And as we take a look at Heat 3, I want to highlight one near the bottom here. Brilliant, they are sitting at 2-0. Q9 Club, 2-0. That is basically going to be a group winning opportunity for both of our teams. Allie, who you got in this one? Are you going Japan or China?
Oh man, I mean, I feel like Q9 has been like the scariest squad thus far. Just talking overalls, they beat Revenant 150-8 on Hackney Yard, 6-1 in the S&D, and 150-97 in the domination. They also got a hot 3-0 in their Heat 1 as well. So I don't expect anything to be different. But if anybody is going to put up a fight against this squad, it's going to be Brilliant Owl.
Fox versus Q9. That is the match of the hour. Heat 3 coming up after this.
Game over.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
Let go.
I'm taking it up a level. Gonna even that score.
Oh, they're able to get both.
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one gets the second. Another one. Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now?
どうもこんにちは。スカーズのティンと申します。COD モバイルチャンピオンシップインスタンファイナルでプレイしています。ステージ4では無事優勝して1位通過することができたんですが、まだ連携面だったり有利なポジションを取るといったチームでの動きっていうのがなかなかできていなかったので、そこがすごく課題でした。僕にとって COD モバイルの競技シーンは、嬉しいこと、悔しいこと、苦しいことを感じさせてくれる、僕にとってかけがえのないものだと思っています。世界中のチームやプレイヤーと、戦うっていうことは僕にとってかなり未知な部分もあるんですが、それと同時にとてもワクワクすることでもあります。僕の家族は、まだ初めの頃はコールオブデューティーをあまり知らなかったんですが、僕が大会で、成績を出していくと次第にコールオブデューティーのことを知ってもらえるようになりました。応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, we got a chance to hear from Tien there from Scars, and he says their teamwork was what they really had to work on, and in order to do that, they had to go through some hard matches, but they're getting there, and they also had some hard matches today, folks, as Scars is sitting at 0-2, having to go up against Blacklist. They have to turn it around now, folks. If Scars wants a chance at that championship bracket, our best squad in Japan has to show us that they got what it takes to get it done.
And you know what, that 0-2 I feel like doesn't speak fully to them, as they've been really pushing the limit with all of their matches so far today. We are heading into our third heat. We have 5 to get through. We're almost somewhat halfway there to start this off. Summit, Hardpoint, I feel like we've seen a lot more Summit here than we did in our Western Finals. A big favorite out of most of these teams as Blacklist gets the opening seconds 28-3 thus far as they're in control of P1.
So, Allie, before we really kind of get just this heat pops off and we start jumping from match to match, you know, thinking about that last round, all of our groups are, you know, you got 2 teams at 2-0, 2 teams at 1-1, and 2 teams at 0-2 across the board. So I said before, those squads at the bottom, now they have to turn around, and Scars is one of those teams, and everyone that they've played so far, it's been close, and they've probably had the hardest group play bracket to kick this one off, going up against FPX and Almighty so far. And I will tell you one thing, man, it's not getting any easier for them with the start that Blacklist has.
Yeah, especially Skirt, I believe, is 8-1 currently. Should be almost fully streaked out, and we're only at P2 currently. Scars, Rio trying to go on a streak here. Also, they have their Scars in the back end of the front end. I'm thinking that's their game tag.
Yeah,
anyway,
right? They're everywhere.
51-17 in control of the last 20 seconds of this hardpoint. They got to start worrying about rotation here. Actually, is number 3 on the side of Scars. It is going to be Rio trying to make some noise in the back. He will get shut down, but Tien actually slips on by, maybe able to play his life here. If he finds 1, hopefully 2, he might be able to get spawns, but he will get sniffed out, and Blacklist should be the first on rotation.
Yeah, and you know, Blacklist, when it came down to P2, I feel like they kind of dominated that hill as well, especially towards the back end of it. And you talked about the rotation. They have those on board with Tien. As he's guarding Tien, he's going to have to slip back in there, tuck in a corner, multiple Scars players all around him, but he's feeling comfortable. He got his teammates behind him. He's doing his job very well, and that's protecting that front door for the squads. 45 seconds left on the hill. The entire squad of Scars in front of him. He will fall. Here comes Mike. No flank from him this time around. He's going to try to break through at the forefront of this fight. He's taken out right away, and Blacklist once again will win themselves another team fight, Allie.
3 hills. We've had 3 hills, and Blacklist is already breaking the 100-point mark, and they're not looking to give up the scrap time either. They could win it in 1 full rotation here. 23 seconds on the likes of Scars. This is not the team we wanted to see heading into our 3rd heat here. But huge plays out of Kenshi there in the back. He kind of just watched all the players flood through mid as they gave up complete control in that alley for P3. And he was just getting piece after piece after piece. 113-35. The first inside of the hill is going to be once again Blacklist International as they break through for the spawns. There's 2 player Scars close enough to make a little bit of a right here, but they gotta win their gunfights first as none go their way.
I'll tell you one thing, man. Skird, he is not scared at 17-3. for Blacklist. He is absolutely turning up in his first hard point, and it's showing the scoreline overall. Less than 25 more points needed for Blacklist in this first map for them to be able to keep Scars back against the wall in this heat play. As we're watching Kenshi with the Death Machine towards the back of the spine. He's gonna get, actually the grab slam does nothing to him. He'll negate that damage, pick up the kill, and now he goes for Fanta. Can't pick him up. In the end, this hill is heavily contested by both these squads, but it is gonna be Blacklist who can win another fight. They can win off this hill. Looking at the map, if they can find these 2 kills on the back end of the map, they'll be okay. Will it come down? No, it will not. We're going to another hill, folks. They are just going to be 2 points short as we go back over towards P1. Kenshi is going to be in the hill with the rest of the squad as well.
I want to be the light at the end of the tunnel here for Scars because that was a good break-in and they have the control for now, but 147 to 50. There is only so much you can do in Kenshi shooting like this. He has the Goliath for whenever he decides to call it out. If he even does, only 1 second needed to close out this first map in our Heat 3, and it's not going to be chalked up just yet. Scars is hanging on by just a glimmer of hope here. I mean, they're playing perfect hard point, but there's the final second. 150 to 59, not the opening way. You want our O2 Team Scars to start off.
Yeah, that's not what they wanted to happen whatsoever. Especially the way that those last 2 series went for them. The fact that they're going to be down the map against Blacklist, this kickoff in the Eastern Finals, this is not going well for Scars. But I will say this, when it comes down to the region of Japan, well, those fans, they still got Fox, okay, who has not lost a series so far since we kicked off this tournament. But hey, we just kicked off Heat 3, okay? Scars is down 1-0.
You know what? I like to play devil's advocate. I like to be like, you know what? They're down 0-2, but the matches have been really close. They could pull it out if anywhere here. Blacklist is 1-1, so it's not like it's one of the big giants that you have to take down. But your first hard point going 150 to 59, maybe they just warmed up a little bit too late. I mean, they had a good last 2 hills. I'm trying to see the light at the end of the tunnel here. Let me
add it for you, okay?
Okay.
The fact that, I will say this, the fact that DG beat Godlike, right? And we don't have 5 teams out there sitting at 2-0. That gives some hope to Scars, okay? They're going to need some other teams out there to really come out and win those matches, some squads that haven't had a lot of luck. They're going to have to give some of those 2-0 teams some losses, okay, if you're a fan of Scars. We're just trying to look at the bracket as a whole and see what kind of chance they'll have to make it towards the next day, because it is possible for them. So keep your hopes alive. Now, as you guys kind of see that replay from the first match, as Ali talked about, it was the first 4 heals was very, very dominant, okay?
I mean, they won in a 1 rotation and like half of a P1. I don't...
Yeah, it was a great start. It was a great start, all right? But folks, as you know, we got to keep it going.
Yeah, I want to pretend like that
versus
didn't happen.
Almighty.
I want to pretend like that hard point didn't happen. We're just going to shove that in the back of our minds. Hopefully, Vitality versus Almighty gives us a little bit more to watch. Almighty already up 1-0 in the series. S&D, though, we are in our first round, but it's already in the hands of Almighty as it is a 5v1. Jokos, you can do it, but there was a lot of players on the hunt for you here in the back, and you only have a sniper in hand.
Yeah, and that's going to be Irfan able to take him out. So, Almighty, they stay in command of this series so far with them being up 1-0. And as we know with Almighty, they have not dropped the map just yet. Vitality, I do believe, is sitting at 1-1 so far in this tournament. So when we talked about, you know, which teams are going to have to pop off for Scars to really still have a chance in this one, well, you're going to need Vitality to give Almighty their first loss of the tournament for them to have that chance. But we'll see what Vitality can get done. Now, as we're in the second round, you're going to see Death be able to find himself a kill, but it will be a double on the side of Almighty. They got a man advantage quickly. Argon, he'll even it out at a 3v3. Kills being traded off back and forth. Looking at the bomb, it will be in the hands of a Zap. Almighty with this man advantage, and they're kind of prioritizing this A site for now, Ali. But in the mid-map, it's going to be Argon looking for a kill. We'll see if he can find it. Didn't see that player behind him that was creeping. Snipes in the hand of Shadat. He'll get the kill that he needs. And Almighty 2-0 up in this map number 2.
If Team Vitality somehow find a way to steal this S&D, I have no loss of faith that they'll be able to take the Dom off of Almighty. But Almighty is 2-0 and 2-0 in our search and destroy thus far. Not a whole life out of Vitality just yet. Moon and Sam's having a bit of a slow start over here. Hopefully see them wiki up here soon, because Sam's is a big player when it comes to this team, and if he's not popping off, then that might be all she wrote. 3v4 now, numbers in favor of Vitality. Vincendio has something to say about that as he finds 2 in the back. Numbers dwindling down. Almighty in a very quick fashion now go up 3-0 in the S&D.
Oh man, Insidio, that was a great round from him, finding that double kill, being able to put his team in a good spot. He's sitting at 4-1. The entire squad of Almighty feeling good in this map. Moon still hasn't found a kill for his team, but the entire squad of Vitality is going to need a team effort in this 4th round of this map number 2 if they want to come back into it now. Insidio putting some pressure here on his A site. He's going to cut back towards the middle, finds a few trophy systems, but he'll hold this angle to find first blood for his squad. He's not going to give this up for free. There's another double kill for him. The entire team moving up, looking to play very aggressive on his A site, and rightfully so. As you'll see having with that pistol work again, we saw him with the Annihilator in the Heat 2, not missing any shots, and he'll continue to do so.
This is painful to watch. Almighty, I mean, the aggressiveness out of Incendio, and for him to find 2 pieces like that for just for free, just to never get traded out, that's gotta hurt. He's sitting at 6-1. Heaven is 3-0. Vitality, they're just playing way too passive, way too far back, which is allowing Almighty all mid-map control and to just get free kills with players out of position.
Yeah, Vitality is not doing a great job here on their defensive side, not holding the right angles, and you're seeing players like Insidio being able to be aggressive here towards this mid-map and take control, but Jokos with a beautiful nade through the window, able to take him out. 2-man advantage for Vitality in this situation. Surely this should be a round for them on the board. If they lose this one, it's looking bad. This could be bad news bears for Vitality, but we won't get too ahead of ourselves as Moon finds 2 kills in the round. His first 2 so far, misses the 3rd, but he comes back, maybe a blind fire. Get yourself a clip, but Adapt ain't having it.
I'll take the 2 Moon. Put yourself on the board. It's my greatest caster curse. The second I talk about somebody's KD and that they're starting off slow, instantly in the next round they put themselves on the board with more than just 1 kill, and that's exactly what Team Vitality has done to put themselves hopefully back in this search and destroy. They are in a 4v1. Adapt does have 6 kills to his name. It's not possible if he isolates enough gunfights. He does get 1, but the snipes out of Jokos will close it out. 4-1. A pretty round from Vitality, but they got to do it 3 more times to even up this map.
Allie, you call that a curse? It sounds like a blessing, okay? I guess it really depends on which side, which team you're rooting for, right? Who you're rooting for. So anyone who's doing bad, Allie just got to call them out, and she'll be the energy in which they need to start getting some kills on the board. We'll see if that holds true in our next map, but so far everybody got kills in this one. Vitality still needs to step it up. We are currently going to be in the second half of this S&D, and Vitality, they will be the offensive squad. They're going to have to take some notes from Almighty in those first 5 rounds to get this one tied up, but we'll see how good Almighty's defense is going to be. So far, so good with them having a kill on the board. The entire team stacked around this A site. B's left open. One player is going to be watching it, but I like Almighty's defense.
It's a bit of a stalemate here. It looks like Adapt took some notes out of Joko's book with that nade to get that opening kill, but since then, nobody has moved a single muscle here. Bomb is still just waiting, hopefully, to make a push out to the A site. It's going to be Sam's that's going to push a little aggressive to maybe get some information in mid here.
Oh.
Very aggressive play out of him.
Well, that nade was supposed to fall outside, but ultimately, Death will still be able to find a kill. Vitality made this a 3v3. Important round for them on board with Sam's. Going to be rotating to try to flank this A side. He'll find Heaven and get the kill. But on the flip end, it's Irfan able to take down Death. 2v2, 2v1 for Vitality to take that round, and screen right between Scars and Blacklist. We're all tied up 2-2 in that search and destroy, but a 1v1 towards screen left. It's Irfan looking for this last kill, but he's going to stay tucked, and I love this play from him. Now on the 1v1 goes in favor of Vitality. They'll put another one on the board now. Coming over towards screen right, as you guys can see, that one is still underway. We're going to stay on board with Vitality and Almighty as we head here into the next round.
I don't know if you saw the cam there. He just laughed that 1v1 off. He's like, you know what, Sam's absolutely snapped on me, but we're still up 2 rounds, so nothing to shake about just yet. Argon 1 and 6. Hopefully see him pick him up here. We'll see if I catch the first holds true as I call it out, but Heaven will find the first kill on him, so that'll sign him out of this round. 4-2. Almighty is in the driver's seat, but 4v4 in this specific round. Bomb is down and out mid-map currently. Incendiendo is getting the call out for snipers. He does not want to get his head ripped off here. He's going to play his life. He doesn't know there's a player in mid as well, just trying to get any possible information. They have plenty of time to work around. 1:20 on the clock. The bomb will get picked up on death. It is a 3v4. He doesn't hit the shots on Incendiendo, so it's known as a 2v4. Bomb down once again in the exact same spot.
That's a hard fight for death with Incendio just having a slight heady in that window. Now, it's going to be Almighty knowing exactly where that bomb's going to be down once again, but they know how far away that bomb is from these sites. It's pretty close to B, but, you know, ultimately, Almighty, they got a 2-man advantage. They don't have to do much but hold their angles and get this intel, be close enough to trade out that kill. The Thumper will connect on Shadat. Sniper in the hands of Moon. Can he, even the odds, make this a 2v2? We see a few players around him, but he hasn't locked eyes with him just yet. A nade on the flank, causing some noise, making sure nobody's behind him. This bomb goes down. He'll have help right behind him from Jokos. Uh-oh. Oh, he dodges. He almost dodged the shot. Adapt able to pick up that kill. Now, Jokos did trade him out. He was watching that window for his teammate, but now in a 1v2 situation, can he get it done? Oh, he cannot. Incendio puts another one on the board, and so far, he has been having a great search and destroy map.
Unfortunately, he was a little too sandwiched between these two players, quite literally in mid-hall, while both were covering either side. So even if he won one gunfight, it should have been traded out fairly quickly. 5-2 now. Almighty looking to go up 2-0 in the series. Adapt is 11-4. Heaven 4-3. Incendio 8-3 respectively as well. Meet across the board. All players are Almighty shooting on all cylinders. Well, not so much on the side of Vitality. 2 on the board, but they need 3 more to tie up the game. 1 already down. Looks like Sam's actually took himself out, seemingly just not wanting to play in this search and destroy anymore. 4v5. Heaven will find one with a pistol, maybe find another. The manager will stay alive and pull out the sniper. He will go down. 1v4 though, as Incendio cleans up the rest of the match, and that's going to be Almighty taking the S&D 6-2, going up 2-0 in the series. But again, there are 6 matches going on all at once. We're going to hop over to Scars versus Blacklist, still tied up as we last saw them, 2-2. Now they are 3-3. Blacklist, though, up in the series.
And it's a 4v4 in this round number 7. The wall bang comes through for Tien. Trophy system does not go down just yet, but finally placed. Bomb down. It's a post-plant situation for Scars to go up in his map number 2. And it's an important map for them, being down 1-0 in this series so far. Tien, he's going to back himself in a corner, but he needs to be careful because as we see, screen left, Jabin is moving in. He actually going to find a kill as well as EG. Ryo is able to make this a 2v2, but Tien getting some damage out. He sees both players. He puts the call outs to his teammate. Ryo tucks in a corner. There's going to be nades all the way around his hill, but luckily the trophy system is there. It's going to be Jabin who moves in for the 1v1. He gets the double kill defuse in Blacklist. They're going to go up 4-3.
I don't know how Jabin won that gunfight at all. When that player started going down, he was already snapped on trying to get the trade for his teammate, but big 2 out of him. 7 seconds to get the defuse. It goes through. Blacklist now up 4-3. Bomb is going to be in the hands of Scars. They've been known to push these types of teams to their limits, but they're looking at going down 0-2 in this series against Blacklist International. Bomb trying to make his way over to the A site. It's going to be a little bit more patient, though, as they're looking for some information mid. That's going to be 1 kill on the car for the side of Fanta Jin on Skurd. That's 1 player out of the count. 5v4. The Lafayette's looking to go on a long flank here. He doesn't know there's a player there, but he manages to stay alive. That's big information for the side of Scars.
Quick turnaround. You saw he swapped his name, get a little extra speed to get around that corner just in case he was getting pursued. But that's going to be his 1v1 lane there towards that back alley if he chooses to take it. But as we see, I think Scars just made a team decision that, hey, guys, we're about to commit to A. We're going to see some thumpers and nades going that direction. No hit markers coming through just yet. And they also know there's going to be no trophy systems on the site. Multiple kills being traded out, but it is Scars with a man advantage in position on top of the A site. They should be able to get this bomb down, no issues whatsoever. As now we're going to put our focus on Blacklist, looking to retake this site and get the defuse. They'll have 3 members over towards Laundry, and now we'll see if they can make their way into this hill.
I like that pre-fire by Oliphius. Like, he doesn't even see anybody there, but he makes sure to pre-fire it 3 times just to make sure that corner is safe. Scars will take down EG. That's now a 2v4. Bomb is down, 20 seconds on the clock. Looking a little bit impossible. I see now how these teams have ended up tied up in this entire series. Jabin slips by, though, and gets a kill, but he's in a 1v3. He's going to have to pull off some nutty clips here with 10 seconds on the clock. 5 to work with to kill 3 players. I don't think it's going to go in his favor, as he will get shut down by the likes of Mike. 4-4 now in this S&D. Scars is not going down easy.
Oh, they're not going down easy whatsoever. All right, and I'm not surprised because everyone that Scars has played throughout the day, they've played them close, okay? And they've arguably played 2 of the best teams that we had in this tournament, and they've shown it. They're undefeated, all right? It's FPX and Almighty. Scars, they have been through the ringer, so Blacklist, you know, and honestly, they have as well, sitting at 1-1. Both these squads really warmed up, and Blacklist looking to move ahead and kick Scars while they're down. Multiple nades going towards that A hill. No hit markers coming through. Blacklist isn't playing aggressive on that site just yet. They're taking this one passive and just trying to see how the Scars want to play this one. And as we see from our mini-map, Scars is kind of prioritizing his A site, but as we're on board with Mike, he's waiting for anyone to cross paths towards the mid-map and get aggressive.
A lot of aggression out of Jabin there to get that first blood on Lafayette. Now on the 4v5 man advantage in the hands of Blacklist International, and they got that kill as a team, and then they all backed up now playing for this B bomb site. But little do they know the bomb is looking to get planted over at A. It's going to get laid down here, and we should see the rotation coming through. But Mike could play huge spoiler here, but why did he turn for Grandma's? He missed so much information. He's still going to get it. He might find a player. He can't finish the kill. Instead, he plays his life and goes to the other side of mid-map. Little does he know, though, all 5 players of Blacklist are looking to collapse on this A site, so it's basically a 5v2. That's both of them down now. 5v2 in the hands of Blacklist. Mike finally finds one, but now he's in a 1v4, 1v3.
Oh, man.
For a second, but Blacklist and out on top. They will get the defuse to go through. 5-4 in the driver's seat, looking to go up 2-0 in the series.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I absolutely love that strategy from Blacklist. You know, you were able to get a first blood, and then they all backed up towards this corner of the map, towards their spawn, and they just waited. They waited for the plant to come through, and they went in and traded out the numbers. So good job to them. But this time around, Blacklist is going to rush up towards the A site and really push back Scars and force them to go towards B. With them being able to get pressed up towards Tank and Statue, I think Blacklist can keep their positioning on this A side of the map. Now, we'll see how Scars will choose to play this.
Kenshin just got a 2-piece. Kenshin got a 2-piece with the sniper. Now a 3v5. Bomb is still in spawn, and Skirt has pushed up all the way to get that information. This should be an easy round for Blacklist here, as they are playing defense. They have 2 players stacked on A, 2 watching the mid cross to B, and 1 watching the deep flank. Skirt here is definitely about to get in a gunfight.
As you said, Kenshi with that big double to kick this one off, put Blacklist in a great spot. And now Scars looking for anything, any fight in which they can get. It gets even harder for them. Just that quickly, Mike's going to get taken out, and we know when it comes down towards this back lane of the map, this has been his domain. Multiple flanks for his squad to keep their series close, but it won't be happening in this round. Lafayette finds 1, but he needs 4 more for his team to be able to survive in this series. And not go down 0-2, but it will be inevitable as Blacklist goes up 2-0. We'll join back in that series in a second and see if Scars can get a reverse sweep of their own, but we head back on over towards Almighty versus Vitality, where Almighty's going to be up 2-0 in this series. Vitality down by 40 points, but as we join, they got the A hill and B hill locked in, but Shadapt is going to be able to find a few as well as Heaven.
Heaven knew we instantly went on, and he was like, let me show off real quick for the stream. We had an easy 4 pieces. We're leading 85-47. Heaven is 17-8, and Shade is 19-4, 86-51. A and B is in the hand of Vitality right now. It is not impossible, but man, does it feel like it's Almighty in the driver's seat.
19-4. Talk about a score line to kick this one off. And so now Almighty will continue to collect on time. When it comes down to Vitality, they got to find a way to be able to break into this control room. But the way that Shadapt is locking this entryway down with the Thumper, the SMG, no one's able to get through. He'll be able to put out a few shots, gets himself a double, and he is on an absolute tear. Just continually to push Vitality further and further back towards the spawn. And look at his composure, the way he disengages, comes back with help. The Sparrow's going to be in play as well. And at this point, Almighty, just so much pressure here on Vitality. Now they're finally able to alleviate some of that and move in here towards the control center, but we'll see if they can actually get this decap on B.
It looks like they're trying to go for a triple cap here. There's 3 players on C site that should get the cap to come through, but it was all up to the one on B as well. That was going to be Adapt. Unfortunately, did not win that kill, but Heaven traded it out. So now it's a triple cap in the hands of Almighty, excuse me, as they now have AC and B all under their control, 124-70. I don't think any sort of math could put Vitality on top in this game mode.
I'll tell you one thing, Heaven trying to win the Eastern Finals the way he's playing, okay? 23-10. Throughout the entirety of this day, he has been on fire for Almighty, and he hasn't cooled down yet. As Almighty, just 11 points away from taking this series in a 3-0 fashion and remaining undefeated in this heat play, in this group play. He's looking towards Heat 4, Allie, and unless we can get a decap at B,
there's nothing. There's nothing Vitality can do right now. Where's the power button on this monitor? I don't want to watch this series anymore. I'm going to close my eyes. I want the nightmare to be over. Currently 150-80. Team Vitality go down 3-0. Almighty still undefeated now after our 3rd heat. But we're going to hop right on over to DG and Revenant. Hopefully a little bit more of a competitive match. As soon as I say that, I look at the score. 136-93. DG in the driver's seat. This is the first map of the series, though, as control seems to be in the hands of DG once again. As they're trying to break into this P2 hardpoint. It is still locked, but first couple of seconds should go in their hands.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Allie, but was Revenant 0-2 coming to this one, or 1-1?
Revenant is 0-2.
Oh, big matchup here for Revenant, as we did watch DG clutch up against Godlike in our last series in that Game 5, Round 11. You know, Revenant is playing them real close, but DG, they definitely have the upper hand in this map, number 1. 11 points away from victory as we're at P2, our 2nd rotation of heals. It's going to be Bones looking for a few more kills. He just got some bad call timing there, flank behind him, but can't turn around and recover. There'll be 19 more points left on this hill. Now, when it comes down towards the spawns, so far, Revenant did have the spawns for next. You see player 5 is going to cut back and contest for him. DG is going to give up the hill. They'll make it into P3, and they're also going to battle for these spawns as well. Oil, that's a big fight. Can he get 2? He'll be in a spawn to continue that fight. As we see, he will go down to Venom. Now, ZZ, Jersky locked into the hill. Bones takes him out. And that's going to be DG holding the line for now, Allie.
It should be all the game. 5 more seconds. Nobody's really close enough to flood in. Revenant do gain spawns, but nobody's close enough to slide in. Revenant, they actually could have won there. They had P2, they got that scrap time, and they already had the spawns. They just had to back somebody up, but unfortunately they choked that a little bit because they invested so much on those last 10 seconds, what allowed them to get flipped out of spawns and inevitably lose the first hard point. But we're going to hop over to Vox versus Q9. Q9 up 1-0 in the series. Didn't expect anything less, but we are tied tied up here in this S&D. Both teams 2-0. This is a huge matchup for both of these teams to win here.
Oh man, this is massive. All right, this is our first matchup of, you know, two squads really being undefeated. Well, it's not our first matchup, right? But you know, 1-0 squads versus 2-0 teams. This has got a different feel to it. Now, it's gonna be Q9 in a 5v2 situation. This should be their round for them to go up 3-2. The entire squad will be heading on over towards this B site to get this bomb down. Now, there's going to be Case. Going to be able to help the squad mate out. Lucky finds 2. This is doable now, Allie. We'll see if they can find a third to get this one evened up. You're going to see Case try to wall bang there to get some hit markers. Not much is going to be able to come through. 30 seconds on the clock. Unlucky Cox and Nade.
Biggest problem right now is that all 3 players are literally just staring at this entrance. There's 19 seconds on the clock, and they're all 3 just waiting for the overpeak from one of these players. And that's going to be Cass, who makes the aggressive push and goes down first. Now stuck in a 1v3 is going to be Unlucky, who's very unlucky right now with the sniper in hand. 8 seconds on the clock. Nothing they can really do. Q9 going up, but it's only 1 round deficit thus far. 3-2 in the search and destroy. Again, both these teams 2-0 and pools currently and across the board pretty even when it comes to kill. Q9 Ron actually 0-4. I wonder what happens when he decides to turn gears here, but that's going to be Nilu 6-2 and Island 6-4 respectively, as well as Tang, all of them popping off here, although not reflecting too much in the scoreline. As we head on in, Bomb is looking to make his way over to the B site. There is going to be 2 players there to answer it, but one will get shut down in mid.
And I will say this, that when it came down to Q9's map 1 victory, they only won by 12 points. Okay, so it was a close map number 1 between both these squads, and that's really saying something, as we have a close search and destroy as well. Nice shot right there.
He is in a 1v4, though. I got to see him do that 4 more times to put them up 4-2 in this S&D. We blinked, and the round was over. Vox, an excellent answer out of them to hopefully tie this up once again, unless Nilu here pulls off something crazy, which I wouldn't put it past them, especially a team like Q9 who has been so incredibly dominant thus far. But he will get shut down. Tie it up again in the search and destroy. 3-3.
On Vox's first offensive round, they're able to return fire. And we still look at Ruhan at still 0-5, all right? Like you said, when he gets a kill on the board, Q9 would be in a good spot. But, you know, hey, he's being shut down and in his search and destroy. You know, Q9, one of our best search and destroy teams in the world. We're seeing them kind of, I guess, really contested for one of the first times today. I'll take a look back at their search and destroy scores later, but it's going to be Case as they're going to be creeping up there towards the courtyard with that bomb. Now on the flip end, Bista looking there towards mid-map. No one on Vox able to find anyone from Q9 just yet. A few players will get connected with on a stun. That's information coming out for Q9. A little for both these teams, actually. But who can make the play with the information they currently have? I think Q9 has a great defense on top of this B side alley, and Vox may have to shift this one over towards A.
Yeah, no, Tang got a lot of information there. He's looking in mid right now on top of circle, and he saw both players, Ponta and Bista, trying to cross through mid. So he makes that call out, and that makes Nilu kind of push back from spawn and watch that deep Kishin push. But it looks like Vox is actually making an incredible decision here. They're fully rotating the bomb from the B side over to A, where the only contest really is going to be from Ruan, who's sitting on top of the bomb heady right now. He's about to turn tail and run, but Q9's got whiff of this, so they're starting to make the collapse. That's going to be number 4, though, hitting through the back, but he gets turned on by Ponta in mid. Now the trades are going out. 4v3, 24 seconds on the clock, though. Bomb needs to go down. If Q9 kind of just back up and play for this, play out with a couple of nades, they could steal this round out from under, but the aggression just says no. Bomb is down and out. Nilu knows it, but he has a sniper in hand. He has to hit the shots. Etienne wins the gunfight. Vox now go up 4-3. dang, Q9 could have easily won that there. If they played a little bit more passive and back up, there was 20 seconds on the clock for the bomb to go down. You get the kill on the guy trying to plant, and you just play your life beyond that. But unfortunately, it was a sniper pushed up in basketball, and there's only so many quick scopes you can hit in that sort of situation, especially Eastern Finals. Some of the top teams, top gunny that you're going to have to go against now. Bomb, again, in the hands of Cass on side of Vox. A very aggressive A push here as they're looking to plant as fast as possible and funnel Q9 through the steps.
Now, the fast plant will come through, and we're kind of just seeing a quicker version of our previous round. Now, in this moment with the bomb down, Q9 rushing in as a unit. The Wolfpack is there. Island will catch the 2 players off on an island, picking up the double. Case, Nilu, Tang, they'll find 2. 4v1 situation for Q9. And this Echan on the flank couldn't get the bomb diffuser. He'll be taken out by Tang. And we're all tied up 4-4. I think this next round will be the most important for Vox to be able to get to that map point first against Q9. Ruhan still has not found a kill, as we are currently 9 rounds into this search and destroy. We'll see if anything changes now. Does Vox want to take this one slow? Do they want to be aggressive? It's a great read from Q9. They send 2 players down there towards the mid-map. They're able to pick up a double. They clean 2 more. It's a 5v1 situation for Q9. They should be able to go up to map point. But as you guys see on screen right, Scars in this domination, they're just going to be 8 points away from going up 2-1 in the series. I think we can officially call that one here in a second, as we're about to go into an epic round number 10 in our search and destroy screen right between Vox and Q9. Scars officially go up 2-1 in their series against Blacklist. Now,
you know what? I hate to say it, I totally called it with that series. The Scars sneak out that S&D. I have no doubt they take the domination off Almighty, and that's exactly what we saw as they go up against the giant 2-0 in groups Almighty. But back to Vox versus Q9. Q9 in the driver's seat at 5-4. 4v4 in the round itself, though. A big nade out of Bista here in mid to make the bomb kind of just down and out of play here on pool steps. They're going to have to pick that up and make an aggressive push. That's a good snipe out of Nilu, who has just been playing lights out this entire S&D, kind of making up for the lack of Ron on the map here. Again, I don't think he's on the board. A little bit of a 4v5 situation, if you dare say so. Bomb, though, still needs to get picked up. 1 minute and 14 seconds, plenty of time to work with, but the problem is there's players stacked on every bomb site for the likes of Q9. All they need is that tidbit of information.
Just a little bit of information for them to work with, and they got a minute on the clock to get that info. So far, Nilu in this round number 10, he has been a star with those 2 opening snipes for Q9 to put them in this position. Now, with them having a man advantage, we'll see what they can work with. If you know, player 2 gonna have to go in there and player 2 on Q9 being Ruhan. Yeah, he's gonna have to get some intel. There you go. Ooh. He's on the board.
There you go.
Takes out Bista. Almost came away with a double. It's a 4v2 situation here for Q9 to go up 2-0 in the series. And they are going to be very, very patient. Ponta finds one. But now they'll be in a 1v3. Flank around a core stairs. They could come up behind 2 players if they time it right. But all angles cover from Q9. Oh, they're grouped up. That's one. He sees the second at the last moment. And Ruhan gets their second kill of the map. It's going to be Q9 going up 2-0. Now let's focus over towards Revenant and DG. In this map number 2, it's going to be DG who was up 1-0 in this series, but they're going to be down to search and destroy by a round.
Hear me out. I brought up Ruhan, and he gets the ending kills to close him out to get to the S&D. I'm telling you. But
you own one today, Allie. I give it to you.
3-2. Revenant down 0-1 in the series, but up 1 round in the search and destroy. It looks like a pretty free B bomb plant here. There are 2 players in Cafe that could get timing on this, and that's going to be Jeff that hits the snipe onto Oil. Now suddenly it's starting to collapse. The bomb does get picked up, though, on the likes of Abyss, so maybe he can push his way over to the A site. There's 3 players on statue, and the only one that's going to be able to answer it, that's going to be Jetsky. And if I'm going to leave anybody in the 1v2, it's going to be him. But Zyro actually finds 2 kills. That's going to be Venom and Jetsky out of the equation. 2v3, 47 seconds on the clock. Zen finds the bomb carrier. Now this is all he has to do. If he just holds this angle, then there's no chance they pick up this bomb. But they actually go for a deep rotation over to Grandma's side for B. Interesting play call out of them when they know both players are on the A side, but this should be a free plant.
Yeah, it's going to be a free plant, and, you know, I don't blame DG for disengaging, only because this is their first round on defense, and they'll get the kill in which they need. 2v1 situation is going to all be up to Zyro, but Zyro quickly taken out by Zen, and that's going to be the defuse. And as I was saying, I think it was good for DG to disengage just because the first round of defense, they're able to come away and get that first round on the board and get this one all tied up 3-3. And they're just going to be looking to have just a better defensive side than Revenant. So they get off to a good start. And as far as the kills go, everything looking copacetic across the board. Nobody really having a big game just yet. A team effort for both these teams. And a few thumpers over the wall, not going to be able to connect. ZZ's watching the back lane.
Venom is 6-4. He made a statement earlier, possibly making to look another one here in our search and destroy. Pretty close games here in our Heat 3 when it comes to S&D. Pretty tied up across the board. Jetski in a prime position, though, here by Statue to get some information. He's pushed up pretty far past enemy lines. If anybody tries to cross this A site, he's going to know about it, but it doesn't. Little does he know we sandwiched between 2 players. Jeff, he's been the name of the game, especially in that godlike series, finds another kill, 5v3. No players of DG have fallen just yet. Bomb stuck in Grandma's right now on the hands of Oil, as he doesn't know there's 2 players literally right next to him on the side of DG as a couple gunfights go down. 2v5, he does get shot right in the face. That's going to be Bomb out of play. Zyro left with the sniper in the back here, as you see all the arrows on the map on the hunt. He will find one. Maybe this is the craziest clip we'll see today. Turn around, you got 3 more players entering through the door.
Oh, I thought he got a hit marker there for a second. That would have been the craziest clip in which we've seen all day if he pulled that one off. But instead, it's just going to be a simple cleanup there on the side of DG, as they're going to be up around now. A few pre-nades going over there towards that A site. When it comes down to Revenant, it looks like majority of the squad is going to be focusing on his B site once again. They're going to get a smoke in front of Deli. Abyss looking for a kill here towards his back alley. They didn't find one, so they'll just drop back for now, reposition with the squad. Multiple players there trying to look there towards the back lane, but it's Jeff able to pick up 2. ZZ finds another, and just that quickly, this round has turned into a 4v2 in favor of DG.
Revenant has just been literally unable to leave their spawn, and DG plays so stacked on top of each other that it's like a giant sweeper going through the map, clearing out every section until they corner you in the back. And unfortunately, that's the pain Revenant's feeling right now. 5-3, already down 0-1 in the series. 0-2, I believe, in pools as well. So definitely not the way you want to go out here in our 3rd heat, as we're nearing the end of, you know, what could be your possibility of making it into our Sunday. So they got to change something. They got to do it here and now. Or at least hopefully in the domination. The bomb actually quickly made its way up towards the A side. It looks like they have just lost all reason to push straight through mid, and Zen says, all right, that's fine, I'll push through the back of you here. That's all players down and out. 1v4, DG looking to go up 2-0 in the series. That's all she wrote. 6-3 in the S&D, just picking apart the likes of Revenant.
Picking apart Revenant may be an understatement, but as we head here in towards Blacklist and Scars, we're currently seeing Ryo 15-4 on the flip end. It's going to be Skurd at 14-8. The top slayer for both their squads as we're heading into this hard point. Scars at P, they're going to be currently at P3, and they'll lose a few players, so it's going to be 10 inside of Trailer locking down with a squad, with Scars getting some spawns here towards the backwood. We'll see if they can make their way back into this hill and start getting some points, Allie.
Scars is really good at domination, but for some reason it just does not translate in their hardpoint. Blacklist just really pushed into the likes of Wood here, picking apart the early setup that Scars had hopefully set up for themselves. Death Machine will be called on the likes of Kenshi. He's not really technically in Wood right now, maybe looking for some wall banks, but just holding spawns at the moment. Streaks getting called on the side of Scars, but it's just not connecting with anything. Skirt's gonna be inside the point with the Death Machine as well, just really looking to lock this down. Goliath gets called in the hand of Blacklist International, 115-64. They can't win it off here, but they can sure make it damn close. 24 seconds left. AG finds two Jabins in the Goliath here. Scars, they have to play a perfect hard point from here on out.
This is looking really scary for Scars, folks, okay? Your top team from Japan, just a few points away of being down 0-3 in heat play. And if you guys watch the Western Finals, you know that that is not a good thing for Scars. But if they got anything left, now we need to see it. Can they come back into this map? Got about 2 seconds before we head into our second rotation of heals, where Scars will be collecting on some points. That's a good kill to take EG out of that top tower, but they're gonna have to do a little bit more. And as we take a look at this kill feed, they're off to a good start, but Jaban gonna die coming here towards the back of the range. Now, Fanta able to find a kill for a second on the Philippian Skirt with a great height advantage here, top 10. We'll see how many kills they can pick up. That's gonna be 2. The third is there as well, a little help from a teammate. And Blacklist is looking good to end this series on this hill, Allie.
I was gonna say, it doesn't look impossible for Scars just yet as they're dwindling the deficit, but with Skirt here in top 10, just literally not dying. 25 kills to his name as well as a streak. Maybe see the Death Machine one more time if they want to stretch it, but 150-90. Blacklist win 3-1 against Scars. And we're gonna hop right on over to Q9 in Brilliant. Q9 actually up 2-0 against Vox right now, who's also 2-0 in groups as well. But it looks like in the driver's seat thus far is going to be Vox in the domination, 73-67. We're in our first half of our match. We should see it come to a close here, but fairly close on both sides.
Yeah, close on both sides. The first half goes by way of Vox off the back of Echan having a great performance. 13-9, top slayer for the team. Only other one to go positive was Cass, all right, with a +1. So Vox, they get it done on a flipping, as you guys can see. DC Hen at 15-8, Nilo at 13-8, and also Ruhan having a better map too as well at 13-8. So Q9, they're slaying out, but they didn't win that first half.
That is true, but they could have just had unfavorable sides as we see right off the bat. C and B in control of Q9 here, looking to lock this down fairly quickly, as that's going to be G-Tan holding in that front door, but he will get shut down. But number 5, actually, that's going to be unlucky. He spawns out to the C flag. It looks like Q9's had tried to go for a really aggressive triple cap or something, but Cass is just playing his life in the back of Deep Sea, trying to cause some noise here, maybe make a couple players go on the hunt. C and B still in the hands of Q9, but I'm expecting a couple things to flip around here soon. A is starting to get capped as well. That's just going to be one player. That was going to be D-Chan. He will get shut down before he gets the cap. 87-87, all tied up, but C and B and mid-map in control of Q9.
Now, Nilo here at the top. Now, he's going to have some help here from DC Hen as well. As you take a look at the setup in which Q9 has, okay, C Hill, B Hill locked in. Both these players anchored up top. They're doing a great job just tagging up all these players off the respawn. Here comes that Predator missile, gonna actually save his life as that player was about to come through and take him out. So far, so good for Q9 in this situation, Allie, as they are not allowing Vox to really get in and break this hill. And we also start to see a few streaks in which they have as well to possibly close out this map.
It's not impossible, but Vox is making an incredibly bold decision right now to go through snow and try to get these flip spawns and get that AC cap right now, and it is just not going in their favor. It looks like a little split communication. 3 players were pushing up through snow side, and then 2 decided to cut it short and push into P and just kind of get shut down. They're looking a little sporadic right now, as well as D-Chan once again has pushed up to the A decided just to cause havoc. 123 to 105. Vox is just not looking like the put-together team we saw earlier.
Yeah, they have not. This is the first time they've been able to kill Nilo and take him off of this top control center. Big kills coming through here for Vox, but even bigger for Island as they'll be able to pick up 2. So far, so good for Q9. 2 hills to their name, just 15 more points from closing out this map. Now, spawns will flip here just a second, but A hill, B hill still locked in for Q9 as Nilo up top of the control center, able to look down, pick up multiple kills. Ichan gets beamed. That's Ruhan to Island. They'll get flanked by Panta, but Ruhan able to still get the kill. 4 points needed. They should be able to close it out now, Ali, and that will be Q9 taking this series against Vox in a 3-0 fashion. Both of our 2-0 teams.
My mouth is open right now. The fact that both of our top teams, Q9 3-0's Vox there, that is insane. I don't think any of us predicted that going in. If anything, I thought that would be our most interesting match.
It was quick.
Yeah, it was very quick. It was a 3-0. I mean, but we're going to keep moving on. Remnant versus DG. DG is up 2-0 in the series, looking to make it 3-0 here as they are 82 to 41 in control of A and almost B here as that will start finishing getting capped. Revenant trying to hold on by calling in a couple of streaks. It'll stop the beat cap for now, but they have a large deficit to try and overcome.
Yeah, a large deficit. 40 points in the first portion of this map. And now as we're going to start, we're in the second half of this map. And now as we're looking at Jetski at the middle portion, going to be able to catch a few players, spawning at the bottom side of the map, picking up a few kills. Is DG with control over this B hill, and now we're going to start seeing a few streaks going on top of that A hill as well. They got Revenant exactly where they want them as they flip those home hills and locked in a BC setup. Revenant trying their best to make some plays on the outskirts of the map, going through tunnel, working their way around 10. Is that going to be enough for Revenant to find themselves another hill? And as we can see, they quickly go back to the respawn.
Jeff is 20-9. We're on the flip side. Bone, Zyro, and Oil are all almost triple neg at 6-20. A big struggle start for them. We saw them popping off a bit in the S&D, but their mental just has to be down horrendous right now as the kill feed lights up the likes of DG. 113 to 60. I'm not good at math, Blaze, but I'm pretty sure no amount of math can save Revenant Esports in this domination.
Is this montage music that's happening right now?
It's death metal. It's death metal in the Goliath.
Okay, because DG, man, they are putting on a show for us so far in the back half of this domination. Still, the B hill and C hill locked in for them. Now, you're looking at the spawns on the minimap, they're kind of chaotic. These are going to be some big fights coming through for Revenant to see if they can possibly flip these spawns and get a trap on DG. And we're looking at the kill feed. You know, some big plays happening actually for both these squads, but I think that the map is just going to settle for DG as they got the triple cap here in the late game. There's nothing much in which Revenant can do.
I think unless DG just kind of puts their Sony Xperia 1 Mark IIIs down, there's just no way Revenant comes back from this. I think unless all of them go AFK right now, even time-wise, I don't know if Revenant could come back. This Heat 3 has just been an absolute massacre, I feel like, from some of these top teams. We got the 3-0 on Vox, looking like a 3-0 for the side of DG Esports on to Revenant. This has been painful to watch, I'm going to be honest.
You know, rather if it was the 120 frames per second, or if it was the superior audio, no matter what it was, we know that when it came down to the X1, those phones was helping DG absolutely dominate Revenant 3-0 in that series as they made that one look easy. All right, so if there's anything in which we know that DG and Q9 and Heat 3, they came to play, okay? Making quick work of their opponents. Now, we're going to be taking a look at some of these highlights here for a second. And these highlights may go back quick, folks, okay? Because when it came down to DG Alley against Revenant, were you expecting DG to have this performance, possibly off the back of that godlike win?
Yeah, exactly as you said. Off that godlike win, I don't really expect DG to drop a map at this point. After that confidence boost at one of the top teams to shut them down in a Game 5 fashion, the fact that they 3-0 Revenant isn't exactly shocking to me, but it's the fact that the storylines behind these scores corners of the maps is that they got so nailed in the coffin. Revenant, they were in the driver's seat in the S&D, but the second they get put on offense, it all completely fell apart. DG just capitalized on it, closes it out 6-3. It's painful to watch. I'm gonna keep saying it because this 3-0, it didn't feel like Revenant ever really had their foot in the door.
And especially this late, okay?
Yeah.
Well, we're at the midway portion of our heat play, you guys. So, Revenant, they had some tough matchups starting off the day, and you want to see them be more warmed up for DG, especially if you're a Revenant fan. But you know, they kind of fell flat in this series, and DG, they are ready to play and get it done for their region of Garena. So, DG's looking good so far. Now, as you guys see that series layout, Ali said it best. Now, that first map was close, okay?
Yeah.
It was, but those last ones, those last two.
Those last two, we pretend like those don't happen. Just erase the scores, just say DG 3-0 and wipe it off. But DG, going into Heat 3 after the win on Godlike and now a 3-0 on Revenant, they could make a run here. We have 2 more heats to go. Should they go perfect, we'll see where that messes out in the group standings. But like we said, it is Heat 3. This is where you start solidifying yourself in groups here right now. As we saw earlier, Vox get 3-0'd by the likes of another one of our top teams. So that's, you know, they're solidifying their top pool thing right now. And DGs, they're fighting for a spot currently.
They are. They really are, all right? Folks, we hope you all are having a fantastic time at home. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Eastern Finals. This is the championship, and we're giving away another $1 million this weekend. And so far, you know, throughout the day, we've seen several top teams just absolutely come out and put on a show for us, okay? Almighty was sitting at 2-0. Coming into this heat, we also saw as well, you know, FPX, they were undefeated, and I still think FPX is going to remain undefeated. We'll get you guys those scores later, but then we saw 2 more undefeated teams play each other. That was Vox and Q9, and only one of those squads is sitting at 3-0, and that is Q9. So far, so good for them. But as you guys can see, as we head here into our next matchup, it's going to be DYG versus Godlike Esports. And Godlike, I think they need a big win under their belts.
I literally, Godlike, after that loss to GG, to see them tied up 1-1 against DouYu, that's a little painful for me. That's a little worrying when it comes to a team like Godlike that came into this almost undefeated.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they have to say about that in this video that lets you know about Godlike.
Hello, I'm Learn from Team Godlike, and I'm playing in the East region of the CODM Stage
said
5 World
that?
Championship. My
Did
team
anyone
has
say
really
that?
worked hard, and I'm pretty much sure we have improved our 100% from Stage 4, and we'll be giving our 100% in Stage 5.
Our performance in Stage 4 was really dominating. We didn't even lose a single map.
I feel our team is a bit more aggressive than the other teams which I've actually seen.
We're versatile. I mean, we can adapt to whatever game style we want to play.
Really excited to compete against players and teams around the world because I'm going to be learning a lot of new things. No matter if we win or lose, we'll definitely learn.
Basically, we can never be perfect, but we try to be perfect. That's what we want.
We do research on other region teams and then we scrim against them as well.
We have played against all the other teams in their servers. I mean, they are very great players and we would like to learn more about their strategy.
Thank you for your support. I am Learn from Team Godlike, and I hope you will be cheering up for us to lift the trophy.
All right, we heard a little bit from Godlike there, and a team full of energy. All right.
Yeah, and a lot of confidence. Also, a lot of confidence out of Godlike, which they had every right to have heading into today. But hopefully, maybe they're not used to being in a position where they're, you know, down in the series, where they're down in map count. So tied up against 1-1 against DouYu is definitely not the most favorable position. But they were talking about, you know, they're excited to learn new things about this format, and hopefully they change it up.
Yeah, hopefully they do. Well, we learned a little bit about Godlike. Let's learn more about DouYu Gaming and see what this squad has to say. Now, we'll learn a little bit more about them later because I am dying to hear from DouYu Gaming. So, because throughout the day, we've seen when it comes down to the 3rd best team in China and how they're competing against everyone else. When it comes down to their performance so far, Ali, what would you have to say about the team?
Well, let me look into my little witch's book of spells here. It says, personally here in blue, that they need
What's
to
in the
work
book of
on
spells?
their hard point. So I don't know how the map layout has gone for their series of tie 1-1. I don't know if they took the hard point or the S&D off Godlike. So I'm just going to assume they took the S&D. What's interesting about a lot of our teams here that I didn't see in the Western Finals, I'm seeing here on the Eastern, is Dom is like a huge flip mode. Teams will go up 2-0 in a series, but Dom will be their game to lose. We've seen a lot of 3-1 series here. We haven't seen too many Game 5s, but I wouldn't be shocked if DouYu ends up sweeping that Dom out from under Godlike.
Now, we could talk about that too as well, you know, because especially, you know, when we look at the stats of both these squads, we know one thing is that, you know, Godlike, you know, the entire squad, you know, as a unit with the 1.0 KD, that just shows me it's been a team effort across the board, and they've had some close series as well. But I want to bring the conversation back on over towards that domination, and when it comes down towards our Respawn teams out there, why is it that one squad would be a little bit better in a hard point rather than domination?
You know what, that's something that mind boggles me still now is I'll see these teams that are really good at hardpoint Respawn, but when it comes to Dom, they just fall short, which is very strange to me because you would think, you know, Respawn will go across the board, you know, Outslayers, sure the objectives are important as well, but if you have this laying power in hardpoint, there's no reason it shouldn't translate to the domination as well, but it's been these S&D teams for some reason that have been able to just kind of pick off that domination in that mid-series. Not too many of them have had success with the reverse sweeps, but maybe we'll see a little bit of a change here in our third heat. Desk, tell me all that you saw, all the matches we happened to miss. Puckett, Beef Mommy, Bobby, take it away.
First of all, you guys are killing it. Keep up that energy. Great games across the board. And in this heat, we knew we were going to have a banger matchup. 2-2-0 teams. One of them, they hold the crown right now in Group B. The #1 team from China, Q9, is living up to all of the smack talk we heard coming into this event, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like they're playing a different game right now. Every single team they've gone up against, they've just looked untouchable. Their movement, their gun skill, everything perfectly on point. It's going to be really tough for any team to be able to take 3 games in a 5-game series off them.
Now, what's interesting here is Q9 holds the top spot in Group B. Right behind him is Brilliant Owl at 2-1, and both of those squads got the win over DouYu Gaming. So if DYG wants to make it out of this group, you got to beat Godlike here. You got to get some help from the rest of the lobby. Over in Group A, it's a little bit more interesting. Taking a look at some of the early results here, Beef Mommy. Any surprises on this screen from Heat 3?
Well, I'm pretty surprised that Scars actually lost by that much against Blacklist International. It wasn't even that close. Hardpoint, 150 and 49. It's crazy how I see the numbers right now. S&D, a little bit close, but you know what? I'm pretty surprised with how Scars has been performed because it's an 0-3 for them so far.
Blacklist with a huge win in this heat is going to keep things interesting in Group A. And reminder, this is just 3 of our 5 heats on the night. When we're talking about the top dogs, though, this is a squad I think everyone can pencil into their bracket on Sunday for most of you out there. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from Q9 because this was their toughest opponent going up against Vox, and they got it done in a pretty quick series here.
Yeah, by the way that the game's played out, you wouldn't have thought it was their toughest opponent. I will say Vox looked really good in the search and destroy, but Q9 was just better. That was just what it really came down to. So I think at this point, it's kind of a question of, does Almighty have what it takes to take down Q9? Because I'm not sure anybody else does.
That is an excellent question, and one I don't think we'll have answered tonight. We're going to have to wait for that one tomorrow, Bobby. Wrapping up this series, 138-150 in favor of Q9. Game 2 was a 6-4 search and destroy. In this third game, well, you can see it was murky early on. In fact, it was Vox who was in the lead. Second half taken over by the boys from Q9 as China's #1 seed locks up the perfect 3-0 start over in Group B. We're having more matches loading up here in just a moment, but Beef Mommy, taking a look at this one. We're tied up 1-1. We're going into the swing game. Are you feeling DYG? Are you feeling Godlike? Because after that interview, I'm cheering for the team on the right. I want India's top dogs to show up big here in this third game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it definitely, when it comes to how you get in here, how you get to know the players, definitely you know the struggle, how it is becoming a pro player here. But DYG, looking pretty solid. I feel like it was just really hard for them to start off the day going against Q9 and now going against Godlike, the top 1 seed. If you're DYG, you're having a pretty tough day number 1, but they've been doing a good job here so far. Godlike, it's an even playing field here. I can't tell.
Bobby, I've been keeping eyes on the chat. It seems like we have a lot of Indian fans cheering on this Godlike team. For anyone who hasn't been around this Call of Duty mobile scene for as long as you have, what are they missing about this lineup? What's their history leading up to this Eastern Finals Championship?
I mean, this is one of the longest standing rosters in really all of Call of Duty Mobile. The majority of this core roster has been together basically since the start of Stage 1 last year. So almost 2 years together, these guys have put in countless hours, and the work is paid off. There's definitely been a little bit of spots in their gameplay that I feel like they could have improved on, but overall, I think they still have a great shot of making it to Day 2.
Beef Mommy, do you have any standout players here from DYG or, of course, Godlike that you want to keep eyes on coming into this next one?
Coming into it, we already know that Nono from DYG is definitely that name that you really wanted to see perform. But so far, he has been struggling just a little bit, and that's going to be very surprising because he's usually a one-man army, and I have always this conversation about my friends who play in the China server. It's Nono that you have your eyes on. But you know what? He needs to perform. Maybe that's the reason why they're at this top spot. But you know what? Godlike, with Learn on that sniper in S&D, we'll definitely go stop him in this track.
We got more highlights coming up here in Bobby, and I want to talk a little bit about the weapons meta as we take a look here at some of the big clips from Vitality and friends. Not the same weapons that we're seeing game in and game out like we saw in the Western Finals.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation, which I like. I like seeing different guns in play. There's definitely more of an SMG variation. I think seeing the Fenix come out definitely changes the pace of the game a little bit. Definitely taking a lot of gunfights that I wouldn't have expected Fenix to take, but yeah, it seems like these guys have really mastered the guns that they're rocking with right now, and I love the variety.
I've really enjoyed the sniping that we're seeing all day here. It's day 1 of the group stages in our Eastern Finals. That team on the right side of your scoreboard, Almighty, well, they're the kings of their group at the moment. Almighty looking like the top dogs, Q9 looking like the top dogs in Group B. And later, we could see them matching up in our bracket. Vitality, they are not down, but they are in a bit of a hole. They have 2 more matches left. What do you want to see from them in the future here, Beef Mommy?
Oh, Vitality. You know they have such talented players. You got Moon that can actually go and absolutely just pop off, but there's something just missing in their performance today, but we definitely know they can go and bring to the table. But it's going up against Almighty and the #1 team of Garena right now that can perform so well. And like what Bobby said a while ago, they're one of the oldest teams that you have here that haven't had much of a rotation change when it comes to their roster, and that's what makes them so solid. They have that trust within another, and not just that, you get that performance so well.
Bobby, at the end of this weekend, we're going to be crowning our Sony's Xperia MVP, and so far, Heaven is in my running from this Almighty lineup. Anyone else that you have eyes on?
Well, you took my nominee, so now I'm going to have to toss this to Beef Mommy while I think of a different one.
We both are choosing Heaven, guys. I got to wrap up with what we're talking about here. We got more games coming in just a moment, but before we can get to that, Beef Mommy, somebody's making statements. They're doing it with triple kills. It's our Razor making a statement. We got another highlight for everybody at home. Walk me through this ridiculous clip because we are seeing clip after clip.
My goodness, I wish I was casting this moment, but Ruan absolutely crazy with the Fennec, and that's why you want to have this gun. Look at that. Look at those. The kills are just non-stop for this guy. It is just Vox, just unfortunately going at the very end of this man's barrel.
Always going on the flank, always causing problems, and you mentioned it. He's doing it with the Fennec, Bobby. That was our Razor making a statement play of the hour here in Heat 3.
Yeah, it seems like they have influenced the meta very heavily themselves, and really when you're the top dog, everybody else is going to try to be like you. I think that's a very big reason that we're seeing so many Fenix today.
Top squad in Garena is still undefeated. So is the top squad in China. We'll update you on everybody else. And we got more games from Heat 3 on the other side of the break. We come back. It's more live from the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? You ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
Hello, I'm Incendio from Team Almighty.
Hi, I'm Adept.
Hello, my name is Irfan J.
And we'll be representing Garena for the upcoming Eastern Finals
of the Call of Duty Mobile Stage 5 World Championships.
Going into the COD M World Championship is really very exciting for us because we will be going up against all the top teams in other regions.
I'm a new player to Almighty. I have to adapt to the team chemistry and the specific role that they give to me.
My team has improved a lot tremendously, especially in gunfights, and shout out to Adept for being there for us. Honestly, it's very exciting to compete against the best.
It's quite challenging as well.
For me, it's more like a sense of pride that I'll be representing my country.
Regardless of that, I'm still hoping that we can just put that aside and let competition flow. I really hope our fans and more of you guys will support Almighty
in the COD Mobile Stage 5 World Championship.
Thank you.
It's the Eastern Finals. Welcome back into the LA studios. Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat. We got Blaze, and you just got to look at a squad about to take the stage. It's Almighty and their 3-0 record, taking on the number 2 seed from China, who also is sitting pretty at 3-0 in FPX. So let's start here with you, Alley, before this game. Player to watch on these squads. Who are you looking out for to have a big impact here?
For me on FPX, it's definitely got to be Bear after seeing the aggression of him and that S&D really sign off a lot of maps in their favor. And I guess outside of Almighty, I'm going to take a little bit of an awkward stance here because I know everybody would probably say Heaven, but I'm actually going to be looking at Incendio. We saw him pop off a couple maps ago, and we can expect Heaven to be consistent, but if he starts popping off it out as well, we could see an interesting matchup.
The Garena fans are making their voice heard in the chat right now. FPX Almighty, it's going live right now. This is going to be a banger of a series. I hope it goes to Game 5, and we have 2 fantastic casters on the mic. It's Bobby Plays and Beef Mommy.
Oh, man. I'm excited for this one. I mean, right now, this feels like the true measure of whether or not we're going to have anybody that can take down Q9. We saw them 3-0, another undefeated team. We've seen them 4-0 FPX in the past. Right now, a lot of pressure on Almighty to see if they've got what it takes. And this is definitely the first step in that direction as they go up against the undefeated FPX.
Well, now this is going to be interesting because both of these teams haven't had any Hackney Yard maps here so far. So this is going to be a new slate for both of these teams, and it looks like FPX having a very strong start. Heaven trying to apply that pressure up here in top AC, having that beautiful double kill, and just like that, contesting the hill very quickly. But you get to see right now, you have a very solid hold for Almighty going into that rotation into P2 already, plus getting the scrap points here. So their setup is pretty solid here so far.
Oh, and this is beautiful for Almighty. Not only do they get the hard point, they get spawns for next. That is absolutely crucial. And I've seen a lot of teams that the way they play this Hackney Yard map, they're not even worried about getting any time on P1. So the fact that they're able to get 24 seconds right here and they've got their entire team set up for that rotation, P2 being a major money hill on this map, Almighty off to a fantastic start.
And like what you said, it is a money hill because it's so hard to go and infiltrate. That's why it's so rare to see the break. And now Fun plus Phoenix, FPX are going to have a very hard time as they are funneling in one by one just for Almighty to go and get a lot of the points. Looking like the full 60 is going to be in order. And finally, going in for the pinch. See, it's not going to happen. Heaven with the shutdown. Not only that, with the grenade as well. This man is absolutely nuts.
Oh, beautiful double right there. He's got teammates that he's backing up. He's going to miss the first couple, but the flick is clean. Players marching up the stairs. He says not today. A 4 spree for Heaven. 7 kills on the board in Almighty, looking like a mighty contender. And very well the team that could end up challenging Q9 later in this competition. An absolute beauty, untouched full 60 over here on P2.
Take a look at the gun he's sporting. The AS Val is something that you haven't seen here so far. And on Twitter, Heaven actually really loves this gun. Even if it gets quote-unquote nerfed, he's still on it. And that's why, you know, he's a really good player because of how comfortable he is with that gun. Adapt, big kill, going into P3, and now they need to go in there for the rotation. FPX going in there for the early rotation, but they just lose all of their gunfights. Adapt with the big kills.
Oh, the gunny right there. Bear's going to be able to hop the wall and get the frag. That's not an easy spray to hit, though. He's going to look to push out for offices, see if he can get bottom side control. Just like that, Almighty gets the break on in. I don't anticipate this is going to last long. There are FPX players swarming from every direction. Bear from the top side, not able to win it. That's huge for Almighty. I think Quick Fix may have saved his life right there, but just like that, Almighty back in a great position. FPX trying to hop top side, but Almighty all high ground control for them right now. Irfan J said, let me get 2 in a row real quick. 11 on the board for him, trying to get some of those score streaks in play. Nobody really pushing for FPX right now, but man, Almighty asserting their dominance so far, and Incendio at 16-3 off the start.
That is a really strong start. Rotation needs to come through from Almighty going into the next hill. P4, you already know FPX already got it, and now this is a turnaround that he got. There you go, Gravity Vortex finally coming into order, using it right. Oh, but then accidentally uses it on himself. That is just so unfortunate to see. And that was supposed to be the turnaround that they needed here, but it's a good thing that his teammates back him up really quick. But the Dragonfire giving away the information that Almighty needs to go in there for the push.
Yep. 1 Annihilator out of play for FPX. Shut up, able to find 2, but he gets shut down. Sha holding down the hard point at least as long as he can. Roxy, that's a 3 spree right there. That's going to be big, trying to get some streaks for himself. Shut up, trying to push him from the backside. He's able to get the trade, but going to get taken out, I believe, by his own sticky nade right there. And one time that sticking your opponent actually ends up being at a disadvantage. Roxy's just rocking as many guns as he can carry right now. It is going to be FPX closing that gap a little bit. Now got it back down to 20, but you got Almighty players already on the hard point. Meng playing so patient, so smart right here. Looking to make the push on in, adapt on the stairs, able to get the trade for his teammate. Shaw's looking to push in as well. It's going to be a tough hold.
FPX need to make that rotation. We finally have one person try to go and make a difference. Doesn't quite win the gunfight. Adapt doing such a great job at getting a lot of these essential kills already. Already on a 3-speed, possibly going on a 4th, but no, Bear shuts him down. But heaven on that 2F, you always need to have this one person here in 2F just in case anyone else is going to be eliminated right down below you. And they have such a very solid hold. FPX just couldn't go in there for the early rotation. Tries to go in for the retake, but unfortunately for them, AMT just looking a little bit too sharp.
Ali said Incendio is going to be the X factor for AMT in this matchup, and what do you know, popping off right here. I believe double positive. 19 kills, shut up, able to find a 2-piece. So, oh my, I wasn't paying attention to the score.
You couldn't see
it.
it.
They already won.
You couldn't see it, but it's okay.
Oh my gosh. That was a quick one.
That was fast. FPX struggling here in Hackney Yard, and now we wanted to see that kind of matchup, right? I mean, FPX, Almighty, we didn't really have that much information on them in this particular map, but Almighty looking solid here so far, and Hardpoint seemed to be like a game that they're very comfortable in, but they did lose 1 against Blacklist International, but that is Blacklist. And now they're looking very strong, and FPX struggling just a little bit in this matchup. Both of these teams up 3-0 in the competition, and now the heat is on for both of these teams.
I've got a feeling they're both going to bring their A game in the S&D. We already know China's really strong. We've seen them struggle a little bit with making adjustments, but that was primarily from DYG. So obviously, given the fact that FPX is 3-0 this far, they've found ways to adjust wherever they need to. Even regardless of the outcome of this match, there's a very real chance that both of these teams end up moving on. It really comes down to how the rest of the group plays and everything else. But man, that was a pretty dominant game 1 for Almighty. Not even going back to P1.
Yeah, absolutely right. And actually, a scratch that I said it was Blacklist International that they actually lost to. No, it was Scars that they lost to. But it doesn't really matter. FPX. See, just as fast as that. That's the highlights for you guys. Just how fast that it went, how fast that it felt like for us casting. Hackney Yard, Hardpoint, 150 and 92. I feel like what went down there is just they struggle in terms of the gunfights, and I feel like in the time where the positioning of Almighty and Hackney Yard is just so amazing. I've seen these guys play Hackney Yard before. They play it to perfection. They play it to a T.
I mean, FPX just could not get them off the high ground to save their lives. So as long as you got people up on the high ground, it just allows you to dictate the pace of the game when you want to take the gunfights. And also it allows you to get a lot more information than you would be in other situations as well. Just untouchable for the most part. We are getting ready to hop into Scars versus True Rippers. both of these teams not quite having the success that they would have liked to today, but looking to bounce back and see if maybe by some miracle they can keep their hopes alive. Obviously, especially for Scars being the #1 team coming out of Japan, would love to be able to exit this tournament with a few wins. They got an opportunity to do that right here up against True Rippers.
Now, this is what I like to see. This is a really good thing for Scars because they did win takeoff against Blacklist International on domination. So if they can do the same thing here in Hardpoint, now that is going to be a very good start. True Rippers, on the other hand, they have been struggling in this competition, and for Scars, they had like a really close game in their heat #1, so that's why pretty good solid hold here. So they've been winning a lot of the gunfights here recently. It's just it's the matter of those little moments that they just drop the ball.
Little feed there for Techno. He's going to get traded. Scars find some time. Main priority is just to hold down this top map control and set up for P2 right here. So Teen not looking to rotate outside of here. Oh, I guess he is. He changed his mind. He said, I don't want high ground control anyway. Able to make his way back up, and fortunately for him, teammate has his back. Nade's going down to the bottom of the stairs. Somebody trying to make a push on up. He said, not today. Scars maintains this high ground control, and we've talked about this before. This is the money hill, as it sets you up really well for that rotation of P3. Right now, True Rippers needs for Cheese to show up because he is 0-6 off the start.
Yeah, I was about to say Cheese needs to step it up. Go away from that charcuterie board and please go into the game right now. He's just whining and dining and lounging here into our launch base where they need to go into rotation, going into lounge. P3 need it for Scars. They can actually go and defend it, but for True Rippers, they absolutely need to go in there for the rotation. They have spawns. They have a really good way. Generators spawn good. Now, Scars need to go in there for the response as well, because just like that, it can snowball once you get True Rippers to have a lot of points here in P3.
Yeah, that was an unusual early rotation out of True Rippers. This is not typically a hard point that you see people push out that early from, just because if you have spawn control, then you spawn right next to the hard point. They're going to go ahead and give up some time. They do have a really solid setup right here, winning a lot of gunfights in the surrounding area, but Mike looking to push on in right here, 6 to his name. Not going to spot anybody yet. True Rippers still holding it down, but just like that, they're going to get cleared out. And Cheese still yet to find a kill. Not a good sign if you're True Rippers.
Good gravity vortex right there, shuts down the death machine. Now that could have been a really big win for True Rippers, but unfortunately for them, Scars just a little bit too fast on their feet. And now we see Fakes. Finally, is he going to be making a play right now? No, Mike shuts him down, almost getting that kill for himself, but it's all just Mike trying to go in for that hold him all by himself. True Rippers finally go and takes the point, but just for a mere 15 seconds left on the clock, scrap points, they need to make that rotation already. We see one player already from the form of Techno trying to go in there for the early rotation, but Scars, one player is going to be there. Tien, is he going to be winning all of his gunfights? But man, he just couldn't go in there right on time.
That was a solid hold for True Rippers. Closing the gap pretty good amount. If they can get Cheese to get some frags, they might actually have a chance of making the comeback happen right here, but it's Scars with the early setup. Especially when you got that high ground control, tough to break on in. Team gonna be able to win another one right there. Prism not making any progress through there, and the Thumpers constantly through the doorway, just always gonna make it that much more difficult to make the push in happen. Teen able to find one, can't make it two. Prism with the one-man break. Big opportunity for True Rippers right here, but can't win against the Fennec in close range. Death Machine's coming on out. How you use these operators and score streaks is going to be absolutely crucial to whether or not you win a map this close. And right now, it looks like True Rippers is doing it to perfection.
Finally, True Rippers with a very amazing hold, and Cheese, unfortunately for him, gets spotted out, gets concussed. Now, you get to see the brilliance of True Rippers right now, and even though they were down so many points a while ago, they took scrap points of P3, and now they're getting a lot of the points right now here in P4. And Mike is the only one that's trying to go in for the retaliation, but the rotation needs to come through from Scars, which they weren't able to actually go and get, but it's a good thing. We see Tien in a really good spot right now. You need to have that high ground if you were True Rippers.
Big kill for Mike right there. 17 on the board. They only have one player to clear on out. They can't find Mystic quite yet, and it's going to stay contested finally. Fanta going to be able to get him out. looking to hop down. Once again, not an ideal mid to long range weapon, but just because of how consistent the recoil pattern is, if you're hitting enough shots, you can still make it work. Gonna get beamed from behind, but True Rippers still stacking the time. Even when they've been late on the rotations, finding a way to keep this game as close as possible. And right now, only 2 points separate the two.
That is a really good comeback from True Rippers, and I'm really glad to see it. They're finally winning their gunfights, and even though they're still trying to go for the fight into the power positions, they still get to have a lot of points. But now this is going to be where things kind of turned around for True Rippers. Scar's really good in this P2 hill here in launch base 2F, where, see, they're winning a lot of their gunfights, and now True Rippers needs to go in there for the pinch.
Yep, nobody can pull away right now. It's just constantly within 2 points, and it's going to be True Rippers, but just like that, Scars pushes on in. Looked like they were going to be able to get the break right there, but a beautiful play out of True Rippers, going to secure some more time on the hill. And they're finally going to get that lead stacked all the way up to 10 points, but not before Gravity Vortex hops on in, and that is an easy 3 kills right there. Just like that, Scars bringing it back.
10, doing big kills, 21 already. Is he going to be making it 22? Yes, he does. He's on a streak right now. He's fully loaded to make more score streaks available for his team. Now, that's going to be very difficult, but True Rippers, there's still a bunch of ways they can go and come back. All they need to do is contest this hill, go in for that rotation into P3, which we do get to see happening right now, but finally trying to contest, but they're just losing all their gunfights. Cian still alive, having a sentry and a Pred missile ready to go in there for P3.
Yeah, if he can get onto P3 right here, get the sentry gun set up, he might have a chance. But once again, True Rippers faster with the rotations. They've got 3 players set up. They got the high ground control. If you're Scars, you just want Mike to call in the drone, get tags on everybody, clear it out, bada bing, bada boom, game over. All you need is 39 seconds, but they seem dead set on trying to push through with no information. That's going to let Mystic get one with the Death Machine, pre-firing through there. We do finally see the drone strike come out. More than likely, that's going to enable some of those kills to finally come on in. They spot him out in the corner, and that could potentially be the game changer for Scars. Death Machine around the corner. When you get those pings in play, it's just so difficult to counter. True Rippers, Death Machine comes out. They're trying to push in. They're not moving. They get the contest. They get the contest. They get the break. They got an opportunity, but Mike pushes in. Big time kill to close out the game, and Scars takes game 1.
Speaking of 1, Almighty winning 1 already against FPX, but we are hopping into Search and Destroy right now. Things are going to be even at the moment. Almighty, Search and Destroy looking like not their strong suit at the moment because of Blacklist giving them the L. 6-1 in firing range. And if it's a way that they can go and turn around, this is it. But you are going up against probably one of the best Search and Destroy teams that you can actually go through right now, as FPX goes in there very aggressively, wins their gunfights, but then just like that, 3v2 situation.
Yep, Almighty comes away with the advantage. Heaven still alive, more than likely. Sniper waiting somewhere on the map. Yang Ming gonna be lurking mid-map, making the push up into Kitchen. Irfan J doesn't hear the audio right there, and that's going to be one of the easier kills that you can find. He's going to be able to pick up the Type 25, but not before a dab shuts him down. Roxy tries to challenge. It wasn't meant to be. Type 25 to the face. Almighty takes the lead.
Yang Ming with the pistol. He kept on getting a lot of kills into heat number 1 and heat number 2. You wouldn't want to go against this man if you are 1v1ing him. Him running a pistol, and for some reason you running an SMG, he will still win it. So again, one of a very particularly good snipers that we have here, but Heaven is going to be that sniper as well for his team. But I'm wondering if Shadup's also spotting that Mary getting that 1 kill. Oh, Roxy getting 1 more, but then Almighty with the response. But it's going to be very hard as a 1v4 situation is right here as Roxy getting that beautiful 2-piece in this round.
People will not realize how difficult that spray is to hit. Now the pressure on to Heaven. Sniper in hand, 1v4. And with the bomb down, there's no reason for any FPX players to really challenge anything. He's going to see if he can find anybody across mid. Nobody really peeking. One in the backside is Statue, but once again, Yang Ming. No reason to challenge right now. And once he makes that push across Lambo, more than likely he's going to get spotted out, but playing the waiting game right now. It seems like they do finally get that information off the peak. I believe we got one player up by top laundry, one wrapping toward mid-map right now as well, over towards zigzag. Bear, an opportunity. If Heaven could have hit the quick scope, maybe a miracle, but it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, and you have to also worry about the time on the clock, and he had to pick up that bomb. It's going to be very difficult to go and have. Roxy having 9 to his name already, the most out of everyone in this tournament here so far in this matchup, the series. Adapt having that bomb in hand. Gonna be very tricky situation here in the mid if he drops the bomb. If he loses this, that's gonna be it. But then Yang Ming yet again with the snipes.
And that's a bad spot for Shut Up to be. He's trying to retreat. I don't know why he's shelling. He's got a teammate that he's trying to back up, but they're getting picked apart. It's all onto Heaven again. He's not getting a whole lot of help from his teammates. One player spotted out. And the Fennec sliding on through, trying to hit that with the sniper. That's going to be a 1 in a million shot. Heaven's not going to be able to land it. Just like that, FPX back in the lead.
Almighty having a very hard time right now at the attacker's side. Well, you're trying to figure out how things are going wrong right now for Almighty, and I wish we actually could see the early game as to how we got this scoring right now. Yang Ming almost taking one more shot off of that Almighty player. Not quite getting it, but then Incendio gonna have a really big moment here. If they do go in here with the snipes, one after another, the trade does come along. FPX still having the man advantage. Bear getting a lot of these kills.
Oh my gosh, what a snipe. Shut Up finds one, Heaven finds another. Heaven shut down right there, but now the opportunity for Shut Up to clutch. He's making his way all the way from spawn, and I feel like a big part of the issue is that AMT is not really playing all that together in these S&Ds. Feels like there's a lot of situations where they're getting split up, whether that's kind of spread out by pool side, one player makes their way through mid-map and they kind of get divided, whatever it would be. It's definitely not panning out against the disciplined team that we have in FPX right here. So now Shut Up lurk into top stairs, trying to find an angle. Obviously, FPX, no reason to peek. Let's see if he can pull it off.
Shut Up. Doesn't quite spot anyone, but then gets the audio cue, knows very well that there's one person right there prone, but then just by a little bit, spots him, spots the foot, doesn't quite get it, uses the thumper, there you go, one more, gets the kill! Shut Up with the clutch, a 2v1 clutch to even things up with a 4-4. There you go. The patience pays off, and Shut Up gets that 8K.
Oh, wow, that was big brain. I would not have thought to pull out the thumper, but knowing that there's a risk that because you can only see his foot that you get the hit marker and then he gets a way to play his life. Instead, you guarantee the kill. You know exactly where the other guys... Wow, that was thing of beauty. And then after that, Yang Ming picks him right off the start.
It's a back and forth. It's a beautiful back and forth from Yang Ming versus Shut Up versus Heaven. But then Heaven finally wins that fight off of Bear. Really just trying to shut him down since a while ago because Bear kept on doing that. But then Heaven yet again gets rid of Yang Ming. That's a really good start so far for Almighty. 2-4. You are 2 men down for FPX. You can still make a way through, especially if we see a double kill right now coming in from Sha.
Yeah, they're definitely capitalizing on the over-aggression of FPX. If you're FPX, there's no reason that you need to wrap all the way into spawn. You are on defense. Gather information, wait for them to make a mistake instead. Now FPX super split. Bomb making its way over toward that A site. Bomb goes down, and now the pressure on Meng. He's up in the top side, going to get hit in the head by a grenade right there, so he's forced to back up. I believe that's Heaven in the backside, trying to gather information, and even though they don't get the kill, rough spot for Meng Rui to be, and now Sha all alone. Heaven hits the quick scope on him. Just like that, AMT's back in the lead.
Map point right now for Almighty, but if we know FPX very well, they can basically get this into a round number 11. Now let's see how it plays. Almighty doing such a good job with the passive play, playing for picks, and FPX just paying for the price of being a little bit too aggressive. Shut Up having a really good spot over here. Might actually go and get Yang Ming right now. Doesn't quite spot him real quick. But then an engagement right now with Heaven. And also one player right now is going to be Roxy, but it's a good thing that we see him back away, or else that could have been really ugly.
Yeah, it is right above him. It looks like they're going to go for the wrap back toward A. Bomb in the hands of Adapt. Right now, he's just chilling. Not trying to overextend into any one area, kind of waiting in zigzag, trying to get some information. Looks like the concussion nades might come out as neither team really has any idea where the other is. We got one player waiting in the inside of basketball court. Bear playing nice and slow. Nobody trying to give away any footstep audio. And finally shut up with the opener onto Yang Ming. And that's going to give a big opportunity for Almighty to make the next move.
That is a really good call from Shut Up, having to go and look in through Cubby and through Money. But there we go. Bear, big opportunity. They don't spot him. They don't check their corners, but Adapt with a quick 180. It's a good thing he actually checked his corners. And now that was a really good push. And FPX down 2 people. That is not going to be good for them to go and clutch this up. But then the pinch might actually go and happen with a 2v1. Nope. Doesn't quite win it. 4v2 situation as Shut Up yet again with the kills. And just like that, Almighty up the series 2-0 against FPX. The readjustment from Almighty in the last 2 rounds that we actually saw, that is absolute perfection, and that's why Almighty is still on the top of their game.
I mean, I didn't think anybody was going to be able to challenge Q9, but the more I watch Almighty, the more I feel like they've got a real chance going up against them right now. Obviously, tough to tell. They're in different groups going up against different competition, but anytime they get into a hole, they find a way to claw their way back out of it, and right now they're looking really, really strong.
And I actually thought FPX had a really good last round. Their defense, absolutely solid. You actually saw one player, Roxy, pushing a little bit deep, and that's why, okay, if Heaven didn't back up, I feel like that would have been like a different situation in that search and destroy. But Shut Up with that big opener, getting rid of Yang Ming, that was just the ball that kept on rolling for Almighty.
Yeah, a lot of it came down to the snipers making the big plays, those first bloods, those openers that really allow you to dictate the pace of the game. You see another one coming through right there, and that's why it's so crucial to have like multiple players like you have on Almighty. It's not just Heaven, but you have multiple guys that can pick it up and do it.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And that play with Shut Up, using the thumper, and you made a really good point. It's like, why would you risk getting a hit marker with your sniper when you can get an instant for sure kill with the thumper, then after that, pull out the sniper, get rid of the other person being there in Cubby. That is just really good plays and individual IQ plays coming in from the side of Almighty. And now we're heading off to standoff domination. That is going to be a very interesting pick for me, because standoff, we know that Almighty, they're perfect here in this map. This is probably one of their strongest map here in the whole entire tournament. And the fact that Almighty has had a pretty good run in Hardpoint and S&D as well, that is going to be very, very scary. But FPX, 3-0. They perfected this map as well. So if a quick turnaround for FPX, it's going to be this domination to pull out a beautiful reverse sweep.
Yep, it's I mean, it's not something that FPX is unfamiliar with. We saw them do it up against Scars, but I'm not sure I would necessarily put Almighty and Scars in the same category. I think this is a completely different beast. Going to make it that much more difficult for FPX to make the comeback happen, but a double cap off the start, definitely a good starting point.
A great starting point from FPX, and that is the reason why they're just perfect in this map. A 3-0 here in the tournament so far, and that BNC cap, that is going to be beautiful. You can see the power positions already taken forward for FPX. You get to see 2F and Bakery. That is going to be a really good point to have, and they do hop down, getting a lot of these kills, and for now, it's all about the FPX game right now in the kill feed.
We saw Heaven on a 5 spree off the start. I don't know if it was enough to get streaks, so might have to sit back, but there's so many times, especially on this map, that I've seen Heaven just finesse so many off angles, find some of those clutch kills that let you get the streaks and get his team the win. We'll see if he can do it here. Yang Ming just now finding his first kill of the game. A little bit surprising that they were able to get the B cap that early with one player lagging behind like that, but obviously Shaw pulling out the shotgun, doing pretty much whatever he wants. They got 2 players at 1-5 right now. So you look at the scoreboard, and kind of looks like you should have advantage Almighty, but obviously not quite capitalizing on those kills and turning it into map control. You cannot let him get, what, 4 shotgun shots off against you before he finally takes you down. That's just not something you can let happen.
Shot a beautiful Predator missile, just denying that solo capture into Alpha. And now we get to see both of these teams. This is where it comes out, where you get to see a lot of their plays really shine through, and the response from both of these teams are pretty good. FPX tries to go for A. Okay, it doesn't work out. They lost Bravo. Almighty in for the readjustment. They keep winning all of their gunfights. Shut up. With 12 kills already. Has a cluster strike. Has a Dragonfire, and he's fully streaked out to go in for a solo hold. And now, yeah, that is a good response right now from FPX.
I think he's trying to play for the nuke. If I'm being completely honest, he was on a 10 spree right there, and he was not missing a shot. Almighty's able to get the B flag in the midst of it right there. Irfan J hopping up, and right now, Almighty's they're just not missing. Every single spray I watch, they hit every single bullet on it. I don't really know how he got spotted out right there, but you got multiple players that are big time streaked out, and especially at the start of the next half, when you're able to already get some decent progress onto B, I mean, these guys are just absolutely beaming.
That is solid defense for Almighty right now, and for Funfox Phoenix, they can't really go and infiltrate. They can't even go get near it. They're being trapped at the moment as the individual gunfights are going to be losing 75 and 72. Close games. FPX, solid start when they had a really great hold in that B and C flag. But now we are going to be switching some sides, and usually you would like to have that Alpha side because you would have a little bit more of a reach into 2F and Blue House and also in Grannies. But it seems like Almighty, they don't really care.
I mean, right now, shut up. Irfan J, Heaven, all in the 1.5 KD plus category for this game alone, and looking to continue building on that as you look at Adapt. Adapt's lowest kills on the team, he's got full streaks, so you can tell that this team really prioritizing their strategy. They play for those streaks, even if it means that you give up a little bit of early time on B, and it makes it that much easier for you to hold it in the late game. So Incendio trying to win that one, finally comes away with the kill. Rounding the corners, one FPX player, but he's going to get spotted out as well, and now he's got an Annihilator that he can work with if he wants to. On a 4 spree right now and looking to get some streaks for himself.
Almighty knowing very well what kind of objectives they have to do individually, and you get to see Incendio just anchoring that position here in Tractor so well, but finally gets shut down by Bear just the moment where he actually brought down his Annihilator. But a good thing for Adapt, he also brought out his Annihilator of his own, gets 2, but Roxy puts a nail in the coffin, denying that Bravo cap. But see, this is the type of play that we like to see from Almighty. You don't even have to get the B flag right away. You can just step on it, go for the kills, wait for your teammates, and then just go in for the infiltration. And now you're getting a lot of those kills and you're winning it, and you can put down a cluster strike if you were shut up.
Oh, and he's going to get the easy flank right here. He said, I want full points out of that. They call it the Pred Missile too. Complete shutdown on to this FPX team. And even if the score is close, it really feels like Almighty's dictating the pace of this game right now. They give up B right here. Just like that, they push back in. They're winning gunfights left and right. Meng Rui trying to contest over there on the B, and they're able to clear it off for right now, but Irfan J around the corner, able to win 1, can't make it 2. Bear's doing everything that he can. He's got 17 on the board. Right now, if you're Almighty, I'd like to see a little bit more urgency. I know you got a lot of streaks to work with. Surprised they haven't converted it into B control yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they're finally losing their gunfights. FPX still looking very solid as they are leading up the points. Almighty need to make some sort of play now. And yes, they had a brilliance that they had, but it just wasn't enough to go and have a hold of Bravo. And now you can see they're just trying to go and spawn into Bravo, but there's no streaks right now from the side of FPX from what I've seen here so far.
Heaven gonna get dropped off over by Van, and that's gonna allow FPX to push back up toward B. Yeah, FPX has a very real chance at winning this right now. None of those streaks coming in for Almighty. I believe they have multiple cluster strikes available to them, and they just seem dead set on not using it. I'm not entirely sure what's happening right now, but they're getting pretty close to triple cap territory. No real urgency from Almighty right here, and it looks like FPX has played it long enough. All they've got to do is hold 1.
it needs to be a triple cut for Almighty if they want to go and win this. It's just a little bit too late, but a hole, that's not going to be very possible as one player is going to be only there. Shut up, 143 and 122. The solo hold not really going to come through. And yes, they're not using their score streak so well, and that is why you get to see this score right now. And now we see the cluster strike when there's no one there. Come on, Almighty. You're better than this. FPX played it to perfection. That late cluster, that could have been it. Could have won it. But you know what? We're doing the same thing all over again. It's starting off here. True Rippers versus Scars. And now Scars up 2. True Rippers, this is the fire that you need. But with True Rippers having 30+ points up, that is going to be very hard to go and pull off.
I'm just kind of scratching my head right now because I'm pretty sure there were multiple AMT players with cluster strikes just sitting in their pockets for the entirety of...
We're not over it yet.
The second half, I don't even know. It looks like a couple flags are going to flip. Scars, only one right now, but I believe they only need one in order to get the win right here. And it looks like they're about to re-secure B in their control. And this would actually secure them the 3-0 win up against True Rippers. This would be the first series win for Scars on the weekend. Even if it's not going to quite get them to the place where they move on to day number 2, would love to see them give it their all, and it looks like their all is going to be enough as they close out this one. They get that last tick in the place that it needs to be, and that's going to be a 3-0 against True Rippers.
True Rippers having such a hard time, but they had a good start. They went up against Team Vitality in that first heat, almost getting that win, but just really fell through at the very end. But with Scars, finally, I'm so happy they finally get a win. Come on, Japan. You really deserve this one, and Scars finally gets one dub after so many tries, because this team, they're really good. And their bracket is not a joke, going up against giants, right? And now they're finally picking up the pace, and I'm wondering, will this win against True Rippers help them out in the next few heats to finally get that point that they needed?
Maybe. Probably not, because they have 3 losses. But you never know. I would say anything's possible, but at this point I don't think anything's possible just because of math. That's the only reason that I say that. We do have some more Japan representation. Vox definitely doing their best to represent the region. I believe coming into this 2-1. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
And they'll be going into another matchup right now. Definitely a must-win for them. If they want to move into day 2, there's a lot of stiff competition. And we're going to hop back to FPX Almighty, because this is really the matchup that matters the most right now. The battle of the undefeateds in this side of the bracket. Hopping into hard point on Crossfire.
Yeah, you know what, Bobby? I was going to tell you, like, once we actually saw that map, if you're FPX, you don't want to end up in Crossfire against Almighty, because Almighty Crossfire, this is their home turf, this is their baby. They play this map to perfection. They almost never lose here, especially on hardpoint. And now, you get to see the greatness that is Almighty. And we got to see it a while ago as well. They did win it a while ago with just a few points, and yes, it was close games, but still pretty dominant here so far.
Meng Rui able to push on up. Thumper comes out for Heaven. Both players die. Nobody gets to survive on the hard point for right now. Trades go in. FPX now getting that time. It looks like, for the most part, AMT's already given up that time. They're very content to go out, play for next. They got to clear out Roxy, though, and they make pretty quick work of it. Immediately dropped out of the top side right there. Shaw's going to get taken out by his own Thumper. Incendio able to take out Bear right there, and that's going to drop Heaven as he takes out Yang Ming. But preventing FPX from getting that top side control, going to make it that much easier for AMT to maintain this hard point.
Now, this is the baby of Almighty, and yes, this is their map, but if you want to have the hard point that they really perform at, it's going to be P2, but it's a good thing for them. Fun plus Phoenix looks like they want to shut things down already. And now, that's going to be very hard, but with one person in the form of Heaven tries to go in there for the shutdown, it's not going to be easy. As you can see, one last player up in that hard point and to finally go in there for the retake. That is very impressive for both of these teams. I'm not going to lie. Almighty has a usually strong hold in P2, but for today, it looks like they're having a hard time keeping P2 because in Blacklist, they couldn't really get this point so much. When things picked up, that's when we went in there for the rotation to P3, which they had a pretty good hold at, which we can see here. The rotation is finally pulling through, but with Fun plus Phoenix with Roxy there, that's going to be a very big gunfight to win.
Big hold nearly got the turn onto Shaw there as well. And he's going to go ahead and suicide rotate right there, so that's going to allow him to go ahead and push out. It does look like Roxy's got the topside control. Nobody in the hard point right now. They're very, very patiently waiting. They're going to be able to get somebody on there, and it is going to be Almighty with a big kill for Irfan J right there, but they got to clear out everything in the surrounding area. There's a lot of buildings, a lot of corners that you got to check, and most importantly, you got to take out Roxy from the top side. Incendio looking to make the push in. He's going to take a little bit of damage on the way. And he gets spotted out right there. That's a beautiful kill. And that's going to secure the hard point for the time being, but Adapt's left by himself. He's got an Annihilator to work with, but he is going to be spawning all the way on the opposite side of the map. And Shut Up is pretty content to just go ahead and chill here until the next hard point pops.
And there you go, the rotation already coming through from FPX. They got a lot of points in that P3. Also the scrap points as well. And we see here Almighty with a catch-up, something that you don't really get to see. They're usually very early into P4. And now the shutdown, and plus the early cap here, that is going to be absolutely amazing. FPX finally with a response with probably, arguably, one of the strongest map choices of Almighty, just playing them like an instrument, like a guitar.
Oh, and Shut Up's trying to push in, but there's people in every corner. Roxy's in the backside with an Annihilator. Nobody's getting past him until you take him out, and that is not going to be easy to do. Big three-piece right there. A full remaining 40 could get FPX within about 3 points of actually winning this game. That next rotation is going to be crucial because right now it doesn't look like Almighty's going to be able to get anywhere near this hard point. Like you mentioned, usually one of their map picks, and Bear's already pushing out. He might be able to get control for next. Big kill for Heaven. That was an absolute must-win. Shaw's still holding things down right now, and Almighty just getting straight up outslayed.
Yeah, I can't believe the points that I'm seeing right now. I mean, FPX can actually go and win this very convincingly. 140 and 61. And Almighty being at the very bad end of the stick. Now that's going to be very interesting to see, but this is a gamble, right? You don't get to have the contest into that P4 because of how well it actually is, but you can see they're just winning their gunfights. Everyone's being flushed out. Only 2 players are left here that can actually go and make a difference and defend.
Wow, beautiful clear out from Shaw. Somebody spawns behind him. Shut Up taken out by his own Thumper. I believe the contest goes in, but Bear wins the gunfight. Wow, on Almighty's favorite hardpoint map right there, FPX comes out swinging. And that's going to lead us into a Game 5 for FPX versus Almighty.
The reverse sweep is in order.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. You don't want this to happen if you were Almighty. And finally, the challenge that we've been wanting to see, FPX makes Almighty sweat just a little bit more. But obviously, FPX have been looking so solid in this day so far.
Yeah, you really can never count them out. We saw them pull off the reverse sweep versus Scars, looking to do it here versus Almighty as well. In the first Search and Destroy, Almighty looked more well-rounded, but a lot of it felt like it hinged on a couple of big plays that happened for them. For the most part, it just felt like all the gunfights were going to FPX, and even when Almighty got pushed out for the early rotations, they just weren't able to win those big 1v1s to maintain that spawn control. Once you lose those, the game is all but lost.
I mean, like what I said here in Crossfire, you get to see P2 and also P4 be the babies of Almighty. They usually have a strong hold here for Hardpoint and Crossfire. But FPX, they just turn things around very convincingly. The rotations were right. The usage of their score streaks, the Annihilators, that's what brought Almighty down, because FPX, early rotations, score streaks also, that they used so well at the right time, at the right moment, even going down for that last kill in P5, where they used that double pred to just absolutely get rid of all of the Almighty Slayers out there to go and flush it out. And that is the reason why we see that score right now with such a dominant performance here and domination Crossfire.
Yeah, it definitely feels like another one of those snowball effects where you had, what, 3 Almighty players on the second hard point where they only had like 2 kills. You just can't let the opposing team stack up on that many kills and start to build the score streaks and operators like they did. So obviously, that's not something you got to worry about. We are going to take a look at the Scars True Rippers highlights, as obviously Scars did end up taking their first match of the day. Definitely not the weekend that True Rippers probably wanted to have, but they've definitely taken some solid maps.
Yeah, definitely. And with Scars in a very convincing fashion, just blew us away with their performance right now. And with True Rippers, it's just very hard because they had a pretty okay start. They had a 3-1. Obviously, Vitality beat them to it, but it just kind of went downhill for every heat that we've had here so far. And yes, we are at our 4th heat right now. It just looks like it's going downhill from there. And when you're a team, it's a good thing with Scars, they had a hard time in the beginning, but they're finally learning and picking up the pace here at the later matches. So looking at the replays right now, you get to see why Scars just had such a dominating matchup here, and that search and destroy and raid definitely was a really big deal.
Yeah, I mean, they really came through and performed when they needed to. So as you can see, Scars just absolutely slaying in the domination map right here. They're pretty much in control throughout the entirety and showed why they were the #1 team in Japan throughout all of Stage 4. I think they even came out of the winner's bracket whenever they wanted. So most of the regional ones we saw a bracket reset of some kind, but they dominated all the way through. Their Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III, the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile Championships. Every single one of these players is playing on it, and as you can see, I mean, it's just a game changer.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful phone. I mean, I have it in my hands at the moment, and obviously I'm casting, but what you guys don't know is I'm actually just hiding it behind my back. I can't let go of it. Take a look at that 240 hertz touch scanning rate. With every touch that you have, it'll get registered. You know what? When I play Call of Duty Mobile, I want the best response with my touch to my phone because of the really last moment things that you have and really just have in Call of Duty Mobile. That's going to be really great to have.
And also, you don't have to worry about campers as much when you got the Xperia 1 Mark III because you have the LY Razor, the low gamma razor that lets you see darker areas and lighten them up a little bit. So don't have to worry quite as much about the rose skins camping in the corners.
And yeah, like what you saw there, you can see over there already. These players having a bunch of fun with the Sony, and now you can see that Hackney Yard, that is going to be a quick one. Q9, finally we get to see a matchup. This team has eluded us here in this tournament so far, and I'm so happy to see Godlike and Q9 finally battle things out.
Yeah, I don't think we got to commentate them yet, so I'm going to be saying a lot of their names for the first time ever.
We're going to butcher
Obviously, Godlike, #1 in India, taking the L against DG, so every game from now on is an absolute must-win, and they definitely come out swinging against the undefeated team in Q9. Early 30 points on the hard point. Not only that, but we talked about the importance of those rotations and the setup for the spawns for P2. Trunks holding down the hard point by himself for now, and very nearly going to be a full 60 off this start for Godlike.
Beautiful response. It's because you see the KRM going into play, and Trunks trying. Why would you pull up the drone just like that? But you know what? It is what it is. He deserves that. He had a really good hold in that P1. And now we get to see a very strong hold here as well. It seems like Q9 is actually struggling here in Hackney Yard, trying to figure out where to go. And it's going to be hard because Money Hill for P2, it's really hard to go and break.
Neutrino in the backside holding things down with an LMG. It looks like either a spawn in, I don't know what it was. That is part of the reason why we don't typically run katanas in competitive. Most of the time, if they're halfway decent, they're going to kill you before you get there. But it is still Godlike with the lead. The break does go in for Q9, and we actually have the SKS coming out. Not a gun that I've seen at all throughout the weekend. They might have been using it for the entire time, but big break going in for Q9.
Yeah, and I feel like for Godlike, they had the upper hand of being in that early rotation, but for some reason, they just weren't going in there inside. They just kept on being outside, and yes, their Slayers would probably be there, but your OBJ was left all alone, so they lost all those gunfights, and unfortunately for them, they spawned all the way in office, didn't even make that really quick rotation, so that's why you get to see that 59 and 51, and Q9 finally finding their footing, and now we're going into P3, which is just so hard to go and defend because of how open it is.
Burns finds kill number 6, trying to hold things down in the surrounding area while his teammates are on the hard point. You hear the SKS fire whizzing past his head, and suddenly it lands. Wow, Ruan, what a push right here. The solo dolo, uncontested right now. Learn's trying to make the push on in. He's going to be able to take him out. And right now, Godlike just getting outslayed again. Learn gotta be better in these one-on-one gunfights. 3 and 10 off the start. Right now, Godlike still able to hold it down, but it is close, and it feels like Q9 keeps creeping forward.
You need to have top L control in every kind of situation here. In every game mode, it's top L all the time. And now, finally, they got to flush it out, but we still get to see Q9 even get the scrap points. And now the rotation is still pretty early for Godlike to go and have here in P4. Finally, we get to see that big kills at the moment. I wish we got to see who actually got that kill. But having a lot of these members from Godlike is going to be very solid. And if they really need to go and utilize everything now, they should bring it out at the moment. But it's going to be very hard because every single one of these Q9 members are just getting their kills right.
Yeah, right now Ruan slides on down. I thought he was getting sucked into the gravity vortex, but he was just bobbing and weaving his way in. Neutrino with the wallbang, able to find one cross map. Ting thought he had it, but it wasn't meant to be. Q9 climbing their way back up, and we got a tie game on our hands over here on P4. Burns from the top side, not going to be able to outgun the death machine in the hands of the Q9 players. We got Bro looking to push on in, but there's death machine on the opposite side as well. Gravity spikes to work with if he wants to use them. Looks like he's going to save them for that next rotation. Neluo, 14 to his name with that SKS in hand, especially when you get that top side control. That's a tough gun to take out.
Oh yeah, most definitely, especially in the hands of a very skilled marksman. And now he finally gets taken out. We always see Godlike early in the rotations, but just not winning their gunfights. Q9 just really outgunning them, and the gun skills in this team that I've always been seeing is just so impressive. Finding Neutrino, having that 2K, needs to have one more, and now finally gets that 3. That is going to be a very important one, but they need to worry about one more player. Island is going to be very sneaky up there. I don't think they know where he's at the moment.
Oh, Neutrino knows he's up there. He's waiting for him to peek the window, trying to hit the wall bang. I mean, he looks just like a mouse in a maze or whatever you want to call it, but Bro's pretty content to just sit down here and let the clock keep ticking upward. It seems like Q9 is...
I feel like they probably are disconnected at the moment. Oh, that is just so unfortunate to see. You can see the players of Q9 just having a little bit of a stop and dance here. Godlike, what are you going to do in this type of situation where you know that your opponent is just disconnecting? Do you hop off the hard point, or do you take this moment and take advantage of it? But it looks like they're taking advantage of this situation, and 2 more points. Oh, that's...
Yeah, it's unfortunate situation right here. It is going to be Godlike taking the rest of the time. They're going to get the win. I don't know what the ruling is going to be because we saw nonstop this player disconnected and reconnected, but we'll return to that one in a little bit, and it looks like the same thing might be happening for DYG right now.
It looks like the Chinese teams are struggling right now with their connection, but even with that in mind, they're still doing such a phenomenal job here so far. DG Esports against DYG. This is what we like to see, but it looks like all 60 seconds from both hills are dominated by DG at the moment, but you can see here, both of these teams, they've been doing a really good job here so far. They're a little bit in the middle of the pack. They can still try to make it. There's still 2 more chances for you to go and cap off into that playoffs. But with DYG struggling with their connection, I feel like that's going to be so bad in your mindset as a player to just go and have another game.
Yep, G's going to go prone on the hard point. They got an opportunity to still win this. It's not going to be easy, especially starting at a 100-point disadvantage, and with DG already got streaks, got operators stacked up. That's going to be tough to push in, but Qingfeng gets it anyway. Beautiful 2-piece. 1-2 goes in for No-No as well. Soaking up some of the time right here. They have an opportunity to at least get it up to 50. Qingfeng has the read, not able to find 2 though. G there for the trade. And right now, even with the awkward start here for DYG, looking like they could potentially push things against DG.
Oh, the comeback is definitely very possible against DG, and you can see a bunch of the players already poised in position from DG to go in there for the defense. Pred Missile finally doing its job, one less person to worry about, but you can see here the backstab coming in from DYG, and they're doing a really good job on infiltrating this hard point. They flush it out, and the cluster strike as well. It's a beautiful setup for a retake.
Yeah, I mean, even with the early rotations from DG, they get the push on in. Jetski's got a cluster strike to work with if he wants to, and looks like he does not want to. He thought about it, and he's like, no, never mind. I'm not going to do that. Tries to hit the player over top of the head glitch. That's not going to happen either. ZZ is able to push on in, and the gravity vortex in for DYG. Even with the reconnect, G still having his fair share of struggles, 2 and 10 off the start. Somehow, DYG minimizing the amount of impact that this DG team's able to have, keeping things close.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with what I'm seeing with DYG at the moment, but DG not giving a chance for them to get a lot of points, and 12 seconds left on the clock, and the rotation needs to come through for DYG if they want to go and win this, because 127, that is too close for comfort to 150, and you need to go and take top control room number 2. You need to have that control power position in play, and so far both of these teams have not yet gotten that control.
I believe, well, it looked like we were going to get the cluster strike called in, but maybe he decided not to again. Maybe just trying to get some information. Either way, Jetski going to go ahead and back up right there. Venom hitting some beams with the M13. Might be looking to have a little bit more kills, and cluster strike comes in. That could potentially be what seals the deal for DG right here. Venom finds 1, can't make it 2. No, trying to contest right here. Zen can't spot him around the corner. He slides right underneath the shots. They can only afford to give up 3 seconds right here. See if they can pull off a miracle.
Is it crazy that I'm saying that it's actually very, very possible for them to go and take around 3 points? That is, I know it's going to be hard, but then for DYG, it's still very possible for them, especially now they have all their score streaks out. Not quite sure if I like that placement of the sentry gun, knowing very well you have a few seconds left going into that rotation into P2. Okay, no, you do you, but this Pred Missile as well, gonna be very big for DYG, and now he's gonna be playing that Slayer game, and this is where you get to see DYG pull out the big guns. DG, questionable play with your cluster strike, should have brought it out here in P2 because of how open it is, and we get to see the points trickling in for DYG.
Oh, if he had turned on Jeff there, he would have had to uninstall. It looks like DYG might pull off the miracle right here. Jeff trying to push in, able to find 1, but the gravity vortex, another gravity vortex, and it's DYG on the hard point again. No looking to regen on the backside. He's gonna win that gunfight too. It's looking possible right now. Concussions. Oh, and DG makes the push on in. Just barely gonna be able to walk away with the dub.
Barely getting in there. I was so hopeful for DYG to go and have that turnaround, but we're going to have our sights going into Q9 versus Godlike at the moment, and Q9 losing that one from Godlike, that was just so impressive to see, and Godlike finally pulling the strings at the moment. Search and destroy though with Q9, you already know that S&D is their bread and butter.
Yep. Neutrino's able to find 2 right there. Looking to clutch up. Chen says not today. Able to get the shutdown, and Q9 takes round 1. We expect for this to be the mode that they especially shine in, and so far today, that has been the case. Obviously, Godlike, a good S&D team, but we've also seen some pretty huge mistakes from them in S&D. So we'll see if maybe they have an opportunity to smooth those out up against the Chinese juggernaut.
Absolutely, and Takeoff is just going to be that tricky map that you have a difficulty mastering just because of how huge it is, and there's a lot of angles, especially with Q9 having a really good map knowledge here, knowing very well when to go and have that sniper engagement. But with Learn on the other side of the team, that is going to be very difficult for them to go and engage. So pretty good start right now for Q9 to go and have a pretty passive fight here, defending obviously. So all they need to do is just wait for Godlike to make their appearance, and hopefully that information gathered to them will have them go in for the push.
Burns has the bomb in hand. He's made his way right across from this main building for Q9. And kind of just waiting for Trunks to gather some information. It seems like Niluo, correction, going to be able to find a snipe. Chen able to find one on the bros as well, and just like that, Q9, two-man advantage, sniper in the top side. Not going to be able to connect quite yet. Learn makes his way all the way over to the bomb site. He's not going to be able to plant it. He's getting taken out, so is Trunks. Neutrino, now all alone. Trying to peek around the corner, and he's not going to be able to even find one.
See, it's all about that buddy system here, and he could have won that if it was just one person, but obviously the buddy system here in Q9 in Takeoff is going to be very, very important, because map is just so big. You need someone to back you up when you are in that situation. And now Godlike, they're having a very hard time here. Learn still needs to find a lot of kills. 1 here so far, and I think it was going to be Trunks that has 0 here, but still a lot of things are there. But what? That was so fast! Q9 having so many kills. The rush going into Alpha is not going to be worth it for Godlike, and just like that, Q9 3-0. Godlike is in shambles.
Yeah, this one's starting to look a little bit rough. There are a total of 3 kills on the board for Godlike. I don't even know what happened right there. Everybody died so fast, I couldn't even break it down for you if I wanted to. But Chen 4-0, Tang 5-1. Right now, it seems like Q9 is able to read every single move that Godlike is making as they get picked off one by one once again.
This is just such a difficult situation to be in as the bomb went down, and now you need to go in there. Niluo going in for that beautiful pistol kill. And now we are in a 1v5 situation yet again. That is going to be very difficult if you were Trunks and you have a Fennec in hand in a long-range map like Takeoff. Just stay indoors, my friend. Try to go and pick up the bomb if you can, because the defense is going to be a little bit too solid right now for Q9.
Right now, it feels like Godlike is just trying to guess where Q9 is. And it seems like Q9 has a treasure map leading to every single Godlike player. And they still have the read. It just doesn't matter. They don't even miss the snipes. Ruan gonna find another one right there. We're gonna take a quick look in at DG up against DYG. Obviously, DG taking that first game. And surprisingly enough, it's actually DG in the lead off the start in the search and destroy as well. We've seen them take a map off of, I believe, Godlike, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it was that team to actually get one map, and now we get to see Q9 go up against Godlike. This is just so hard to see right now. It's just absolutely crazy. They keep doing the same thing, rushing on over A, finally getting the kills that they needed. Learn finally wakes up, has a Type 25 on, not really having that sniper. But it's going to be very difficult as things are just evened out right now by Ruan.
I don't even know what angle he's looking at right there. And Ruan's still going to hit another one. I mean, he is the X factor for this team in the search and destroy. The angles that he's playing, I can't even tell where the shots are coming from unless I watch the actual shots happen themselves. That's going to be a big one for Trunks to open it up, but Ruan's still alive. Anything's possible. Trying to make the read. Type 25 comes out. And I believe he's going to wait for the bomb plant to go down before he tries for the retake. Little solo dolo right here. We'll see what he has. DLQ comes on out. Takes one shot. Missed it by a couple of inches. Maybe gave him a haircut right there. Gonna hit the reload on the DLQ and try to make the push from inside stadium. Both godlike players push back to spawn right now, so he's gonna try to make the read, and it seemed like he had it, but the timing wasn't there. I don't think he's got time to clutch it up right now. They planted in the right spot. Trunks from behind gonna be able to find the kill. Godlike gonna be able to avoid the 6-0.
Beautiful response by Godlike, and that's why they needed to go and win a lot of those gunfights going into Alpha. And now the switcheroo comes around here. Q9 has a hold of the bomb. Doesn't want to pick up the bomb. Okay. All right. Let's go do that. And finally we get to see Island go and pick it up. But yeah, they do. Yes, they do have an advantage, and Godlike has a monumental job of winning 5 in a row to try and go and make a difference here. But it's not going to be easy. Both passive for these teams right now. It's obviously going to be a launch base that will have the engagement that we really want to see in the first hand and first blood. So pretty passive for Q9 at the moment. So I'm pretty sure they're just looking for that information where Godlike is at. Still playing as if they're actually the one that's down right now.
Yeah. Very, very passive right here. I believe we were about to have an engagement, but one player obviously backed up a little bit. And the smoke lineup coming in right here. Nope, he had readjusted just a tiny 100th of an inch. He's really second-guessing himself a bunch right there. I've got a feeling that one probably landed exactly where he planned it, but Bros is waiting on the opposite side. Perfect read from Tang. Oh, absolute beauty. They come storming through. Burns is all alone. Another smoke goes on out. That's going to be an easy plant going in for them. And now Burns left to try to clutch up. The wrap back towards spawn. Tang way, way in the back of spawn. He's not going to challenge anything. With Luo hopping into the top side. More than likely going to seal the deal. That's a good spot for the nade, but not going to be enough to get the kill. Gets the information, but in the process gets them some information as well. Double concussions. He can make something crazy happen. I thought Island would still be concussed right there, but it looks like the timer ran out.
He needed to do what he needed to do, and that was the best that he could really pull off at the moment. So Q9 looking very solid as we are at map point. Godlike Esports needs to go and perform a miracle right now from the heavens above, from God himself, to try and retake this search and destroy, to have a hold of it, because so far it's not looking good as Island goes in there for that first blood, and Trunks goes down very early on, and now the bomb finally gets shut down. Okay, Godlike, Burns and Neutrino doing a really good job here so far, but then Niluo with a response with the pistol.
Oh, Bros nearly turned on him right there. Learn still in the back of the map. He's got Neutrino with him as well. Niluo tries to find the angle, but his teammate gonna find the kill first. Learn able to find one onto Tang. 1v2 opportunity for him. Nade to the top side, but there's nobody there for Q9. The bomb unusually goes down over on B. Not a plant that you're going to see a whole lot on this map, but obviously Q9 with the information to know they've got the safe plant. Learn, crouch walking his way up. He might get some good timing right here. I don't think they saw him go through. I was really worried he's going to go for the defuse, and timing just keeps going his way time and time again. I can't believe what I'm watching right now. He might be able to get it, but he doesn't have the right angle. Chen there for the kill, and Q9 closes that one out to tie things up at 1-1.
Oh, man, that was just unfortunate. He had the timing, but then he just lost it looking at the wrong direction at the wrong time. And now we head on over to DYG versus DG. Obviously, DG having that 1 point in hardpoint, but we get to see DYG finally shine through the SND. They are up 4-3, but now 4-4 as DG Esports even things out. Playing field finally level. We get to see the brilliance of DG Esports with the readjustments, and you can see that Venom just gonna bring his team to a very beautiful tie game. But with Zen still having 0 kills, my friend, you need to have a bunch of kills.
My man needs to wake up right now. No, pulling out the Iron Sight SPR. That is definitely not one that we have seen throughout the past couple of weeks. Got 8 kills to his name. Backing up, and it seems like he has the read, but Jeff with the gunny. Big win right there. 1 player down for each team, and just like that, 2 kills going to go in for DYG. That's going to leave the A site wide open. Another one gets picked, and now Venom all alone, left to try to clutch up. Seems like they have the information. No, they do not have the information, but it doesn't matter. They're going to win the gunfight anyway.
So I'm curious to see if we see Zen finally getting a kill here. Do we? No. Still no. You see, this is what one person brings to your team, and you need to step it up at this competition, my dude. I mean, yes, it's going to be very hard to pull off a lot of things here, especially if you're going up against DYG, a very talented S&D team, but still an 0-8 already at around 10. That is going to be very difficult to go and pull off, but finally, a very interesting push here from DG, going very deep into Alpha, trying to make a statement here. You will definitely be denied if you try to go for a plan, but DYG, very smart to not pushing very aggressively into Alpha, knowing very well there might be 2 or more plays over there. Ooh,
oh
spicy kill from Mamba.
Trying to get some information, and he found it, and a little bit more as well. Nobody going to go back to that spot for DG at this point. You know what fate awaits you if you try to. Taking out the trophy system right there. He tries to get more information, and he finds it as well. That is the beauty of an LMG. You never run out of ammo. Unless you just shoot for like 27 minutes straight.
Man, this is what I like to see from China right now. They just know the spots, the wall bangs that just really we don't get to see from DG really just pull off. But it's a 1v4 situation, no, 1v5 situation. It's all Jet Sky all by himself, but then the pinch comes along. DYG gets that search and destroy in a very great fashion. DG just struggles from that search and destroy matchup here today, and it seems like respawns are the only hope for them to try and get a point.
I will say that was not a very pretty round of search and destroy, but it was an incredibly effective round of search and destroy. Absolutely picked apart, clinical from DYG. That allows them to tie things up at 1-1. And I believe that is the score of our Q9 game as well. So we got a couple solid matches on our hands.
I know. This is what we finally get to see. All of the teams that have readjusted from the first 3 heats here so far, finally applying it here today in our heat number 4. But let's take a look at what happened here so far. DG, Hardpoint, and Summit. It was pretty close games here. 150 and 135. It's just with DG, they were just a little bit too smart with their rotations and winning those gunfights. But with Standoff, we didn't really get to see what went down here for Search and Destroy. But you already know, DYG did a lot. It was pretty dominated.
Yep, obviously, DYG not getting a whole lot of help from the servers in Summit, but they bounced back pretty strong in the Search and Destroy right there. So we'll see if they can maintain that momentum. Obviously, DYG second place in Garena. Obviously, you watched a lot more Garena than I have. What do you feel like is the strong suit of this team?
Well, with DG, they're really good at the respawns. But when it comes to like that Search and Destroy in the playoffs, they did so well. They pulled the game number 5 and I think a round number 10 against Blacklist International to be part of the seeding in that grand final against Almighty. So with that being said, DG can definitely go and win some Search and Destroys, but for some reason today, they just struggled just a little bit. So Respawn, it seems like that is the name of the game, and we are going to be starting things off finally with our domination. And speaking of Respawns, Godlike Esports versus Q9 Club, and here we go. Gonna be a very interesting matchup here with how we see Godlike really just perform.
SKS going to come back out for Naluo. Trying to get some information. The inside of Cubby right there. Chen wins one, immediately traded out, and just like that, it's going to be Godlike hopping onto the B flag right here. Looks like they're going to be able to get that control. It's going to be Q9 trying to clear out Courtyard and see if they can find any Godlike players in the process. Chen going to be able to get the trade for Bros right there. Ruan with one as well. And now the pressure's on.
A and B captured right now by Godlike Esports at a really good start. really great momentum here that they need to go and pick. But with them losing all of their gunfights, you can see they're dropping like flies, and you can see the setup coming in from Q9 right now, going in there for that Bravo hold. You need to stop it somehow. Come on, not able to, as 4 members of Q9 just flush them out so quickly. Not only that, they got the score streaks down to add salt to the wound.
That's, I mean, that's just painful. Tang already on a sentry gun, and we're only like a minute into the game at this point. For Godlike, you got to stop these streaks as soon as possible. I don't know how he managed to hit that final shot right there, but left and right. Q9 players hitting beams. Trunks doing everything he can. He's on a 2 spree right now, hopping up. He knows there's one player in the inside, gonna be able to win that one. If he can get some streaks right here, might be able to do a little bit to counter Q9, but you got Tang already 9 kills, a cluster strike, and a sentry gun.
That is going to be very difficult to go and counter once they do decide to bring out all of that into a certain point here in the matchup. But yes, we get to see the shutdown from Neutrino, getting that beautiful 2-piece from that Thumper, denying that trip cap, but it's just, they're just losing all of their gunfights at the moment. You can see here, player number 5, that's Niluo, having multi-kills after multi-kills here in mid, a presence to be felt, and that's the reason why we get to see Godlike having a very hard time at touching Bravo. This is finally the push that they needed. They need to go and flush out the plays first before going into Bravo. Because what they're doing right now, they're going pushing into Bravo without even trying to flush out the players that have the power position of Q9.
And what that does, not only does it waste your time and allows them to get more time, but it also allows them to build more score streaks and operators. And just like that, Q9's got a triple cap on you. And they got full streaks. And everybody on their team has operators unlocked. And now if you're Godlike, you're scrambling, trying to figure out something, but they're not sending anybody to power positions. They've got no market control. They're trying to go for solo caps everywhere that they go. And as soon as you get wiped off that solo cap, all the progress is gone. Solid lead once again for Q9.
Now, this is going to be a very scary second half for Godlike Esports, just because you know very well that Q9 will have score streaks after score streaks for days, and not only that, operator skills as well. But you know what, Neutrino, you need to time that right with your death machine. Everyone needs to go and perform, and you can see how much of the differences are when it comes to their usage of the score streaks and the timing of it as well. But it's still definitely not too late for Godlike to go and deliver here. Tang, though, puts down the sentry gun, timing very right, but you can see that the death machine coming into play.
Ooh, Niluo thought he had to kill. He had to recheck on that one. And both teams, one flag in their control, pretty big progress for Q9. Looks like it'll be enough to close it out. One kill goes in for Luren as he calls in the Gravity Vortex, and now Tang on the rotation, just, oh, beautiful read right there, backside of Van. Luren hops the top side, gonna be able to find one. Needs to be able to make this wrap over toward Tractor as he hops in top blue. I don't know what angle they spotted him out from right there, but Q9 still sitting back, very content to play passive. Gonna be able to find 2 with Gravity Vortex. And getting that progress on B once again, it's in their control.
Burns was chilling over there, Granny. He could have stopped the push at Bravo, but you know what? He did what he could. And now that information, that the fact that you know that Q9 is having a pretty solid hold here so far, you need to go and readjust. If I were you, Godlike Esports, and finally the readjustment comes through. Alpha solo hold, not gonna happen. If Bravo doesn't work out for you, try to go and send a lot of people going into Alpha as well. But with Q9, they know that very well, that going into that very solid back alley defense that we really love to see here. It's just one person. It's just Burns trying to go in for the backstab, and so far he's probably going to lose all these gunfights, and just like that, as I said it, Niluo wins that.
Ruan hops out the top, but he gets beamed by Luren right there. That's going to be a big one. Oh, Thumper going to be able to get the kill, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Trunks rounds the corner, finds one in the courtyard, but unfortunately for Godlike, they find themselves in triple cap territory, and there's a cluster strike on B. What that means is your only option is to push around capture A, hold A long enough to get the triple cap as well, and make sure in the process you don't allow them to get C.
Godlike just keeps going in there one by one, and finally we get to see that triple push going into Alpha, but still too far away to go in for any kind of defense and for assist of your teammate. And now you're trying to go in there one by one, and the Predator missile stops any kind of hope for you to actually go and capture Alpha. Q9 with a beautiful response, knowing very well that people will try to go in for Alpha. You know that they're going to be winning all of their gunfights here through mid. And if you were Godlike Esports, you should have just sent a bunch of people going to Alpha early game, but instead they try to flush him in one by one.
Burns tries to push in through mid-map. Trunks is there, but oh man, he gets turned down by Chen, and it's just too late in the game for Godlike to turn this one around. Chen, I mean, I swear, every time I see him pull a gun out, he doesn't miss a bullet. That's going to be another map going in for Q9 up against Godlike. And right now, the odds of Godlike moving on to day 2 looking relatively slim. Could very well find themselves at 2 losses, and I believe still yet to face Almighty.
Yeah, I mean,
not Almighty.
It's like you're leading into a moment where they are at a crossroads at the moment, and I just want to verify if it's going to be Almighty. Godlike's going against Vox.
Vox.
So Vox is going to be their final boss for today, heap number 5. But, you know, I'm really prepared for that. And let's take a look at the highlights, though, of what happened in that domination matchup. And I really want to talk about it. They kept sending just one person off of trying to go in the second half, where just one person off of one person in Q9. They're already winning their gunfights. Initially, yes, you can send one person there, but regardless, you need to win those gunfights. And the fact that they kept doing the same thing over and over, just keep on sending one person, but they keep losing, it was too late with the fact that they tried sending 3 people over, but they still lost their gunfights even when they did that.
Yeah, it seems like the team chemistry may be faltering a little bit. Obviously, playing this many matches in one day can be draining on you. You gotta make sure that you're staying mentally sharp and primarily maintaining your communications. I think that's the biggest thing for these guys, is that it seems like they're playing a little bit spread out and playing as a bunch of individuals rather than as a group. So I would love to see them bond together, bring together everything that they have, and see if they can take down the giant that is Q9, hopping back into our DYG versus DG matchup. It is obviously a tie at 1-1, so we're hopping into the domination on firing range.
And here we go, DYG, DG. Trying to go in there for that win, 1-1 for their name. And now for domination, it's going to be very important who gets this map. In firing range, in DG, that is going to be a very interesting map pick, because they're kind of 50-50 here so far. DYG, on the other hand, same kind of story. So they're pretty even on the playing field, and that's why I'm not surprised I see a 1-1 here. Finally, we get to see DYG capture that C flag, Alpha and C. AC split, but DG getting a hold of it, but then no! S2Ma is actually gonna shut it down really quickly.
Big plays and opportunity for DYG to triple cap right here. I think they're going to be able to hold it for a second. Not something I anticipate will be sustainable. Oh, what an angle for G to play right there. That could actually be huge. He might be able to find 2 more. So much damage, not able to get a kill, but I think a couple of assists onto DG players right there. And they're forced way back as Jetski and Zen struggle off the start. DYG holding down that BC.
Yeah, that's a very strong hold here so far, and with DG, this is actually going to be a pretty good map, and what I said is going to be 50-50, but they did win this one domination firing range against Revenant, but we like to say that Revenant and DYG definitely very different teams. So at the moment, DYG looking very solid here so far, and just DG just can't get a hold of it, just can't catch a break over here. They need to go in there for that trailer control, because the power position that you have here, you have your sights over C, you have sights over B, and so far they don't have any kind of control here so far. And look at how uncomfortably close DYG is at that Alpha flag.
So close right now. ZZ's holding it down for the time being. One player gonna hop down from top 10. And ZZ's looking to get tower control right here. If he can get up, could be a huge opportunity. He does. Spots one player. Oh, that headshot gonna come in clutch. Secures the 4-shot kill right there. S2 looking to push over and see if they can secure the triple cap right here. Gonna find ZZ rounding the corner, and just like that, it is going to be triple cap in play for DYG. They look at closing out the half strong, gonna give up C, but close enough that it's not really gonna make all that much of a difference. Doubling up on DG right now.
DYG looking very strong right now, but second half, you get to see that they have a little bit of tricks up their sleeve. They have operator skills, War Machine looking for G right now. That's going to be very tricky. Hopefully he gets to use it very wisely, or else he can just, you know, accidentally take himself out. And now Mamba solo capping that Bravo flag with the usage of his... Oh, nope, he's going to be losing that one. But it's a good thing still, because they have control right now of top 10, which S2ma has. He's been a pretty important guy in this team here so far. Not always having like a lot of kills, but again, very important kills, anchoring the site down very impressively. And now you need to have that response if you're DG, to have that power position. But we finally get to see it. Hopefully they get to have that hold.
Ching Feng trying to hold down B right here. Not trying to get any progress, just making sure nobody hops on for DG. Little flip goes in. DG trying to lock down C, and ZZ gonna be able to hop away, at least for the time being. Jetski, typically one of the top fraggers for this team, really struggling right here at 6-13. DG with some solid control early in the half, and this is what they need to bring it back a little bit. You can see the A progress starting to go over to DG or DYG right here. They're able to secure it, but it is DG with the B control, and especially with some cluster strikes in play, could actually be a viable option to win this one.
G actually had a really big kill over there, shutting down the death machine that could have meant the end of DYG, and really just stopping that very long hold from DG. And you know, that's going to be very big kills for him, but for some reason he still loses that gunfight, even though they had the power position up in 10. You know, we finally get to have a response from DG going in from that power position. What I want to see is actually some tower control, and finally we get to see that triple cap that we love. DG Esports finally making a response. Beautiful cluster strike. Not quite sure if that Predator missile was going to be the smartest thing, because that is absolutely overkill, but still, that is great points right now for DG to go and have.
Yeah, you hear the drone going out. That's been one of the X factors, and especially with that going out for DG. Looking like a very real chance that they win this one at this point. I was like skeptical at first, but they are absolutely dominating this right now. Jeff, 19 to his name. Drone getting some information. The double kill. That's what a thumper will do for you. Make it 4 real quick. Go get yourself some more, young man. He's going to find No-No. He's going to find G. He's going to find Ching Feng. He's a one-man wrecking crew right now. He's got a cluster, a sentry, a hunter-killer. My goodness, DG has come storming back.
7 kills to his name, and he's still out for blood. Take a look at number 3 right now. I really want to see him just go and pop off. The longest triple cap that we've seen here in this game so far, 122 and 98. We need to see Doyu Gaming step it up, or else they need to make a triple cap of their own. Ching Feng with that 15, tries to go in there for the shutdown, but unfortunately for him, gets taken out really quickly. That quick B flag push, that is finally up in the hands of DYG to grab right now. DG Esports needs to go and make a response, but the response finally comes through in a form of Zen inside that Xs1 Goliath.
We see the Goliath going to top 10. If he can get the Overwatch spot, could allow his teammates to go and get B. Ooh. The thumper right to the face of Zen right there, so to be able to find the kill. And I believe we have triple cap territory in play for DYG right now. He's going to be forced to hop out the top side, taking a lot of damage from a lot of directions, and at this point it's not really even worth it for him to stay in here. Tries to take out the sentry gun, but not going to be able to make it happen. We do have a triple cap requirement for DYG to get the win right here, but ZZ's going to push to the backside of A, and that should be enough for them to secure it. I would say definitely the underdogs in this one. Wait.
Oh no.
A control. Can they get to C? I believe there's a cluster strike on it, so they shouldn't be able to get C.
That was so close.
It said, I don't think it's possible. Yeah,
No, okay.
yeah.
I was like, okay, that cluster strike, I was like, okay. If there was DYG members like supporting that when they downed that cluster strike, then maybe, yes, they could probably have that triple cap. But, oh, beautiful turnaround for DG Esports. The longest trip cap that we've seen here so far. And here we go, Jeskai with a beautiful multi-kill. Gets 2 over there, gets 1. 1 more, that's 4. 5 right now to his name. Gets 1 more. 6, 7, and then we go off screen. And it's this guy just pops off, fully streaked out. He's the reason why. He's the reason why they probably won that domination matchup. But then, speaking of a very crucial moment to go and win, Q9 up 2 against Godlike Esports, and we are here in Raid Hardpoint.
Yep, things are not looking great for Godlike right now. You look at the scoreboard, Bros is 4-19. I mean, that's just a lot of operators and score streaks for the other team. Doesn't matter how good your rotations are. If you're getting gunned in every single fight you go into, Tang from Money Room, trying to find Bros in the bottom side. Bros finally going to be able to win a gunfight. Island's already set up for next. Bros doesn't seem to be aware of what's happening to him right now. The drone coming in. Island, 17 now, and looking like Q9 could very well win this one before we make our way back to P1. Learn's gonna hop on in, but he's shut down. Trunks and Burns now trying to make their way across. Bros able to get the break.
Finally, he does a spectacular job at breaking the hill, and Godlike finally has a hold of it. And the defense is going to be very solid. But for the side of Q9, you get to see they have score streaks after score streaks that they can go and use. And speaking of, Tang takes a look at the Gravity Vortex, doesn't really quite get anyone here. Gets taken out by Neutrino. Now that's going to be very big kills for him. And you see Godlike finally revived here. And this is supposed to be one of the hard points. That's one of the hardest to go and defend.
Yeah, that's not the break that I expected to see right there. We do have Q9 getting broken back in, but not going to be enough for them to go ahead and win it right here. One player top Laundry, Ruan trying to back him up right now, and Godlike players right below. Ruan's going to be able to get shut down onto Bros. Gravity Vortex right to the face of Chen right there, and Tang says, I don't care. I'm going to push down anyway. Learn able to get the trade. Godlike, their hopes alive. Would love to win this one, not necessarily out of the competition if they lose, but it does get a lot more uncertain as their fate now gets put into the hands of the tiebreaker if they do take the loss here. Trying to win at all costs possible, and just like that, they get the break, but Q9 pushes right back in. They can win it here if they prevent Godlike from getting back on inside, and it looks like they might be able to do it. That last kill might be what they needed. The Godlike players getting shut down left and right. Nobody close enough. Chen's got time to get those last few seconds on the hill. And Q9 Club gonna be able to take the victory against the champions of India. They defeat Godlike Esports.
But Godlike almost had that quick turnaround. I was pretty scared for Q9 that they might actually lose that hard point. It was P5. It was pretty good. They got a lot of points there, but then Q9 just proved to be like, they're just a little bit too strong. And it was that lack of presence into top Laundry, going into that reset in P1, that just put the nail in the coffin for Godlike. Couldn't really win all their gunfights there just because the presence was just too strong from top Laundry, that power position, to shut down any sort of chance that Godlike can have to go in there.
We will go ahead and take a look at the highlights for the match. Obviously, the Hackney Yard hardpoint, very, very back and forth. And off the start, I thought Godlike was going to dominate this one. I'm not going to lie. When you get, what, close to 40 points on P1 and you have spawns for P2, like, that's a recipe for success right there. But they just could not hold on against the onslaught of Q9, and they immediately got broken in. Whenever you get that push in and you get a break on the toughest hard point in the game, that's just got to be so heartbreaking.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And speaking of a heartbreaking moment here, it just seems like Godlike wasn't prepared for takeoff, search, and destroy. And take a look at that angle. The angle was so good. And now moving on into our matchup here for domination. It was like a really good response to Q9, right? And Godlike just, you know what, just pulled it out, really did an amazing job at the very end. And yes, they kind of struggled at a little bit of the first half, but really just pulled through into that second half. And the response was like, okay, we're gonna finally move in as a unit and hopefully get a lot of kills here. And that was a really impressive thing to see. But now we're moving on to domination, where I think they could have picked things up into this later half what we're seeing right now, where they had such a strong presence in P5, but then just couldn't really take it into P1.
Yep. The SKS and the M13 on this map, I think, are both very, very underrated just because of how many long angles there are. And when you get 2 of those in your pocket at one time, it's going to be tough to deal with. And it was just too much Q9 firepower left and right. Every single player on that team is capable of making ridiculous plays, and ultimately Godlike not able to combat it.
Yeah, most definitely. Right here you can see the scores right now. Godlike having a very great start, 150 and 126 in Hackney Yard. And I feel like for Takeoff, that's when you kind of saw them really falter. I actually thought that maybe they could have read the map pretty well, but it seems like they're a little bit they still need to learn the ropes in terms of Takeoff, the map itself. But with this particular matchup with Q9, they're just doing so well. But you know what? Let's forget about that. Let's take a look at another matchup that we've been liking to see here so far. DG Esports, DYG, bringing things up 2-1. This is do or die for DYG to go and get another point. DG has the upper hand. If they win this hardpoint raid, they will take it all and really just have a very comfortable seat here for day number 2.
Yeah, I feel like coming into this, I would have considered DG to be the underdog, especially given how strong DYG has looked throughout. Obviously, they've had their off games, but it felt like the only reason DG got that first win was because of some connectivity issues for the Chinese team, but they showed out big time in that domination. S2 in the top side of Laundry right here, trying to find one. His teammates pushing from the backside, but it's DG getting the majority of that early time right here. G, top of the heady, able to take out Jeff, but Zen in the backside, going to be able to cause some issues for DYG. Zed, able to win the gunfight against S2, and DG, solid setup to defend against that rotation to P2.
DYG, pretty solid hold here in P1 here so far, but DG Esports is still pretty much in the lead at the moment. And the rotation already coming through from DG Esports. So DYG has a monumental job to go and try and break the hill with a really strong presence here in jungle. Venom wins that gunfight. And now they have pretty solid holds here in jungle and also in through mid. So this is a pretty good hold here so far for DG to get a lot of the points here.
I really thought that they had the read on that back rock position, but right now DYG is just kind of stuck at the front of the hard point. Hoping they can get a push in. They do finally find 2 right there. That's going to open it up, but Jeff with a big return fire. 2-piece for him, 1 for Zed as well. DYG holding this lead, and Zen comes up big. He is still sticking to that MX-9.
Yep.
Like his life depends on it, but it's working, so I can't knock it.
Yep, Jeskai and Zen rocking the MX-9, and yes, they're not having like a lot of kills right now, but obviously at the very end, you're probably gonna see them frag out. And now the rotation coming in from DYG goes in through the money hill right now that we love to call the garage. And now garage is gonna be a very hard hill to go and break, but Venom doing a really good job here so far, but he has to worry about 3 other members from DYG to try and go and stop him.
I don't know how he's still alive right now. Nono's finally going to be able to take him out. Definitely a money hill right there, and Mamba from behind going to be able to find 1. Jeff already on 10, looking to push in. Could be an opportunity to pull out the death machines, but only if you feel really confident. And oh my gosh, the amount of concussions that I just heard is absolutely absurd.
And this is why DG, they're known for having the, you know, raining down the concussions type of memes, right? And for DYG, they actually utilized pretty heavily here. They invested heavily in this particular hill. That might be a downside going into basketball court though, and yes, they get a lot of points here, but it's going to be very tricky because they used a lot of things, but it's a good thing for one of the players for DYG. We do get to see a fully score streak player that can use it over here in basketball.
Big two-piece for Zen. S2 streaked out all the way. Pred missile kill going to come in. Streak's going to end. It's Jetski all alone on the hard point. He's going to be able to win that one. Death Machine has come out. Nade's going over top. They got trophy systems down as well. I'm not going to lie. I didn't realize there was anybody on this team that ran anything besides concussions, but some big value going in there as well, and DG able to get the lead back. I didn't think that gravity vortex was going to hit because it looked like it was on the inside of the room, but you know what? Gravity's a powerful force. It can work from anywhere.
Most definitely, it can work from wherever, just pulling you down. And that's what happened right now from DG Esports. Now they have to go and break the hill. The retake from DYG, which is absolutely beautiful, and Jeff wasn't able to use his particular operator skill well. The Death Machine wasn't utilized to its full potential. And now, 7 seconds left on this hill. The rotation needs to come through, and 20 points already in between them. Now make that 27 almost into that 30-point mark, and DYG looking very solid here so far. But this is the type of story that we saw a while ago with Godlike against Q9, with the very strong hold into P5 is very possible. And DG is going to have a hard time because take a look at that beautiful cluster strike by DYG.
Jetski not going to be able to survive the onslaught of DYG players. The streaks come on in. This is, I'm not going to say the perfect hard point to use it because there's a lot of really open hard points on this map where you can use it effectively, but definitely one of the great opportunities to use it. DYG continues to stack on that lead despite some struggles that they've had so far, and honestly not a ton of players going super positive right here. They find themselves at a 50-point lead, fighting back against number 2 in Garena, DYG. Only a couple more points needed to close this one out. Jeff tries to push in. Not going to happen. There's nobody remotely close to the hard point. And a dominant win for DYG is going to move us to game number 5.
And here we go. Beautiful game number 5. And this is what we expected here between these two teams because they're pretty evenly matched, not going to lie. And you know what? That was going to be a turnaround for DYG because the momentum is on their end. They have the advantage now. DG needs to make a proper response. But for DYG, you already have that momentum going here. But going to Search and Destroy, you know that's the weakest map mode of Dunya Games here.
Yeah, I don't know if I see Dunya Games winning an S&D. Not entirely sure what map it's going to be on, but regardless, just knowing how strong the Chinese teams are in S&D, we've seen Dunya come up big in S&D. They made it happen up against Godlike, and taking a look at some of our stats over on the wall right here, obviously we have DG's overall win-loss, their overall KDs. They're moving more into the positive. I think the last time we looked at them, they were pretty close to a 1, not close to a 0.
Yeah.
0 would be really bad.
Yeah.
But making some improvements.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely. And now taking a look at DYG. Not going to be very impressive with the numbers right now, 5 and 11. And, you know, DYG finally met their match in the form of DG Esports. And Dunya Games definitely with a response for them as well. So, you know what? Going into the Search and Destroy, I'm so happy we reached this point because out of all of the teams that I reviewed here in Heat number 4, it's these two teams that I was expecting to reach a game number 5.
Yep, we've got that on our hands, so we'll be hopping into that momentarily. We're in Heat number 4 for today. We got one more coming at you guys afterwards, so just for those of you who are unfamiliar with the format, top 2 from each group will be moving on to the playoffs tomorrow. If you get 4 wins, you secure that spot for tomorrow. If you get 3 wins, your fates are up to the tiebreakers. Taking a look at our Map 4 highlights real quick before we hop into that final match. Obviously, it was I mean, it's been a very back and forth series. I kind of expected this to be a cakewalk for DYG, but DG has come absolutely to play today.
Yeah, they've come a long way from that first heat, right? So with DG finally getting a bunch of that heat into that first matchup, but kind of just dropping the ball at the very end, and that's going to be very difficult because you know that this team can deliver. And yes, they came off a little bit cold in the beginning, losing that 3-0 against Vox, but this is the kind of response that we needed from DG, showing us that they can go up against a giant, a Goliath like a team like DYG. And yes, both of these teams kind of have their dull moments, and they have moments of brilliance as well. Maybe it's that consistency that both of these teams need to go and get, but having that search and destroy, that is going to be something that I really wanted to go and see, which we didn't really have a little bit of eyes on, unfortunately. But this is where we get to see DG shine, hopefully, and DYG kind of just hold that momentum for them.
And this domination was where DG really impressed me. I kind of figured, I counted them out relatively early in this game because DYG, for the most part, looked like they were in control, but once we saw those streaks come out, what was it, a 7 feed going into play, at that point I was like, okay, you know what? I believe in DYG, I'm a believer, and at that point, anything is possible. So regardless of how strong DYG has looked in the search and destroy so far, you know, if there's going to be a team to turn it around, it's going to be DG. That being said, we've seen some nasty takeoff snipe angles from the Chinese team so far in this tournament, so you're going to need some crazy awareness if you are DG, and it looks like they have brought that to the table.
Well, this looks like deja vu all over again because Q9 versus Godlike was here a while ago, and we see here DouYu having a little bit of a struggle, so this is going to be very interesting because we already know that DouYu has a little bit more of a sniper presence, but if you are in this map, it's still very possible for you to go and work around inside the buildings if you don't have a good enough sniper to go and pop off. So DG Esports doing such a good job at opening things up at that 1-0, but quickly it can turn around. You can see here. Very interesting start we see Zizzy finally getting that 1 kill. Venom as well, getting that 2-piece. Zen as well, 1v5 situation in DouYu. They're in shambles at the moment, but S2 Ma having really big kills.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot the shorty who's in the game. I just thought they took it out. Oh my, quick scope out of S2 Ma. Trying to find another one. If you're hitting snipes like that, just pull out the sniper again. I don't know why you ego chow with an AR right here, and now I understand why you ego chow with an AR, but they've got the read on him. DG cleaning up right here, 2-0 off the start.
But hey, if you can make that ace, it's going to be in this map. We've seen already in the Western region. We can see it here today again. Either it's going to be DG or DYG. Who knows? But it's still very possible. This map is just absolutely amazing. I love this map. And now, speaking of amazing, a really good start right now for DG. Finally, DYG makes a response as G takes one out. Mamba takes one out as well. And now we're stuck here at a 5v3 situation in favor of DYG.
That was a beautiful read and beautiful timing for DYG. 2 players down off the start for DG right here. They're sitting back, playing things nice and passive. Thumper not going to land. And G going for the plant over on B. So especially for this many people alive, not something you expect to see. Jetski's going to get dropped right there. Very, very split up DG players as they're on opposite sides of the map right now. Zen's going to take some damage. Able to find No right there, but being as weak as he is, S2 Ma's going to be able to knock him out. Venom from the top side, big 2-piece right there. I don't know why he's hopping up. Back things up. Regen your HP. Big opportunity, but I kind of feel like he squandered it.
Yeah, I mean, you already got that 2-piece, so that information would be there already. The moment that you get that 2, you get out of there because the other players from DYG will know that you're there. So missed opportunity, and it's really those little mistakes that make you pay at the very end and finally get to see DYG with 1 point. But still, DG still having the advantage, but as quickly as it can go, DYG can make in for the adjustment. And now we can see here DG going in a little bit deep here, especially for the one player that we see here, getting a lot of those shots, but Jeff pays the price.
Oh, Ching Feng, beautiful quick scope. Nono's able to find one as well. There are a lot of snipers in play for DYG right now, and that's not going to be easy to counter. Zen going to get dropped off right there. Venom staying alive for right now. We'll see how long he can make it happen. I don't know how he's still in the game. Finds 2, trying to make it 3, but Ching Feng says not today. That would have been just an absolute miracle of a 1v4.
Venom is popping off right now. He keeps just winning all of his gunfights. And take a look at that 8-piece. Jeff having 0 here so far. He needs to go and make an adjustment. And if you were Jeff, you went in there a little bit too aggressively, knowing very well that you're not winning your gunfights. Make sure you have a friend along with you to go in there for the assist. And now both of these teams a little bit passive on the approach here. DYG trying to spot information. And it's all up to the sniper himself, Ching Feng, to go in there, give that information to his team to go where to push.
Feels like there's always somebody for one of these teams starting off with 0 kills. Feels like most of the time it's DG, but they've had some big bounce back performances. If you got one player at 8 kills through 4 rounds, anything's possible. You just keep one more player alive to maybe help him in those 1v4 situations. It'd probably be slightly more manageable, but you can hear the sniper call outs. No, right there, and he does not miss those. No.
No, indeed. But take a look at the sky right now. Jet Sky trying to go in for the kill. Yes, gets 1. Needs to go and make and stop the plant. Doesn't quite do so as No going in there for the assist. A 1v3 situation. And there's just no response from DG with the snipers that DYG has. And this has always been a problem for them. This is going to be hard going past into this competition when you don't have a pretty good sniper presence in your team.
Yeah, I mean, just the reaction time on so many of these snipers, it's tough to counter. Right now, DYG taking the lead right here. Venom sitting back, maybe going for I thought he was going to go for a concussion lineup. Instead, he's I guess that's wallbang? I'm not entirely sure.
There you go.
I guess.
Now that's a wallbang.
That's a wallbang
spot. Now both of these teams still very passive. So far, these teams are doing a really good job, but you see, Ching Feng goes down. Jeff, finally, 2 kills to his name. They do get the bomb. We get to see here, very stacked A bomb site, but they seem to be like DG wants to go in for the infiltration. There you go. No, though, and Sama have the very beautiful snipe. Jet Sky gets rid of Estuma as well. DYG, though, on the other hand, G has a double. Now it's a 1v2 situation. And now the response from DG, just readjust when it doesn't really work out that well for you.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, I do not recommend challenging No, especially if he knows where you are. Bombs down over by A. Jeff on the wrap. Trying to catch player off guard. G tucked away in this corner. He's going to reach out the exact spot that No already knew he was in. G there for the trade. DYG extends their lead to 4-2. And looking like they've got a good shot at closing this one out.
Beautiful movement right there by No. And knowing very well that he only has like 1 HP left. And it's really the backup situation that you get to see there. He could have lost that, but just extended it just a little bit. And now, DG Esports, you need to come up with something here, my friend. A is not working out for you. Why do you keep going in for A as well? And now heavily stacking DYG reads it to perfection. And now you need to see DG back up just a little bit, and finally, yes, they do. But it seems like they still want to go in for that alpha push. There's no way that they will win this if they keep doing the same thing.
Man, there's just too much DYG right now. Venom left by himself again. We have seen this before, and we have seen some God tier attempts. If that concussion had gone out maybe a second earlier, could have concussed all 3 players at one time and had an opportunity for a 1v4, but now
that could have been a highlight.
It feels like they may have extended that lead a little too far for DG to come back.
And now we are at series point. It's all do or die right now for DG. It's going to be a very really tricky situation if they go and lose this map. And now, finally going in for a different rotation, but DYG knows it very well. The read is just so good from DYG right now at the moment. But no gets the snipe. Jeff goes down. Needs to look for one more. He knows one more person is there. Yes, there you go. Venom goes down. But then the trade comes in from Zen as well. Zeze, no, going down. And we can see here DG still down one person.
We finally saw him miss a snipe, but his teammates are there to clean it up. It's all on to Zen to try to clutch up right here. Looking to keep their hopes alive, but a thumper to the face will end them quickly in DYG in a 5-game series, able to take out Dunya Games.
DYG, there's just no stopping this team right now for Search and Destroy. They're looking very, very solid in DG Esports. The response was pretty good. The respawn's pretty solid, but unfortunately for them, S&D isn't really their strong suit at the moment. And especially having that lack of a sniper presence against DYG or any other team is going to spell trouble for you.
Yeah, it's just such a crucial element in Search and Destroy, especially at this point in the game. When you got the ability to one-tap from anywhere on the map, that's just a difficult thing to counter without another sniper. And unfortunately for Dunya Games, it's not something they had in the cards. It was too much out of DYG. They take the win 3-2. I think it is too late in the game for DYG to actually qualify for day 2, especially given what we were looking at in their record. I think it was like 5-11. So obviously not going to be able to make it in there, but definitely looking to still represent their region. Obviously the other two qualifying teams in FPX and Q9 looking very solid throughout the day so far, and definitely some very pretty highlight plays out of this team.
Oh yeah, it's just amazing to see what kind of gameplay they have here in Search and Destroy and Takeoff. It's really No having a lot of a response, as well as Ching as well, to really pull up the snipes. And that we keep saying it over and over again. Yes, it's all about the snipers here, and you get to see it right in these moments how important snipers are in this game. Beautiful. Take a look at that, you get an advantage. But speaking of taking an advantage here, if you have this phone, Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III, you already know you have an edge over your competition.
Yep, all of our players on Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III. The best of the best got to play on the best of the best. And it's got a whole lot of features that you'll want to capitalize on if you pick it up. It's got gaming optimization. It's got technology that was co-developed with pro gamers. That's right, they literally teamed up with pro gamers when they were developing it. Said, guys, what can we do to make it better? They told them, and then they did it. Can't ask for much more than that. I'm going to ask for our Des to take things away because that was a long series of games. Chris, what do you got?
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Beef Mommy. We're closing in at 5 a.m. here on the west coast of the U.S., and it's just seating up here in our brackets. Yes. Let's take a look here at our Heat and how things shaped up at the end of Heat 4, because coming in, I thought we might have a few interesting situations for Heat 5. Blaze, we are running the numbers.
Yes.
It's starting to narrow in here.
Oh,
where do you want to start?
You know what? I will say that DG actually had a chance to make it to the finals if they would have won that series. But Puckett, it's honestly all about China and Garena. Okay, China and Garena, they can have all their teams in the finals tomorrow, and they still got a chance. But I gotta say, because when we look at it, Almighty and Q9, the top of both their groups. We got Blacklist and FPX playing for that last spot in Group A that's coming up in this next heat. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I will say Blacklist is doing pretty good for the Garena fans out there. Also coming up too as well, Godlike and Vox. Godlike has a chance, okay? All the rest of India's teams are out. Now, Godlike can still do it in Japan's last hope in Vox. The winner of that, we will have a 3-2 team that can possibly make it.
Do you guys follow that? Basically, Almighty, they're through for Group A. We're going to find out who else is going to be joining them in the next heat. And then over in Group B, Q9 looking clean. Who will be joining them? Before we move on to that Heat number 5, though, we got to reflect here on Heat 4. It's our Razor making a statement, and we got to walk through this one, Alley Cat. This is Shut Up with the Clutch. Let's take a look at it one more time. How did he get it done?
I mean, I can't believe it's shut up. I've been saying shade
So good.
all day today. I'm so sorry, but he's making me shut up with these snipes. Holy two-piece. Catches the leg on that player, pulls out that thumper. I mean, that's a nade straight to the face. And then the snipe for that final pick. Beautiful 1v2 out of him.
That tied it up at 4-4, and then you saw Almighty finishing off FPX. A big win for Almighty. The 4-0 now in groups means they'll be playing on Championship Sunday and fighting for that $300,000. That was Shut Up making a statement, and remember, you can make your statement with Razor Gear. The Black Shark V2 is on sale now, and the perfect gift coming into the holidays. A great round 4 is done. We have one more heat to go as we take a look at it one more time. Blaze, hit me with the big matchups. Where are we dialing in?
Oh, where we're going to be dialing in, it's going to come down to Vox versus Godlike. Godlike sitting at 2-2. Vox is at 3-1. If Godlike can win that matchup for the Indian fans out there, they'll tie it up at 3-2 for that Group B. And from that point on, you know, it's been Q9 who was dominating, okay? They're sitting at 4-0, but I said that Q9, they're going to have to go up against DG in this group. And if DG would have won that matchup, it could have been possibly a three-way tie there.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We got to go to commercial break. When we come back, it is the 5th and final heat here in your Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Eastern Finals.
Game over. Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, they're able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin. Game over.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Game over. Ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Game over.
Ladies and gentlemen, Season 10 is out right now, so if you haven't already, download Call of Duty Mobile. It's free on any device. Bobby, if they're day one rookies, though, they're coming in, give me a loadout. Am I going SMG? Am I going AR? It seems Type 25s are all over the place.
Oh yeah, Type 25 is absolutely the way to go. You get your stopping power. Actually, if you're a beginner, don't run stopping power. Put like an extended mag on there because it's a little bit easier to use, but throw that on there in combat stock. Couple other things, tag laser, monolithic suppressor, you're good to go.
You got a few more questions, go over to youtube.com/BobbyPlays. That's a free plug, Bob. Here we go, though. We're into Heat 5. Chris Puckett, Beef Mommy, Bobby Plays. And this one is going to be a decider, Beef Mommy. Whoever wins between Blacklist and FPX is moving on to Championship Sunday. They're guaranteed $75K in the running for the $300,000. It looks like this game is currently underway.
Hardpoint is ours.
And we're going to have our casters take it away right now. We got Blaze and Alley Cat on the mic.
Thank you very, very much, Puckett. It is my pleasure to get this one underway because I was breaking down everything before we went to break. And we were talking about Q9 and Almighty, the best in Garena and the best in China, pretty much going through in the top positions of each their group. They've been playing fantastic all throughout the day, Alley. But on the flip end, for Group A, both these squads on your screen are tied up 3-1. It's Blacklist versus FPX, and as you can see, Blacklist, a team from Garena, versus the team from China, another matchup between the two regions. The winner moves on.
You say tied up 3-1, but this series is anything but. Blacklist up 2-1 in the series, 133-64 on the hard point. That's going to be Jaben and the Goliath just locking down all of Wood. Currently barely needs any teammates help as he's going to end up dropping now. But again, 10 more seconds needed to secure their place into our Championship Sunday. It's looking a little impossible here for FPX.
Oh my God, Garena looking to get two teams in the finals. There was so much talk about China and how good all the squads were between DYG, FPX, and Q9. And we saw FPX almost complete so many multiple reverse sweeps throughout the day and just had a fantastic performance, but it stops there as Blacklist will be able to take the win and move on towards that championship bracket. Now, folks, we got one more team that we need to qualify. We're moving back on over towards Group B. So Garena's gonna have two teams there going towards that finals. China has one, but we got two other regions that need representation and only one will not. The three teams from India, well, they're not gonna be able to make it. The three teams at the bottom, Godlike is their last option. Scars, they couldn't get it done this tournament. Vox is the last option for Japan, and it comes down to this matchup, Allie.
Absolutely. This is one of the most important matchups, if not the most important of the night. Godlike and Vox. If Vox win this, they secure their spot. Godlike, however, though, should they win this, they play Spoiler and tie up both these teams to go for a head-to-head, and they're looking to do so as they take the lead here early on, but we still are on P1. We got to start worrying about rotations, and currently that's going to be Vox closest to P2. They're going to have to worry about the likes of Burns and Bros, though. They get one. The trades go out in favor. It's going to be, it's going to be Burns all by himself. He will get shut down 26-10 though. Godlike does have the lead for now, but this whole wall of red looking to spoil it.
Now, yeah, they are looking to spoil it. And, you know, it'd be Godlike, you know, they'll tie the series up at 3-2 if they win. I think they would take the head-to-head, but Best on your screen, him and Echan working together here for Vox to be able to get over towards this P2, where you will see Vox, they're holding it down pretty well. You know, we're looking at the KDs. It's a team performance across the board for both these rosters, having to give it everything in which they have to come out on top with this victory. A close game so far. The Grab Slam wasn't able to come out with much, but we do see Vox with a double kill on screen. Here comes Unlucky. He was lucky for half the fight, but he will fall.
Vox here looking to play for spawns, but they're getting spawned all the way across the map. Burns is waiting there for the side of Godlike Esports to gain them this hold for P3. This could be a big hold if they can get this front line, but number two, that's going to be Ponta looking to push the back by himself. He has a little sideline as well as Echamp, but he will get shut down. He's going to pull the Thumper, try to find a kill or two. He will get shut down. That's 3 kills in the hand of God. They should get this first couple of seconds. 34-52, 20 seconds to play with when it comes to Vox, but it is real hard to push in through the front of this hard point.
It was real hard indeed, but you see K stays alive. He's going to finally fall. Vox picking up 3 kills on screen, but here's Trunks and Burns to clear out that hill. 38 seconds in it. It's going to stay scrappy, and as we can see, Godlike doing a great job controlling the spawns and putting up a good fight at the front of this hill. So far, collecting majority of the time, they will be able to get the lead change in their favor, and the Thumpers putting in work.
Thumper galore. There is going to be a spawn out on the side of Vox. That's going to be Ichan, but it's going to be a little bit too late. 16 seconds left on this hard point. We're on board with Bros right now, who is just sprinting across the map to try and gain spawns here. Godlike do not want to be counted down and out yet in our matches today. They want to make it to Sunday, and you can see it out of these rotations and plays in this hard point. 69-60, only 6-point lead currently, but they also have spawns and a lot of score streaks and specials getting used into play. Now Death Machine gets called out on Burns. It actually kind of gets burned and wasted there, but they do get the initial couple kills going to the side of Vox, but they got to worry about spawns.
They do got to worry about those spawns. Godlike has a nice little defense. Burns was able to be able to find 2. Bros finds another. It's a man advantage in his team fight currently for Godlike, but Vox will win the fight. They take the spawns, and they will continue to clean house. Let's see if they can get the lead back off this hill. 28 seconds left, but just that quickly, Ali. Godlike is back to contest. His Ponta picking up a kill. Learn will be able to find one on Case. Absolute chaos inside this hill, but the Thumper looking to clear out a bit on the flank. Unlucky wins a big battle, and his squad will continue to collect on time. They will finally be able to take out Neutrino in the back of the spawn, and Godlike needs to back off this hill, get ready for next, and they will be set up inside the control room.
I was worried for a moment there, but Unlucky seemingly be able to lock it in for Vox for them to get that scrap time. But again, this is a very close game. Ichan gets that mid control for P1. That was big because they were a little late on rotation as well. They actually had Neutrino from Godlike coming in from the back, and now the split spawns are in for Godlike. The first initial in the hand of Vox. They're looking to break 100 points here, but Godlike is trying to play spoiler in top. That's going to be Burns and Bros. Once again, the duo we've seen before trying to bust their way in, but Unlucky calls out his Death Machine. He's going to find a kill on 2. He's fully streaked out as well as he's going for this psychotic wallbang right here. He's not finding anybody, but I respect the plays. 104-89. Vox looking to cross it here.
Man, and Unlucky is just being real sneaky. Vox finally got another lead change in their favor. 20 seconds left on this P1 of the second rotations, and Unlucky is just anchored into this hill. No one can move him. He seemed unmovable for a bit, but he will be heading back to the respawn. Ponta's coming off the re. Gonna get into P2 right away at the top of control center. Gonna watch these stairs. He understands what his assignment is gonna be as his teammates are following up behind him. They're gonna try to clear out the low ground, but Ponta drops down. He's gonna connect with the Thumper in a few Phoenix shots. Doubles back into the hill, gets those hit markers and call-outs for his team, but he dies through the smoke. Bros up top. He'll take the same route as Ponta. Comes down, grab slam, doesn't connect, but as you start to see Vox with the split spawns, they're coming in for a pinch.
Vox need to slow down and play a little bit more together as they're throwing one body on a hill to try to 1v5 multiple times here, but they're finally able to make their way in. 30 seconds left on this hill. They could close it out here, but it looks like they're definitely going to play for the spawns here to go into next hill. There is going to be one player in this hill now for God. That's going to be Bros as he finds a kill and maybe try to ignore the players pushing up lane here so that he can go for spawns, but he does get shut down. 112-136, 15 seconds left. Vox cannot win off of this, but they do have favorable spawns for next. The problem is now if they keep throwing bodies at this old hill, they might lose them if somebody decides to make the rotation.
Player 4 is gonna get it. Vox will lose these rotations. They're committing a lot to a dead hill, but that was a quick kill that just came through. Player 4 still got the spawns for his teams. He got over there right away, was able to bring 3 in for Godlike, and now Godlike move in. They're starting to pick up the kills and which they need. Unlucky, hit some big shots, but it was not enough. I'm really scared for Vox in this situation, which is 4 points needed for the W. I think Godlike can get it done.
It's Echan in the back getting 3 kills, but the strikes are getting called in favor of Godlike. 131 to 146. Only 4 seconds needed for Vox, but they gave up those spawns, and it is so impossible to break into this hill. And Lucky, though, he might play spoiler. He gets in the back of spawn with the death machine. He finds 2. He's going to find the 3rd one as well. He might win this for his team. He just has to free fire this entrance on Lucky, fully streaked out, and wins the first hardpoint for Vox. What was almost a choke, Unlucky comes out on top.
He truly did. You talk about a flank there with the death machine for the win. He was able to come up that hillside, get behind enemy lines, and from there, he went on an absolute tear for Vox. But as we saw there, Vox was 4 points from winning, and it was Godlike getting into that hill. I think they had about 110, so they were able to get to that 140 mark. They made it into a single-digit map number 1, and hey, we can't ask for anything else to be able to kick off this series, which is a qualification series for the finals, our last of the night.
I gotta watch that last 30 seconds again because, man, that was closer for comfort for both of these teams. The fact that Vox just kept throwing bodies on that old hill, you know, obviously us as casters see the mini-map and we're like, you're throwing spawns, there's nobody in the back, you're gonna flip out. They ended up flipping out and they were just not able to break into the front of that hill for so long. It was literally all on the back of Unlucky here. This spree that he went on with the death machine absolutely saved them this game and possibly this series, because now you talk about the fact that Godlike is down 0-1. This series is do or die for them, and they've already had such a rough day going against some of these top teams, and now you're losing like that. I feel like it's almost worse than getting shut out, because when you're shut out in a hard point, it's kind of like, okay, that was just a bad map. We weren't on our game, but when you got so close, when you played everything so perfect, you gained the spawns, you had the hold there in the end, and then to lose like that, that's got to do something to your morality.
Yeah, it definitely does, okay? And because, you know, we saw the player profile pieces. We know how confident this Foreman Insidious team is. These guys like esports, and we saw how dominant they were in the stage 4. So coming into the Eastern Finals, they want to give it everything in which they had. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to give it all they have. Whatever is left in the tank, it all comes down to this, folks. This is the Eastern Finals. If they don't do it now, they got to wait till next season to be able to bring a trophy home for India. Give them your energy in the chat if you want them to win. Also, where's my Japan fans out there in the chat? Vox needs your love as we're in this map number 2.
They're sitting right here. The Japan fans sitting right here in this chair. Vox, you didn't give me a Hackney Yard domination. I'll forgive you for now. I better get one tomorrow should you win this series, as they're pushing Bomb up to the A site. Trade's going down 4v4 right now. Bomb should go down for free. Those all 4 members of Godlike are kind of stuck out in mid here waiting for some information. Echan doing what Echan always does, going on a very long route man flank currently. He might be able to catch a couple players in the back here, but he's got to move a little bit faster because Godlike is itching to push up on this site.
Well, I will say this, India fans, okay? If Ali is standing 10 toes down for Japan, I am 10 toes down with you, okay? We're 1-1 here on the caster team. We want both these squads to come out on top. Any one of these teams is going to be great representation for the finals. But in this round number 1, it was Vox who struck first. We'll see if they can do it again. On their attacking side, they're going to be prioritizing this A-bomb site once again. They're going to be playing this round a little bit slower for now. Luckily for them, Echan is watching the flank. And as we can see, they have no threat just yet. But Vox going to start moving on into this A site.
Smokes are out. Bomb should get planted here. Snipe and Thumper in hand. Unlucky's just got every gun under the sun currently to try and watch over this site. Some trades went through, but they ended up in the favor of Vox in a 4v3 situation. See, Echan's out in mid once again. Might get some information. Maybe go on a long flank once again, but Bomb should go down for free. It will. 40 seconds now on the clock. Neutrino's trying to get a couple of wall bangs, but fortunately for him, there's no players there. Echan finds a freebie in mid. 2v4 Godlike. Unfortunately, even though it is our second round, looking like they're falling a bit apart as it's Neutrino and Burns stuck in a 2v4.
It's going to be a hard 2v4 for them to win, especially with this bomb down. 20 seconds on the clock. At this point, you need a miracle. You need to do something spectacular. Neutrino goes in and try to soak up some of that damage, but you got to get some of those kills instead. In the end, it will be Vox going up 2-0. And I feel like throughout the entirety of the day, you know, Vox has been playing so well, and their Search and Destroy look good also. You know, we seen them push a lot of our top Search and Destroy teams out there, the distance on their maps. And so far they have picked up where they left off now. Vista with a pre-nade inside trailer won't be able to connect, but we do see a few kills coming through. Trunks finds one. A sneaky play from Ichan. He's able to push shots on 2, but this turns into a 2v2. The bomb is over here towards the A side of the map. Neutrino's going to back up towards 10. He's going to slow it down, try to regroup with his teammate. But I think we're going to see Learn. He gets the intel that these players are on the site, but he couldn't get away. 1v1, 1v2 for Neutrino. He's going to help put Godlike on the board.
Godlike desperately needed that after Ichan just shot 2 players for basically free in the back. He's sitting at 5-1, as so is Bista. That was a huge play of Neutrino to get that 1v2 there to put them on the board finally, 2-1. I love when they run around with the katana. I just want to see somebody get slashed.
Well, we're gonna put your caster cursor blessing to the test, because there's a few players out there that need some help on getting some kills, and actually one of them just got one. That was Ponta. So I think you were thinking about him. He actually just got a double. So he's gonna be on the board for now. Now 4v1 as Ponta absolutely goes off.
You know what? Maybe it's your caster.
Maybe it is me, right?
No, it's you.
I was about 2 seconds late on the setup, but it would have been perfect.
He's so calm right now. He's like, I'll just kill 4
He
players.
was 0-3 going into that round. Picked up a 4-piece for the squad. Good job to him for Vox. They're trying to go up 2-0 in this series and be the representation for Japan in the finals. We'll see if they can get it done. They are going to prioritize this B site for now, but his Trunks on the flank, he finds 2. He finally gets taken out and gives his team a man advantage, but we will see if Godlike can keep that advantage.
Good answer from Godlike. 2v4 now. Ichan's a little stuck out in mid, and Bomb is down. The close person is going to be unlucky as he tries to pick that up, but he's getting shot at from members across the map. Now stuck in a 1v3. It is not impossible. We've seen Unlucky do crazier things, but when you got Burns, Neutrino, and Bros going on the hunt for you, it sounds a little bit harder there. He will pick up Bomb. He's brought in wood right now, and 3 players of Godlike are going to be on the B side, and they've committed to protecting this, but Unlucky doesn't know that. He doesn't know he has the free plant on A, so he is going to push up the B and press his luck a little bit with the Thumper.
Uh-oh. He's going to press his luck indeed, but his fate is in his hands. As he's going to swing his corner, he gets angled out. He makes all the noise in the world, and here's the cavalry. That's going to be another round on the board for Godlike. 1 away from getting this map number 2 all tied up. We're going to be switching sides. Godlike will be the attackers, and Vox will be the defenders. And Vox showed us how good their offense was in the first half, but we'll see if Godlike can match that energy. Looks like a B prioritization here for Godlike. But first blood coming out here for Burns. They'll be able to find 2.
Big kills to try to tie this game up 3-2. Vox leading the series 1-0. Cass gets smoked out of this B side. Just absolutely no chance. Unlucky can't get a snipe, unfortunately. And now we have 1 player. That's going to be Bista out in mid. He'll get shot in the back, tying up the S&D.
Yeah, 3-3. We're all tied up. And we are looking good here in our map number 2. Back and forth between both these squads. Super exciting now. As we saw, Godlike, they chose to prioritize that B side into the last round, and they did it relatively quickly. They were very decisive, got those 2 kills, and then they went in for the plant. But we'll see where they can find their first pick as Learn trying to teach us some creative angles here towards the back of the A site. Now here's the buddy system. Some good shots actually coming out here from Case. He's going to see 2 players, back him up. He's in a great spot, but Trunks getting real creative with the lineups. Okay, the kill feed is clear, I'm about to say.
We hit those, I was like, Godlike, there's no chance they lose after that. There's no chance with angles like that, strats like that, they lose. But No hit markers even in that situation. Was a good try. Bomb, though, is stuck out in wood with Burns currently. I mean, just absolutely no budge on the defense from Vox as they actually find that first blood, forcing out the 5v4. 1 minute left on the clock. Bomb finally making a commitment over to the B site, but they're going to have to answer to Echan and Echan and Cass here in the back. They find one. Echan's just been unstoppable this whole game. He finds 3 now. 1v5. No snipes for Unlucky, but that's the information his team needs. But Bros finds 2. If he wins this gunfight, this is a little bit more doable. He's in a 1v3. They know where he is, though, and the bomb is down. So quite the truck to accomplish in 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a lot to accomplish in 30 seconds, especially with him not having that bomb down. But he knew which angle he had to clear. But that's going to be Echan picking up 4 in the round. Talk about wanting to close out a map. He's sitting at 9-3. Vox giving everything in which they have. Such a close series. I hope you guys are all having a fantastic time at home. This is going to be our last heat of the Eastern Finals as Bros has his gloves up, ready for war, ready for any fight around that corner. He'll be able to back down his opponents for now, but Godlike will lose a player in this process. And as we can see, they're about to get pinched as well towards wood. Down low, Vox maybe trying to push towards that bottom lane as well. Godlike needs to get this bomb down as soon as possible.
These angles are crazy. Unlucky, I'm pretty sure, caught that first blood simply out of a sniping wall bang, and he's going to find the second one as well. That's a big 2 to start off this round to put you at match point. Trunkso answers with one of his own, but maybe not enough. 3v2, he might get a free kill on Cass, but the shots don't come through. Pulls out the thumper, though, and finishes it out, but he's stuck
getting diffused.
in a 1v2, 24 seconds.
Oh, not enough time there. And, you know, as we saw, a guy like, you know, they rush to A site. They lose the player right away. Bomb goes down, but as they back down, they find themselves in a 3v, I think it was a 3v4, 3v5 situation. They got as many kills as they could, but at that moment, you know, just too many numbers on the side of Vox. They were able to get that defuse no problem and guard each other. So 1 round away from Vox taking map number 2.
Should be a free plant on B once again, but that's going to be Unlucky playing Spoiler. He hits double snipes on both players trying to make it over to the site. That should be the round 3v5. They know bomb is down at A. Unlucky surely calls that out, and now the 3 players on Godlike are just kind of stuck out towards B side. An interesting play for sure. Cass is going to be there and get the information and a little bit of damage through on Trunks. He's just waiting for the push now. 1 minute and 20, but that's a lot to do when your bomb is down and out and surrounded by 4 players of Vox.
Yeah, Vox is feeling really comfortable in this situation, but that's not a gunfight they felt comfortable in. But ultimately, it's a 4v1 situation. Vox has the bomb down, but nobody's actually around the bomb. I thought they had a few players watching it, but it will get picked up, and Neutrino is going to just choose to rotate. Use as much time on his clock as they absolutely can. Wrapping around towards the mid-map, going to avoid everyone.
COD timing. I mean, he got perfect COD timing. He could go plan B for free now, but instead he tries to take the gunfight mid, and Unlucky just says goodnight. See you later. Eat a 50 cal to the face. Now Vox up 2-0 in the series. Remember, if Vox wins this series, they make it to Championship Sunday. However, if Godlike plays Spoiler, they push a head-to-head between these 2 teams, and possibly 3, depending how some of our other maps go. But Vox now making that look possible as they're up 2-0 in the series. Godlike just looking a little picked apart.
Yeah, they are looking a little picked apart, and you know, Godlike, they need to figure out what's going on, okay? Because the simple fact is that they had a rough start to today, but even with that rough start, it still coming down to the last match, and they have a possibility to qualify for India, and Vox is just having their way with them, okay? They are showing us that they want it just a bit more. Now, as we go through these highlights of this search and destroy, what do you think Vox may have, I'm sorry, not Vox, but Godlike may have needed to do better? You know, from my point of view, I feel like they could have been a little bit more aggressive.
A little bit more aggressive for sure, and just the decision making felt kind of all over the place. They didn't really commit themselves to anything, and when they did, that first blood went down, and it was just kind of like headless chicken, those chaos afterwards. And you know what? I have to give credit to Vox though. Etienne and Unlucky are just tired. They do not want to be in this series. They are trying to close this out as fast as possible. Those double snipes from Unlucky to get that first blood, second blood, just getting that huge man advantage to start off the round is just really what let Godlike just kind of fall apart. Because when you get sniped like that and you know you suddenly can't peek that corner again, and Unlucky's hitting snipes like that is terrifying, especially Etienne as well, knowing he's always going to be running up your flank side. Now as we head into Hackney Yard domination, I can't believe I didn't see that when I saw that play out earlier. I am so ready. Oh man, okay, for those of you who don't know, the only Hackney Yard domination I've seen on the side of Vox, okay, let me lay it out for you.
Break it down for him real quick.
They completely ignored C flag and pushed B in 8 flag consistently. When I mean didn't touch it, they didn't send one player.
At all.
They didn't half cap it. They didn't even go in the building. They just completely went around and ignored it, flipped out spawns, and the team they're playing, I want to say it was Reject or something, also was like, okay, you guys know something that we don't know, so we're also not going to touch this C
They
flag.
avoided that heal like the plague.
And with doing so, Reject actually lost to Vox. They ended up winning the map, and it was the most psychotic thing I've ever seen in Call of Duty, especially in Hackney Yard domination. So as we head into this hard point between DG and Q9, I'm going to keep that in the back of my mind. Hopefully we'll see that later. Sorry, I was put a little bit for a loop right now. Q9, they are 4-0 in our groups currently. So this just might be a fun match for them, but DG is looking to spoil that as they're up in the first couple of seconds.
Yeah, you know, we'll see what goes down in that Vox matchup. And just for a little bit more context for all the COD Mobile fans out there, you might have saw whole shift, loses marbles on that one, okay? Loses marbles and his green screen watching that matchup. So we all had a good time viewing that one, and we will see if Vox has that same strategy in their series, but I hope not, because they're up 2-0. I don't think they'll be throwing away any qualification matches, all right? But we'll get to it. We'll get to it when we get there. Now, here we go. It's Q9 versus DG. Now, I got to be honest with you. Like I was telling you, if DG would have won that last series, that Game 5 at the end of Heat 4, they would have went up against Q9. Now, the thing is that it would have been a situation where it was win or lose. They would have been able to tie everybody else. They would have needed some help from Godlike at that point, or they would have needed to beat Q9, but Q9 ain't lost to nobody all day, so.
Well, right now they're down 40 points in their opening hard point, so I don't know, that's a little bit of a toss-up, but I want to see this Hackney Yard domination production. I love you. We're going to hop right into Godlike versus Vox. Vox leading 35-16 right now. They have the A and B. God, I wish I knew what that beginning happened.
But check this out, though. They started on A, though. So we're going to let it slide. Because they spawned on A side, so they capped up their A hill, and they got B. Our issue with Vox is that they never touch C. Now, Godlike's not going to have that issue. If Vox caps C Hill for like the first time in their career going into the second half, it will be monumental. But if they don't, they're pretty much giving a win to Godlike in that point. Now, so far, so good for Vox in the first half, okay? With the 2 hill setup, they're going to have good control over this B hill. But as I say that, multiple players get slayed out, and that B hill will be switching on over towards the side of Godlike. Bearing Echan does not go absolutely off and pick up multiple kills.
Oh no, he's going off. He already has 2 streaks in his belt, and he has his specialist ready to rock and roll. I doubt he's going to call it in this first half, though, as it is going to be ending here soon. I believe last I saw it, 65-31. A dominant first showing from the side of Brilliant. I mean, Pontus 10-6, Echan's 11-2, Cass is 4-0. All across the board, all of Vox is going off, and unfortunately, we might be seeing the light dying from Godlike here. They've only had 1 flag cap this entire first half and just can't seem to get any control.
Yeah, it just seems like they haven't been able to get much at all. Just looking at that score, that tells me that that B hill really only switched over into Godlike's favor maybe 1 team fight or so, okay? Throughout the most of that, it was all Vox. And as we start this off, nobody from Vox is capping that C hill, folks. Player 2 thought about it, but he said, no, we're sticking to our strategy. As they're going to 4-man rush towards B, they are able to win their engagements. They pick up 3 on the board, and they will be starting to flip the spawns.
Godlike fell for it. No, wait. He ignored it. Lurd ignored it too. Why did they ignore this
There.
C flag? He ran right through it. They got the split spawns. They have A. Why didn't you cap C? Bros is ignoring it too. I'm seeing this happen all over again. I'm losing my mind.
Yo, but the thing is, at this point, like, I understand that like, they're feeling some type of way that they just Fox flipped the map so quickly as they did, but they still need to get some points somewhere, right? And you see that Godlike is diligently trying to get to the other side of the map, recapture B, flip these spawns again, and finally try to take over this map. Because if they continue to let Vox have this A hill, it's going to be similar to what we saw in the first half, that 75-30 run.
Somebody get Shift on the phone. Somebody tell him
I'm about to
that one of
FaceTime
the craziest things he has ever seen in Hackney or Dom is happening here in our Eastern Finals for a chance to make it in a Sunday. This could not be a better storyline for me. And Lucky is 16-5, E-Chance 15-7. They're still allergic to the C flag. Finally, Godlike will cap it 57-89. They are in control of C and B currently, so they could make the comeback here. Dom has been the flip mode for most of our games today, where when teams are up 2-0, that's where they kind of fall short. So Godlike could upset here, but it looks like Vox is looking to push their way in.
Yeah, and Vox had almost gotten a B hill capture, but it looks like officially they will pull it through and flip these spawns. Now it's looking similar to the first half of this map. And if it goes the same way, it's only a matter of time before Vox comes away with this victory, as you're starting to see all the streaks come through. Look at the bottom right. Look at all that yellow. Lucky is ready to go. He's ready to close this game out right now. We got some Predator missiles. We got the Death Machine. A cluster strike as well. A lot to be utilized in this victory run for Vox. If they can actually get it done, this is going to be Godlike's last stand in the finals if they can't get it done now.
Godlike, a flip has to be switched. I mean, I've said it all today. I'm not very good at math, but 80-116, it's looking pretty impossible for Godlike to come back. And even if they manage to sweep this map out from the middle of the series, they would have 2 more to win against Vox. Again, this team is 4-0 currently in our pools, and it doesn't look like they hope to change that anytime soon.
Nah, it doesn't. You know, this time around, Vox's strategy, it worked out for them. So far, they have been the most dominant team on this map. Panta, Ichan, able to find multiple kills between the two. And so far, Vox, with the setup in which they have, the score streaks, the positioning, the teamwork, the style, the class, the flavor, whatever you want to say, it is the perfect recipe for success.
Excuse me, Vox is 3-1 in pools, but regardless, they're 141-93. They're gonna close out this series, hopefully 3-0. Not your favorite way to go out, Godlike, but Vox should be looking to make it into our championship Sunday. Echon's 23-10, Cass is 12-3. Low engagements, but low deaths as well. Not that he needed to have very many in this game.
Vox, they will beat Godlike in a 3-0 fashion for that series and give them another loss. At that point, that's all our India teams out the region, out the running there for the Eastern Finals. And Vox, they do it for Japan.
I'm very happy that I got to witness the Hackyard domination, and I'm happy nothing changed. I'm happy the strats changed. They still managed to come out on top too. I just find it fascinating that when they do that, that the other team also ignores the C flag as if they're allergic to it. Like, they had A under control. B was only flag in possession of Vox at that time. I don't understand why you wouldn't just go for the free cap. Just send one person if you have to.
Just
you
one.
have 2 flags now in your control. You have a lot of map to play with. But instead, they also ignore it. Because you know what? If you're ignoring it, there's got to be a reason we shouldn't touch it as well. So
yeah,
they throw their buddies at B. They do get that cap, but then they lose the A flag and favorable spawns. And Vox pull out on top with the win. It's just like all players are firing on all cylinders there at the end. I mean, Ichan unlucky. Everybody streaked out, utilizing their specialists. But again, we could say Godlike might have just been falling short. It might have just been the end of a long day where they just, maybe their mentality wasn't there.
And let's keep it 100. Let's be real, okay? When it comes down to all 4 of our regions, Japan was number 4. When it came down to those 2 teams that qualified, Vox was number 2. They were the most slept-on team in this entire tournament, and they got it done today. And I don't think that could be understated. Vox, they showed that they practice and they're ready to play in the Eastern Finals, and I'm excited to watch them go up against the best of the best. All right, we've seen it, but now I want to see those last Final Four squads go against each other, because Vox going, like, taking out Godlike 3-0 when Godlike still could have qualified. They had the head-to-head opportunity. Their fate and their destiny was in their own hands, and they went out this tournament in an 0-3 fashion.
And you know what, I gotta say, I'm very happy that we have, you know, sort of an underdog team here making it to Sunday now, especially in a 3-0 fashion. I'm happy a lot of the predictions here, at least on our casting roster, happen to be wrong. That's more exciting than things going to plan. Am I right? I know it's been a very long day. We've had 5 Heat 6 matches going on all at one time. And you know what, it really comes to test the longevity of some of these teams that can really push themselves to the limit and how important Sunday is to them. Again, this is the Eastern Finals. Heat 5, once again, we're going to look at the series layout. Vox 3-0 Godlike, but we're not done yet. There are still a bunch of matches going on. Should they make it into Sunday? No, that is no longer possible, but it doesn't mean we still don't want to watch a lot of Call of Duty. DG Esports versus Q9 are undefeated in Group B, actually down 0-1 in the series.
All right, now DG able to take a map against Q9, and also DG is in here about to take round number 1 in the S&D. So Q9, they find themselves down in this series, but DG, you know, this is kind of like a last hoorah for the squad.
And you know what, DG's actually been surprising me a lot today. The people I really was keeping my eye out for was Jet, Sky, and Jeff kind of being their outslayers, kind of being those big 2 players for the likes of DG Esports. And you see them take this 1-0 series lead over Q9. That's a big morale boost, even if that doesn't mean you make it tomorrow. But as soon as I say that, that's a lot of kills going in Q9's favor. And after all the trades, it's a 1v1 that DG ZZ actually ends up on top of.
All right, DG once again. Look like they're getting the best of a Q9 at the end of the day, okay? I wonder would this series go the same way in Heat 1.
In Heat 1, I don't know about that. Heat 1 is usually when players are more nervous. Maybe if we talk about like Heat 2 or 3, that's a little bit of a toss-up. But it looks like just a lot of chaos in mid-map currently. A lot of bodies just kind of being thrown. A lot of aggression on both sides. Both teams just kind of hoping the trades go in their favor. Q9 lose a player, loses another one to Venom's Thumper. 5v3, 5v2, huge 3 out of Venom here. Bomb is down and out in mid, but Island hits a huge flank and gets a player in the back. 1v2 now. Q9, this is a round to lose.
Yeah, this is their round to lose, unless Island can go absolutely massive. We'll see if he can do that. By the end of this round, if he clutches up a 1v2, you'll be calling him Pangea. But we'll see if he can get it done. No, but both players there around the corner. He saw him. He backs up. Doesn't take any damage. Repositions. That's one. Cuts out. Pulls the angle. Dodges the Thumper. Comes back in for the fight. Commands the angle. Sees his opponent. Doubles back. Repositions. And Island goes in for the strike, but it's Zen who was able to win that battle, and that's DG going up 3-0.
Fist bumps across the board here for the likes of DG, up 3-0. Jetski 4-3 respectively. ZZ though is actually 4-1. A lot of kills under his belt currently as they're going on defense. Bomb is going to be in the hand of Q9. That's going to be Ruan 0-3. We've seen him like this in this KD before, hoping he can pop off a little bit here as once again, just a lot of aggression out of both teams on top of each other here. Jeff going for the long flank, hopefully getting a couple players in the back. 3v3 after all those top trades go through for fruition. Ruan trying to get a kill here as 2 players are just unable to hit their shots. 1v2. Q9 just kind of getting picked apart here.
At this point, I don't think they got their thumb grips on anymore, okay? Like, it's something going on with Q9. I ain't seen them down 4-0 in the S&D all day. But in this moment, we'll see if DC Hand can get it done. I swear it has to be the thumb grips. Did you see them earlier? Every player on that thumb.
I wanted to borrow Bobby's earlier. He wouldn't let me.
Does he have one?
Yeah, he has some thumb grips.
I
He wouldn't let me borrow them though. They're really cool looking. They're
They
like
really?
little sleeves
You think
on
he'll
your
sign one
thumbs.
for me? Maybe we can get it, and maybe we'll
You know what?
get,
I'll take one
we'll
thumb
get one
and you
we'll
take
give it
the
to
other
the chat,
thumb.
right?
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. We'll keep the left one, and we'll give the right thumb one to the chat. Okay.
Right,
Just
chat.
because-
I'm putting your life in my hands because Lord knows I can't do anything with the left side. D-Chen though still alive in this round. Just trying to find an angle here to pick up this bomb in top. Both of these players seemingly need to know that this bomb is still down. He catches one though. Beautiful timing because Jeff just wasn't there fast enough for the trade. But again, 28 seconds, he's got to get bomb, hopefully get the kill. He has to get the bomb down. There's just a lot of things he's got to do. And Jeff says, you know what, I'm just going to make the wrong rotation of steps. Easy reads up 4-0 now in the S&D, 1-0 in the series. Q9, I think you got to put your gloves back on, fam.
Man, I think Q9 going over strategy for tomorrow. Okay.
They're testing stuff right now. This is their testing
They
rounds.
might got the subs in, you know, get the B roster up in here. I doubt that's true. I doubt it's true. But DG is giving everything that they got, and they hoorah, the last hoorah for them in this tournament. As we know, Q9 is going forward. It ain't gonna be any situation in which we don't see these guys in the finals tomorrow.
Bomb has been planted.
Now with bomb down, Q9 may get their first round. Finally on the board. That's the last one in the first half. I think they will be switching on over towards the offensive squad. Actually, no, I take that back. Q9 goes over to defense, and we'll see if that makes a difference.
Look at ZZ. He's chilling right now. He's like, all right, guys, let's go on 4 and 3.
He really is leaning back.
I'm piecing these kids apart. He's leaned back in his gamer chair. I can't tell if he's got his thumb grips on or not, though. I'm going to be honest with you.
That's a bare thumb.
Looking to make his way over to the B side. That's a bare thumb.
Granted, that's in.
2v3. 2v3. All right, you know what? Q9's not playing anymore. They're making the comeback 4-2.
Okay, we got some fist bumps here for Q9. They just turned up.
They're sitting up in the gamer chairs now. They're taking this hard serious. We got the nunchucks in hand, Blight camo on. That's gorgeous. I love that color. Bomb though. It's gonna be in the hands of ZZ. DG Esports on the offense here as they're trying to get some mid control. Q9's kind of just sitting back. They're kind of just creating this big line of defense deep in their spawn. Just trying to play for some information. Number 2 though, that's going to be D-Chen that actually pushed up really far A side. Just waiting for anybody to make this long flank, but all of DG is looking to push through mid.
All I gotta say is that those are some good iron sights right there. That's steel blue. Those iron sights. Man, who needs a red dot when you got iron sights like that? In the end, it's going to be Han able to win the 1v1 towards the back lane. Now, Han's going to be in a great spot to pinch this bomb, get some good shots on Jet, moves in at the last second, turn around, watching the flank, going to commit. There's the cleanup on the kill. 2v2 situation. It will be a 2v1 in favor of Q9. The defensive team with a nade cock can Zen get it done. A nade, a thumper, and that's a double.
Double thumper kills, and that's huge to put yourself in match point. Fist bumps all around. Whoop, whoop. Big kills here for the 1v2. Zen now sitting at 6 and 4. Venom 6 and 7. Jeff 6 and 5. Just turning up here in our final heat of the day. 5 and 2, looking to go up 2-0 in the series against Q9, our seemingly undefeated team. And Pools right now is down. 2-5 in S&D, 0-1 in the series. That's crazy to me right now, Blaze.
Yeah, it really is. You know, especially after that big double kill coming out there from Zen. We're going to have to give him a gold sticker for that. Definitely need something for it. 5-2 on the board. 4v2 situation turned into a 3v1 in favor of Q9. It's all up to Venom. We've seen him make some great plays throughout the day. First shot misses, second shot don't connect, but he will be spotted. The gloves come off. He's on the run. He's going to drop him, says, you know what, I don't need him just yet. You know what, it's almost like he has a clone in front of him. Okay, this is the decoy. The decoy ready to go, bringing out all the stops. Anything in which they can do to beat Q9.
You gotta give me a minute. I'm losing.
Oh, man.
The floating gloves are killing me right now. Literally killing me. It's late here over on the West Coast.
It really is.
But they're waiting for the 1v3 here. Bomb is down. A lot of work here need to be done for the side of DG. They are up 5-2 though, so they can stand to give up a round. And that's going to be Tang that gets the free kill on Venom as he tries to make the push-ups. The gloves are
The gloves are still
floating.
there, you know?
They're still floating.
The gloves are everywhere. You know, all he was missing was a few jewels in those gloves to ask for a wish, okay? Because that's the only way they'll be making it to the finals. A snap of the fingers.
How is Nilo 12-5 with 3 rounds on the board?
12
Man's
and
a
5?
one-man army. He's
Yeah.
12-5. Get him some help.
No, see, Nilu don't play. It don't matter who they playing up against, all right? He ain't going negative. And he showed us that all weekend long. He says, guys, I don't care what y'all do, but I'm going to get these kills. I got to protect my stats. You know, he's trying to come out as the MVP for the weekend. You know, we talk a lot about heaven, but Nilu knows that. Now, 4v, 5v4 situation. This is a big round here for Q9. With this man advantage, Venom actually picks up a big kill to even up the odds, make it 4v4. Bomb's going to be in the hand of DG. They're going to be moving it towards the A site. Jexky is able to pick up a huge kill, and now it's going to be a 3v2 situation here for DG. With this man advantage and Bomb going down, surely they don't lose this round.
Yeah, this should close out the search and destroy. This is a free plant on the A site. Bomb will go down. It's going to be Ruin and Tang stuck in the 2v3. And along flank, though, that's going to be Jeff as he's going through mid-map here. He catches the information on 1. He'll shut him down. Ruin now stuck in a 1v3. 30 seconds on the clock. Not totally impossible, but he's got to isolate a lot of gunfights. He isolates the first one, wins the 1v1, 1v2. 25 seconds, about 20 seconds here to isolate both these gunfights and win them. But 2 players are looking right down their sights at him, waiting for any sort of information.
We'll see if they can find him. With this bomb ticking away, Ruhan can't get the shots he needs to take down Venom. And it is going to be DG going up 2-0 against Q9 in this series. DG, they're building a little bit of confidence right now.
And you know, are you just saying that when DG beat Godlike, I was like, DG's not dropping a map. Like, there's no way they lose after this momentum, you know, after what they showed together as a team. But against Q9's undefeated in our polls right now. Their map count is ridiculous, but they're down 0-2 to DG, who isn't even in a position to qualify for tomorrow right now. They're kind of just playing for funsies, and they're up 2-0 in the series.
They really are, okay? And, you know, DG, we will say this, that they had some close matches throughout the day. And, you know, I know that they wish that if they could have this score line, if they could have had this matchup against Q9 early on in the heat, in the heats, that would have built them a lot of confidence going up against some of the other squads in which they might have lost against earlier. But in one of our last 2 series of the day, DG looking to close this one out in a 3-0 fashion against Q9, who have been proven to be our most dominant team throughout the day up until this match. And we're going to take a look at the highlights here from map number 2. And I guess I was going to say, if it was one thing in which we can point out, because we're going to be looking at the hard point and the S&Ds, if it was one player's performance on DG that you want to, say had a standout performance, who would you say?
Jeff and Jetski. I'll stand by that for most of today. Those two have kind of been the pillars for this DG squad, and I'm not going to budge too much on that. And looking back on the series, it just looks like a DG highlight reel right now. They can put their little montage together, add a little death metal in the background, and post that on Twitter. It'll get a like from me, at least. And that's the like that matters. But Q9 heading to this domination. A lot of teams today, since they've been up 2-0 in the series, domination's kind of their game to lose, I feel like. We've seen a lot of 3-1 series today, mostly because of that domination loss. So I see no reason why this matchup could be any different. Q9 could easily put the domination under their belt, but after that first hard point, if we are to go into Game 4, I'm looking at DG Esports to pull away with it just because of the 115-93 scoreline.
Yeah, I am too as well. But you know what? I'm going to put the pressure on Q9, okay? Because Q9, do you want to be the best team in the world and be undefeated in the heat play? Because Q9 says nobody can beat them, okay? We watched them in the China finals go up 4-0 against DYG, and they absolutely obliterated them. And they said when it came down to the rest of the regions that they were going to dominate them as well, but currently DG looking to get that W. Q9, I'm looking at your record. What you going to do about it, all right? Do you agree with me, Allie? I think they should want to go for perfection.
No, absolutely. The fact that Q9 is down 2 in the series right now, regardless if, you know, you want to say this is like, oh, they're just playing for funsies, you know, they already made it into tomorrow, that doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, if you're going to claim yourself as one of the best teams, you don't get to play for fun. You're constantly trying to get better. You take every match as serious as you possibly can because you practice the way that you play. And if you're treating this match like a practice and you're down 0-2 in the series against DG Esports, who isn't even technically in our top 4 going into tomorrow, that's a little troublesome and a little worrisome when I think about our championship Sunday. But we're heading into the domination. It is going to be on firing range. DG Esports versus Q9. DG up 2-0 in the series.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Allie, okay? You want to be the best? Well, you can't be losing games. You can't get complacent. You know, any series, it don't matter if you feel like it matters or not. Anyone that gets in the official match with you, that gets on the Call of Duty Mobile main stage, you should put them in the ground as far as you can. Every matchup. And that's how you create dynasties, okay? That's how you get, you know, a trophy. That's how you get the team banners in the blackout map, okay?
DG almost just triple capped in the first 30 seconds of this domination, so already not looking too promising, but Q9 answering with a double cap of their own, now in control of A and B. It's going to be DG up in the lead so far, but points in the hands of Q9. A lot of mid-map control here too as they're looking to flip this series on its head. Of spawn out though from ZZ. Should he win this gunfight and would here? He flew across my minimap for a second, but that was just because it was a really good kill coming out of Ruan.
Now, he's going to go down. As you're starting to see, it's Q9 with the A hill, B hill setup. Player 4 is going to be on the flank here soon through the 10. Now, through the tunnel. So far, so good. Now, as we're currently watching Zen, you're going to see them back up there, try to watch that back lane and cover that C hill. On the flip side of the map, you got Ruhan here in Wood, able to pick up a kill, looking for their second. Going to be able to get some decent spawns for their team. But as you see, player 3 trying to decap the A hill. That's going to be Jetski. So far, so good for them as they're going to finally get taken out. Almost hit that hill, flipped on over back into the favor of DG, but instead it's Q9 that's going to just continue to play some good domination. You see they put their focus on top of that C hill to flip those spawns, and they successfully did so.
It's not too out of reach yet with ZZ in this tower, 47-31. Q9 is winning thus far, but mid control is starting to go in the hands of DG. They should get a B cap here, but they do have to worry about number 5, excuse me. He gets shut down as soon as I bring that up. Now they got to worry about Ruhan here in 10, but B is going to go in the hands of DG. A and B now in their control. Q9 looking to fight for it back, though.
As Q9 starting to get this capture, a few trophies on the hill. That trophy system will allow them to cap. That's a triple kill that just came through for Zen. He's finally going to get taken down by Nilu. But in the end, it's a quick, almost a quick capture for DG. You see the hill got stopped right at the edge for B. And it's going to start to get decapped. As Q9, they have the lead. But all these hills are under siege right now. You see DG, they get some great spawns. They were able to cap C, but they will, since they got the new spawns over at C, they will be able to quickly get back into this fight at B.
DG is trying way too hard to triple cap here as they just keep falling a little bit too short by splitting their cavalry so much, and that's going to be the end of our first half, 75-49. Q9 now in the driver's seat. They are down 0-2 in the series, but they are not counted out yet. Venom, a little bit of slow start on his end. Zen, though, is 12-6, whereas on side of Q9, you got Ruan going 14-6. He had a bit of a slow start today. Last time we checked up on him, good to see that he's turned it up now. It was a full push through. Looks like trailer side. They're looking like they want to flip spawns here and go for this C flag. Maybe take a different angle on to B.
And so, you know, from the A spawn side of the map, I feel like DG did decent in the first half. But they're going to have to protect this C hill with everything in which they got if they want to be able to take this map in a 3-0 fashion. And as we can see, Ian, with a good flank, he's able to pick up a few, and he's going to be behind that turret to be able to take that out as well. And pretty much that turret is null and void in that position as Hen still on the backside of that trailer. They'll be able to get into the hill and help out the squad. On your screen, you got Zen top 10 looking down into the B hill and towards Wood, looking for their next kill, but Ruhan is able to take him out in Q9. They're not capping the B hill just yet, trying to prioritize the C hill and a few kills around it.
I can't believe D-Chan lived through all of that. He pushes up in the trailer, gets the kill on the guy that drops the sentry, and then actually commits to shooting that sentry until it's out of play, and then pushes into the B, helps his teammate get 3 kills in mid to make sure that DG doesn't get the cap and manages to stay alive. Jeff, though, is going to find a couple picks of his own still. B is sitting neutral. Currently, A and C in the hands of DG. 92-71 is still possible here as they go for the triple cap. It might end up working in their favor. C, though, will get flipped to the side of Q9.
Yeah, and in this moment, DG, they're feeling good about how they are set up in the gunfights in which they're winning. Zen, once again, at top 10. He's able to pick up a few now. Couldn't get the cleanup in which he needed on the hill. Q9, the trophy system down. That should buy them enough time to be able to get this one capped up. It's going to take 2 to do it. And the hill at the very last second does not get switched over.
Somebody please cap B. It's been neutral for so long. Now C and A are going to be in the hands of DG as there's just missiles dropping onto the B flag. So they have completely given that up and gone for the split hold. 102 to 86. Not impossible, but they got to start winning some of these gunfights that they're just allowing Q9 to get these 2 and 3 pieces, which gain them absolutely no middle map control. We're looking for the A flag now to be fully capped as 3 members of Q9 hop onto it. It's only going to be 1 player ZZ from DG, close enough to contest, not able to get it through. Jeff now stuck in a 1v1 in mid. He will get traded out. B and A in the hands of Q9. They should be able to shut this down. It's only about a 10-point deficit, but DG's got to turn it up here.
Yeah, they do got to turn it up. They did a great job keeping this one close, and I felt like even in the second half they were in a great spot, but they'll have a few players on top of the B hill and A hill momentarily before they get taken out. It seems like Q9, they're comfortable in this 2 cap. They'll make sure that I think from this position where Ruhan is able to watch B hill, watch A from their position, they'll be okay. Tang with a quick double with the Annihilator, almost came away with a 3rd.
There's nothing they can do. There's a sentry watching over the B flag right now. There's not a whole lot you can do in this situation. 131 to 105. Q9 looking to push this to a map 4. Goliath gets called in trailer as well, in wood as well, standing right next to this sentry, just not letting anybody make it past mid-map. DG are just playing way too spread out. It looks like they never had any serious, concise decisions on what flags they wanted to get. Because of that, they had really spread out map presence, and that's what Q9 was able to capitalize on. I mean, across the board, Ruhan is 23 and 11, Tang 23 and 16, pushing this to game 4.
Yeah, getting this one to game 4 they will. It's going to be Q9 able to take the domination and stay in this series. And I guess my question is that maybe they heard us talking about.
Well, I said domination has, for some reason, when teams have been going up 2-0 in a series today, domination has always just been what's flipped on its head. Like, it's always been, like, the possible start of a reverse sweep, and then they get smoked in the hard point. So, Q9, again, is our favorite team out of today based on maps and pool play. But, going to this hard point, after that domination, it was still fairly close. It wasn't a super big blowout until maybe near the end when all the streaks and specialists started getting called in. We had the Goliath and the Sentry gun. Top wood, there's only so much you can do when it comes to mid-map. But kind of going even further back in our series, in that Hackney Yard hard point, they got 150 to 93. So heading to our next hard point, it's not looking too good for them. But obviously, they're going to start the reverse sweep. It starts here, which was the domination. Now 2-1 in favor of Q9.
And we just saw, a big play by, DC handle your screen. That was the flank behind trailer to get behind the turret, take that out. And for the rest of these highlights, you're going to see a lot of sick Annihilator kills from both these squads. And that was the 3-piece we got blessed with there from Jeff, and it's cool to see. But in the end, it wasn't cool enough for DG to get the 3-0 victory there over Q9. And as we talked about, they're going to have to go on over towards this hard point in map number 4 and see if they can close this series, or if Q9 will be forced into game 5 and going over towards what we feel like is their best game mode in Search and Destroy, because as we know, when it comes down to China's region, they play a few extra rounds of Search and Destroy in their competitive environment than some of the rest of the regions do, so they love that one. All right, we got to head on over to map number 4. What are you expecting, Allie?
I'm expecting DG to take it after that first hard point and that little bit of a slow showing the domination from Q9. Yeah. They were still able to come out on top with the win, but it was still a little bit closer for Comfort. Again, I'm just a little mind blown that DG is still pushing Q9 this far here in our Heat 5. Again, not even a team that's qualifying is pushing our best team right now to game 4. I just think that's a little weird, especially in S&D when they lost 6-3. But one thing I wanted to really touch on was the difference between the Western and Eastern finals thus far. I've seen a lot more Annihilators than I saw in our Western finals. I know you weren't there with us, but if you had watched, we did not see any Annihilators. They were, for the most part, and pretty for sure vetoed out. So seeing the Annihilator being used so much, and Summit as well being a favorite map when it comes to these Eastern finals, it really just makes you wonder about what these teams would do if they ended up matching up.
Yeah, it does wonder, right? And one of our stat lines in which we have to probably even quantify that between the two regions is going to be our map win and loss rate. And as you guys can see, with our top 4 teams at the top, Almighty, Q9, Blacklist International, and Vox, those are your top 4 teams throughout the day. And so when you look at this list here, Allie, does anything stand out as we shift on over towards the KD?
Well, for me, right off the bat, it was with DG was right here. Q9 is all the way up here in the series I ran. I'm sorry, I'm still mind-blown, but KD, our top KD is Q9 at the top here, sitting at 1.34. That's insane. But what's even better is Almighty sitting at 1.24 underneath Blacklist, but actually performed better in groups. As you know what, KD isn't everything. You need those objective players under your belt as well. DG, as we're watching now, is at a 1.05. Again, pushing Q9 to a game 4 in this hard point, which could possibly boost or make worse both these teams' KDs.
Yeah, it definitely could possibly boost or drop it, but you know, so far throughout the 5 heats, those are your updated map win and loss percentages as well as your KDs, and I think those stand as far as our performance up until this point. All right, now folks, we got to head into the map number 4 between these two squads, and we need a victor so we can put a bow on this tournament, wrap it up, make it look all pretty as we head into the finals tomorrow. It's DG versus Q9.
So cute. I love how they have their little matching icons.
Right?
Serious team cam there. Is there?
It's important, by the way, okay? And I think that's something that we cannot stress enough when it comes down towards team unity in the game, all right? Team skins, team icons, whatever you can do. You know, you want to go into that series and you want your opponent to look at the lobby and say, oh my God, they are unified.
Chat, it's been a long day, and I wouldn't have wanted to spend it with anybody else but y'all and the people here in studio with me. And of course, these fantastic teams. Make sure you're spamming the chat and supporting these players after a very long day of aggressive Call of Duty as we head into our map 4. 15-8, DG is in the lead here for just a moment, but we're only in P1. A lot of contests going back and forth, but spawn-wise, it does look to be in the hands of DG.
It does. And, you know, I feel like this is the first SKS I've seen throughout the entirety of the day. And, you know, maybe I just need to get my eyes checked, but I'm going to have a lot of fun watching Nilo anchor up with that weapon. Now, on the flip end, Jet Ski and the Fennec is going to be in our hard point, and this is the perfect weapon in which you want to have in these close quarter engagements. But Q9 able to run through and get 3. A few more players to kill, and now the heal is uncontested.
Who the heck already had a score streak? We're heading into P2, and I already saw a little plane pop up on the map. I want to know the stats on that one. There's a sentry gun as well. What in the world is the KD of these players right now? We're in P2. Please take a breath, calm it down. There's so many streaks being called on the point. What am I missing here?
That's Nemo with the SKS anchored up to start the match.
Q9 have a couple of seconds on the board, putting them in the driver's seat. Here we go. Nilo is 8-1. That's a good explanation. DHN 7-4. Tang 6-3. So I'm starting to understand where the score streaks are coming from. But even then, DG is still technically in the lead. However, though, they are not in the lead when it comes into rotations, as 3 players of Q9 are already in next hill.
All right, now Q9 looking like they got a good setup from the mini-match perspective, but you still got to win your gunfights, and that's going to be Zen and Jeff winning the gunfights for DG, allowing the squad to break through this defensive setup and start collecting on some points. Now, as we flip our attention on over towards Q9, the offensive squad, Hen trying to break through this hill, going to have some help from Island and Ruhan. On the flip end, it's ZZ with a double. Zen and Venom, they find 2 of their own, and there's Hen also. That's Q9, able to clean the hill. We'll see how long they can keep it.
Now, hear me out. Zen pushed into hill, got the breaking kill, and then just poured right on back out and left 3 of his teammates. He was like, oh, I'm going to come here and break the hill for you guys. Now I'm going to see you later as I push back out mid for spawns. But both of these teams are spawning so close to this hill. It has been so back and forth. But DG is still on top with 30 points, 68-36. Nilo, though, coming out on top with the Type 25 here. 3 seconds left in Old, though. Number 4, that's going to be Venom here. Early on rotation, he's going to have to kill 4 players in the side of Q9 Club, though if he wants to secure this first couple seconds of time, he will get snuffed out as some cavalry starts to come in, but 3 players of DG are looking to make this rotation deep in the back. Little do they know, though, D-Chan has read that. He's looking to play spoiler behind them, and the Annihilator has been called out as well as Q9 Club look to dwindle the lead.
And you're going to start to see Island. Great shots over the top. He'll be able to hold his angle for now. DG with the lead, and you know, as we're about to head, well, as we are in P4 with 30 points remaining, you see Q9, if they can win one more fight, they should be able to collect off the rest of this time, but whoever loses in this fight, I feel like should start rotating towards next. Don't give up any more of your resources over here on this side of the map. But I will say this, Ali, that when it comes down towards traditional hardpoint at 250 versus Call of Duty Mobile hardpoint at 150, do you feel like the time to leave the hill, you need to wait a little bit less than you would in a traditional COD, where you may give up about 20 points?
As a competitor myself in traditional Call of Duty, I definitely do start calling out that rotation around 30 to 25 seconds, where I feel like it's a little bit more forgiving in 150. You could probably wait until about 15, 10 seconds to rotate, just because you need such little or time to cap 150 is the goal. And as we already see now, Q9 on rotation here, after 1 rotation is about to break the 3 digits. We saw it earlier with Blacklist winning off 1 rotation and a P1.5, so definitely a lot of time difference there. When it comes to normal competitive Call of Duty, it takes at least 2 or 3 rotations to close out a game unless you're playing perfect hardpoint. Now, as Q9 breaks 103 to 71, DG here especially need to start playing some perfect hardpoint. They want to close out this series and not get pushed to a game 5.
Yeah. You know, at this point, it seems like, you know, those first 2 maps, Q9 said, okay, well, you know what, let us sit up for a second and show you what we're really about. Show you why throughout 5 heats, we got the highest KD in the tournament as a unit. Why they're going to have one of the highest map win percentages of anyone in the tournament. Actually, it was the highest map win-loss percentage, I want to say, so.
A lot of streaks being called out here in the back of spawns going into P2. It should have been DG's to win, but Q9 to somehow make their way in. A lot of sentry guns as well stacked up in this point. DG could just kind of play for the contest here if they want. They don't want to challenge these machine guns at the other end of the hallway, but ZZ has some other plans as he shuts down 44 seconds though still left in this hill. They could win it off this on the likes of Q9. DG though still down about 30 points. Easily 1 hill, put themselves back in the game, but they got to worry about contesting this and making the rotation for next.
And as you said, they got to contest and hit that rotation for next. It's a lot to be done on this hill when you get to the late game. We're going up to 150, 35 points needed for Q9 to take this, and you got to be careful about that scrap time you're giving up. We said around 10 to 15. Well, that's what's left. DG will be able to get this time, and it's going to be uncontested. So actually, no, the last 7 a few seconds or so will get contested as this hill goes back to P1. Now, DG, they wasn't giving up any. They try not to give up any of these points for free, and they're contesting all these hills. But on the flip end, Q9 since they have the lead and they've been winning so many gunfights, they'll be able to just play for scrap time and possibly win this map.
DG just need one push here, and this is it. They somehow managed to force their way in. The close spawns are still in hand of Q9, though, but DG is right there as well. If they can somehow get somebody to push out in the back here, they could force that big split spawn and get a lot of time here. 115 to 125. It's not impossible, as a lot of specialists are being invested, and now score streaks are being invested as well for the side of DG. 125 to 121. Zen's going to be the last player here, close enough, but the spawn should be in favor of DG. Again, they have about one good push here. Q9 could still technically win it off of this. It just needs to be contested for about a second for the likes of DG, and they should be able to get in here. Never mind, they can't win. The contest comes through. 140 to 121, but DG, they're spawning in the back. They got to worry about rotation. And the first one that's going to be there is Zen. He has a big 1v2. He's got to win. First kill doesn't go in, but the streaks will get called on the other side, so this could be in favor of DG if the score streaks come out in their favor.
Yeah, if they do come out in their favor, but as we're starting to see, Jetski moving in for this 1v1 fight, getting taken out right away. A few more points needed here for Q9 in this respawn. 2-1, we're going. Hold up, hold up. We're going to a game number 5. Officially, as Q9 says, you know what? We'll go for the reverse sweep. We won't let them get the best of us today. We'll protect our record.
You know what?
Rightfully so.
You know what, DG, you gotta work on your rotations, man. You have a fantastic break. You have a fantastic break, but when it comes to that P3, the fact that Q9 is still spawning right there on top of it, the contests just weren't going your way. You couldn't force anybody to push out and force the split spawn in the likes of Q9.
Yeah.
And that's where they really capitalized on you, because they would always get that early P3 rotation. You'd invest a lot in trying to break in. And once you did break in, there's about 2 or 3 players of Q9 rotating for P4, and then it happens all over again.
Yeah, and you know, we also too as well, this is a battle for seeds too, okay? Because Q9 was not the only undefeated team in which we had in our bracket play. We also had Almighty, and when it comes down to first seed, second seed, picks and bans, and even when it comes down to banning operators, because as we know, you know, it's going to come down towards the Sparrow, the Annihilator, and the Death Machine. Any of those 3 combinations have been getting banned throughout the weekend on that operator front, so seed matters, all right? So this is actually a very important map coming up here for Q9 in the grand scheme of things tomorrow. And, you know, but I will say this is that DG, they can help out their counterparts in the region for Garena and, you know, give Q9 a loss. You know, help their squads out in the seed, you know, little brotherly love there.
Brotherly love is certainly one
Help
thing
him
to
with the
call it.
seeds.
As we watch back on the series thus far, we are going to a game 5 now. There was an SD earlier in the series that was a win on DG side, 6-3. Q9 just couldn't find their footing in it. However, they're making the reverse sweep happen. They take the domination. It was a fairly close game, as well as the hard point. But heading into S&D, what would usually you would see in this matchup, Q9 would definitely be favored. But because of the first S&D, I'm wavering a little bit. I truly just don't have a bias as of right now, because DG looked really strong and hot coming out right on the bat, but Q9 clearly answered later in the series, so it really could go either way.
It really can, you know, and I think this game 5 is going to tell us a lot about those first 2 maps in which we saw. You know, if DG can come out and take the S&D, right? Or if this Q9 squad is going to look like the Q9 team that we saw in all the other previous S&Ds in which they played throughout the day, which I felt like they were dominant. They were keeping things pretty close. So, the last map of the day, okay? I think that's an official last map of the day that's about to come up here, folks, all right? If you guys have been tuned in with us throughout the entirety of our Eastern Finals to get through these groups, to get through the group play, to get through the heat play, I just want to send you guys at home a lot of love. You guys are some real Call of Duty Mobile fans. Man, this Eastern Finals has been amazing. And if there's one thing is that we can let you guys know is that we could not predict any of these matchups in our series in which we saw today. They have all been very close. And even throughout us going through 3, 4, 5 heats, like it really came down to the wire for a lot of these teams out there. And you cannot ask for a better tournament, Ali.
All right, well, as we hop right into our final map of the day, what better way to do it than raid S&D on the side of Q9. I'm going to be keeping my eye out for Nailu, who has just been playing pretty lights out this series, making it look fairly easy with the sniper, and maybe get some help here going to the raid S&D to close out the series. But DG, they've been putting on a heck of a fight all day. Zen has been popping off, Jeff and ZZ and Jetsky as well. Venom, he clearly had our play of the day earlier, so a lot of stars on both of these rosters. Bomb, though, is going to be in the hands of ZZ for the likes of DG Esports as they're making their way over to the B side. I believe he's all by himself, too. A bold play here as two of his teammates rotate through mid, and after a couple trades go down, Q9 is going to be up a man for V3 Bomb Planet at B.
All right, Q9. They know exactly where they need to head to. They got plenty of time on the clock. Well, I won't say plenty. 36 left. They will get this hit mark on ZZ, but they don't know about the flank. Oh, that can't happen. As Q9 with a 3v2 situation, it could have been a 3v3, but now Venom gets one. Almost came away with another 1v1 situation. Island, Zen, who comes out on top. The fists were out, but Zen with a quick turnaround will win the round.
The confidence out of Island. He's like, you know what, I'm just going to come punch you in the face and close this round out. Good answer from the side of the DG, though, as they got 1-0 in the S&D. It's still fairly early to call anything truly. It was pretty back and forth, pretty close round to start it out. Bond, though, in the hand of ZZ once again, actually looking like it's going to make its way up. Pool now as all 5 players are pushing up. The only answer is going to be from Ruan. We see him in this position before, and he does find one. Can he find another? He will get traded out. That's 2 kills over the side of Q9, 3v4. Bomb still hasn't pushed his way up basketball, and Island's going to be left by himself and try to get the kill on ZZ. He's going to have a little bit of help from his teammate Tang. That's now a 4v1 in favor of Q9.
Now Q9 looking to get their first round on the board, and they should be able to momentarily, unless Venom goes absolutely insane, but that won't be happening. He's going back to the respawn with the rest of the squad. They can start talking about round number 3, as we got DG as our offensive squad and Q9 as our defenders. DG so far over these last 2 rounds have they split both bomb sites. Round number 1, prioritizing B in a late game plant. Round number 2, it was a slight rush towards A, and kicking off round number 3, they're taking that similar route there towards B, and they're able to actually pick up 2 kills towards mid-map. Now, this comes down towards a 2v2 situation as we had chaos happen, but how will the chaos settle?
A lot of aggression out of both of these teams. A 2v2 now. Q9 deciding to just stack on top of each other. Maybe play for the plays, but Jetski's getting aggressive here. He might find a player. He does get the kill. Now a 2v1. Bomb should get played for free at the B site, with Jetski just going on the hunt for Ruan currently, who's just kind of hanging out poolside waiting for some sort of information. He's got to know Jetsky's close here in kitchen, but he's made his way mid now. A lot to trek here. 30 seconds on the clock to do it.
Now Ruhan, as he's creeping up behind a few players. I think he saw the one to the left. He does see the player to the right. He crouches behind the Lambo. Knows that he's in a 1v2 situation, but the splash damage from the car will be able to get that kill on the board for DG in the round as well. You got Zen at 4-2 for his squad. Island 5-2 for Q9. They're your top individual performers so far for their respective teams in this matchup, and that's a wall bang through the wall.
That's got to be painful. I'm not shocked of that at all. It was an Nilu. Yup, it was Nilu. Absolutely. Wouldn't expect it for anybody else. He actually finds 3. He gets Jeff with the pistol. I guess Jeff overextended a little too far in mid, and Nilu said, you know what, I'll handle that. 5v1 now, looking to answer with their own to tie it up in the S&D. 2-2 here. It is going to be ZZ stuck on his own. He might get a free kill pool here, but he's got about 4 blue players now coming pool stairs on the hunt.
Yeah, that crosshair is pretty powerful, you ask me. Look at that thing. And no matter who in front of that, they get lined up. But all tied up 2-2. Now, I would love to spectate Nilu going into this round, just because I know he's going for the wall bang. Like, I know he's going to make an attempt and try for it. He's going to shoot it at some point. This is our last round in the first half of this mapping, as we're going to start to see. It will be DG prioritizing the basketball court plant. Zen with a point-blank shot to the chest. able to get first blood there on Island, but a quick rebuttal comes through on the side of Q9, as well as Zian picking up another one and making it a 3v3. Tang makes it a 3v2 in favor of Q9 from this defensive stance. They're feeling comfortable. I don't know if they were able to spot the bomb just yet. They may see it there in the corner. They do on the ground, so they know that Venom can't do anything about it. Bomb's in place. And that's going to be Jeff going to the respawn. Q9 able to pick up this 5th round and go up 3-2.
I thought DG was going to do it there. When Zen got in that insider, that basketball room there, I was like, man, he's playing his life here. And he didn't go for the trade when his teammate fell with bomb. So I was like, okay, maybe he's trying to pretend like he's not there. Maybe he's trying to get a drop on some of these players of Q9. But India ends up making the peak and getting hip fired to death with quite an interesting angle there as well. So Q9 ends up on top. A lot of aggression out of this team. But they just push out mid. Tang's winning every single gunfight that he just should not be winning here. Jeff looking to answer. He gets some damage in, but doesn't trade anybody out. And you blink, and the round's basically over. Venom stuck in a 1v5 bomb, and all other 4 players making its way over to the A site.
All right, and, you know, Venom, the last defensive player left for DG. You know, he knows exactly where his first target going to be, and maybe many more. Looking for a few players on the exit, but no one's exiting from this side. A quick snipe from Nilu. That's another one for him. And, you know, just if we see the scoreboard, probably has, there we go, Nilu. Where is he at? Okay. Oh, there you go. 5 and 4. Okay.
Tang 6 and 2. And Deechin 7 and 2. I don't know what I've been missing from those two, but they got some extraordinary numbers up there. Zen, however, on the other flip side of DG is 6 and 5. The rest of his teammates just lagging a little bit behind here, but there's 2 pushing out through mid, just chasing these kills. Zen will get traded out 4v4. Bomb finally gets picked up, but they're sandwiched between 2 players of DG, but the gunfights are all going in favor of Q9. They are just not losing a single one. Nilo's still back in Lambo, just looking for the spread out on the map here is insane. 1 and 5, Jetsky and ZZ. ZZ is going to be on the A site, while Jetsky is completely pushed up mid on the hunt here for Nilo. This is insane. Bomb will go down on B. Jetsky is looking for the 1v1, but there's 3 other players that will end up trading him out. And ZZ still on the other side of the map near Pool, finally making his way rotation through Kitchen, but only so much you can do in a 1v3.
Only so much in which you can get done. Q9 so far, they're looking good in this round, and the last player left is going to be ZZ, and he is taking out Q9. Goes up to series point. They were down 0-2 in our last series of the day, but they have found a way to fight their way back in these last 3 maps to put themselves in this position, and we'll see if they can finally put the last nail in the coffin here for DG and for today's tournament, as we're currently on board with DC Hand, Type 25 up to the waist.
Aggressive push out of Q9 here as 3 members push up onto the A site with complete control over a smoke. There was just nobody of DG there, no presence whatsoever. But Jetsky actually goes on a full flank rotation. He finds 1 player in the back. He might find another one. He does have first blood. Nobody else has dropped just yet. Zen plays incredibly aggressive in basketball and finds one. The collapse is coming through. 1v4. Beautiful retake out of DG as they force their way in. They'll get the defuse to force it to 5-3 now. Getting a little PTSD, but on the flip side here, as DG won the first S&D 6-3, Q9 might be looking to do the same, but good on DG. That was a beautiful collapse out of them onto this site to put themselves on the board and keep themselves in the game.
All right. Now, DG, they're going to need a few players to step up if they want to take this map. They only have 1 in positive, and that's going to be Zian, and that's not even really positive. That's even. So, you know.
Math.
Yeah, yeah. Island with the Finnick in hand, looking for a few of these kills here towards mid-map. It's a 5v4 situation here for Q9. Able to get that first blood on Jetsky. Bomb's going to be rotated here towards the B site. They find another kill on Venom, and now the B site will be completely cleared. Player 5 may have a flank towards middle, but they will cut back and just hold this angle for now. Bomb's officially about to get planted.
The bomb has been planted.
And now it's going to be up to DG to get this retake. It's a 3v3 situation now turned into a 3v2. A 2v2 for DG. Still doable ZZ and Jeff versus Island and DC Hand. Who will come out on top? ZZ with some good shots, but you see Hand crouched behind a cover. Island with the finish, and that's gonna be Q9 staying perfect in your day one for the Eastern Finals.
It was that domination, it was that flip mode. You know, I thought it was possibly going to be a 3-1, but Q9 just continued to run with it. And what I really want to know there in that last round was how in the world 3 members of Q9 slipped past mid and made it in kitchen within the first like 30 seconds of the round. There was one player in DG that was mid, not on pool steps, and I don't know what kind of timing that happened, but 3 players had just pushed all the way up to basketball. And we're like, yeah, we're just gonna cut through kitchen here, find a free kill on mid, go through mid out to circle, get the bomb planted. And even though it came down to that 1v1, I don't know how DG let something like that slip by.
Yeah, you know what, and you know, we could look at this series as a whole and ask ourselves like, I don't know how that happened, or how this happened, or how that map came through. But you know what? That was the story of today, and we had some awesome surprises and even some dominant finishes as well. But all in all, it's been a great day one in the Eastern Finals, and you know, we still got a lot to break down for this tournament. We still got this match as well, you know, because we got to go through the highlights of this map, okay? As we look at all the fancy moments that happened. When it came down to this search and destroy, you know, a little back and forth battle in the earlier portions, but ultimately, in the end, it was Q9 all about their business.
You know what, maybe if I watched it a second time, I'll understand how the series somehow ended the way that it did. Somehow how Q9 was down 0-2 in the series, and then come back in the Dom, and then make a reverse sweep that seemingly looks easy for them. That looked like they barely broke a sweat, but I will give props to DG for hanging in there. At least you can say, you know, you brought Q9 to a Game 5. One of the top teams, top 2 possibly, you put them up against Almighty in the other group at the end of our Heat day here in day 1 of Eastern Finals. So the S&D ended up 6-3, just like I said, a little PTSD from the beginning of that series. As you see, DG actually took the Summit Search and Destroy 6-3. The Hardpoint 150-91, but after that, Q9 just kind of buckled themselves up in the driver's seat and ran with the reverse sweep.
Yeah, all right. Now, whew, what a day it has been, all right? And I will say this, okay, folks, that's going to do it for me and Allie. And when it comes down to all of our action in our final heat, I can't think of no better desk in the game to be able to break this one down.
Thank you very much, Blaze and Allie. We are done with the group stages. It's Puckett here alongside Beef, Mommy, and Bobby. And, well, Beef, I didn't see this one go into 2 search and destroys for Q9. Coming into this matchup, there were 24-8 in S&D rounds. They were dominant. What was going on in this series?
Well, I feel like they wanted to be a little bit experimental going into the playoffs because obviously they don't want to lose this matchup, but at the same time, they don't want to give anything away for the playoffs. So that's one thing. That's a smart thing to do if you are Q9, right? But still, DG gave a run for their money, and really, we really deserve that.
Bobby, I was asking who's going to be the tribe of the East. Well, we have 2 teams with perfect scores. Almighty in Group A is coming out with the 5-0, and over in Group B, we just saw Q9 locking it up. So tell me about the future. How does this all shape up? Are you surprised with the outcome?
I'm not remotely surprised. Those are the 2 teams that I anticipated were going to make it to the finals. So I definitely am excited to see these 2 battle it out. I think at the end of the day, these are the 2 best teams in the entire tournament, and we are going to have an absolute beautiful bracket come tomorrow's action.
There you see Blacklist. They will get through FPX. That sets up the matchup against Q9 in the opening round. Meanwhile, Almighty is going to be taking on Vox. 2 incredible semifinals. It's all double elimination, best of 5s tomorrow. So strap on that seatbelt and lock in because we have another day of action coming your way as just 4 teams remain in the hunt for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship trophy and the $300,000 that comes with it.
Beautiful, beautiful. Take a look at that. $300,000 for the first place. We are already into our second day. I'm so excited. 4th place, $75K. That is something that you can already take. You're going to win with that kind of money. But you know what, Puckett? That is some beautiful stuff there. But I know there's something special that we have in store today.
Big cash up for grabs. Only 4 teams still in the running, and this man will be playing on Championship Sunday. We got to welcome Incendio onto the stream right now, representing Almighty. Incendio, congratulations on a 5-0 perfect group. How's the team feeling?
The team is feeling very excited and pumped for tomorrow.
Tell me a little bit about your fans, because I saw everyone from all over South Asia, all over the Middle East cheering for you guys. How did you become so popular?
How did we become so popular? I guess it's just not losing any single maps since Garena. So, yeah.
You guys are the undefeated Garena champs. You are undefeated in Group A, but tomorrow it's all about the bracket. What is going to be your strongest portion of your team? What should fans look out for on Championship Sunday?
For me, I think that my team is having the advantage on communication. Yeah, I think we can communicate really well, and our teamwork is gonna defeat other teams.
Teamwork has looked incredible. Your shots have been on and your strategy is dialed in. Final question for you. What do you want to say for all of your fans?
Thank you everyone from Garena for supporting us. Garena Pride will do you guys proud.
Incendio is making us all proud. Pare, is that what I'm saying?
Yep.
You're my Pare, bro. There we go. That's my man, Incendio. We're cheering him on Championship Sunday. Beef Mommy, Bobby plays. We got to break down everything. Incendio will let you go party with the team. But what a day number 1. It is in the books. 4 teams moving on to tomorrow. And Beef Mommy, I know we are fired up to get right back in the studio and kick off this bracket.
We got 3 different regions here. It's such a treat. We got Japan, we got Garena, we got China, all up in the mix. So, like we said, like in the start of the broadcast, we don't know what's going to happen. And we thought we knew, but today, it's definitely going to be changing till tomorrow.
Bobby, for anyone who missed the action today, it's all going up on our YouTube channels. We're on Twitch as well. For anyone who doesn't know where to follow Call of Duty Mobile Esports, we're all over the internet. What was the best part of today on day 1?
I love the surprise teams. I was not expecting the level of performance that we got out of Blacklist and out of Vox. I was super excited to see some underdog teams make some noise, and I hope they can give Almighty and Q9 a run for their money tomorrow.
Want to give a big shout out to everyone who tuned in from around the globe. This is your Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. The Eastern Finals continues live on Championship Sunday. We'll see you all there.